Joan Haste, Henry Rider Haggard. Chapter 21. A luncheon party. 2 days after her visit to Mr. Levenger, Joan began her simple preparations for departure, for it was her intention to leave Bradmouth by the 10 o'clock train on the following morning. First, however, after much thought she wrote this note to Henry: Dear Sir Henry Graves, thank you from the kind message you sent asking after me. There was never much the matter, and I am quite well again now. I was very sorry to hear of the death of Sir Reginald. I fear that it must have been a great shock to you. Perhaps you would like to know that I am leaving Bradmouth for good and all, as I have no friends here and do not get on well. Besides, it is time that I should be working for my own living. I am leaving without telling my aunt, so that nobody will know my address or be able to trouble me to come back. I do not fear, however, but that I shall manage to hold my own in the world, as I am strong and active, and have plenty of money to start with. I think you said that I might have the books which you left behind here, so I am taking them with me as a keepsake. If I live, they will remind me of the days when I used to nurse you, and to read you out of them, long years after you have forgotten me. Goodbye, dear Sir Henry. I hope that soon you will be quite well again and happy all your life. I do not think that we shall meet any more, so again goodbye. Obediently yours, Joan Haste. When Joan had finished her letter she read it once, kissed it several times, then placed it in an envelope which she directed to Sir Henry Graves. There, she thought, as she dropped it into the post box, I must go now, or he will be coming to look after me. On her way back to the inn she met Willie Hood standing outside the grocer's shop, with his coat off and his thumbs hooked in the armholes of his waistcoat. Will you do something for me, Willie? She asked. Anything to oblige a customer, I am sure, Joan Haste, answered that forward youth. Very well, then will you come round tomorrow morning with a hand barrow at 6 o'clock time, not later, mind, and take a box for me to the station? If so, I will give you a shilling. I'll be there, said Willie, and don't you bother about the shilling. 6 o'clock, did you say? Very well, I'll book it. Anything else today, miss? Joan shook her head, smiling, and returned home, where she busied herself with packing the more valued of her few possessions into the deal box that had been given her when she first went to school. Her wardrobe was not large, but then neither was the box, so the task required care and selection. First there were her few books, with which she could not make up her mind to part, least of all with those that Henry had given her. Then there was the desk which she had won at school as a prize for handwriting, a somewhat bulky and inconvenient article, although it contained the faded photograph of her mother and many other small treasures. Next came the doll that some kind lady had given her many years before, the companion of her childhood, from which she could not be separated, and an inkstand presented to her by the rectory children, with "From your loving Tommy" scrawled upon the bottom of it. These, with a few clothes that she thought good enough to take with her, filled the box to the brim. Having shut it down, Joan thrust it under the bed, so that it might escape notice should her aunt chance to enter the room upon one of her spying expeditions, for it was Mrs. Gillingwater's unpleasant habit to search everything belonging to her niece periodically, in the hope of discovering information of interest. Her preparations finished, Joan wrote another letter. It ran thus: Dear Aunt, when you get this I shall be gone away, for I write to say goodbye to you and Uncle. I am tired of Bradmouth, and am going to try my fortune in London, with the consent of Mr. Levenger. I have not told you about it before, because I don't wish my movements to come to the ears of other people until I am gone and can't be found, and least of all to those of Mr. Rock. It is chiefly on his account that I am leaving Bradmouth, for I am afraid of him and want to see him no more. Also I don't care to stay in a place where they make so much talk about me. I dare say that you have meant to deal kindly with me, and I thank you for it, though sometimes you have not seemed kind. I hope that the loss of the money, whatever it is, that Mr. Levenger pays on my account, will not make any great difference to you. I know that my going away will not put you out otherwise, as I do no work here, and often you have told me what a trouble I am. Indeed, you will remember that the other day you threatened to turn me out of the house. Goodbye. Please do not bother about me, or let anyone do so, as I shall get on quite well. Your affectionate niece Joan. Mrs. Gillingwater received this letter on the following afternoon, for Joan posted it at the station just before the train left. When slowly and painfully she had made herself mistress of its contents, her surprise and indignation broke forth in a torrent. The little deceitful cat! She exclaimed, addressing her husband. His beer-soaked intelligence could scarcely take in the position, even when the letter had been twice read to him, to think of her sneaking away like an eel into the rat-hole. Hopes the money won't make much difference to us, does she? Well, it is pretty well everything we have to live on, that's all. Though there's one thing, Joan or no Joan, that old Levenger shall go on paying, or I'll know the reason why. It seems that he helped her off. Well, I think that I can see his game there, but hang me if I can see hers, unless Sir Henry is going to look after her wheresoever she's gone, which ain't likely, for he can't afford it. I call to mind that's just how her mother went off 2 or 23 years ago. And you know how she came back and what was the end of her. Joan will go the same way and come to the same end, or something like it. It's in the blood, and you mark my words, Gillingwater. Oh. That girl's a master fool if ever there was one. She might have been the lawful wife of either of them. Now she'll let both slip through her fingers to earn 6 shillings a week by sewing, or some such nonsense. Well, she did right not to let me know what she was after, or I'd have given her what for by way of goodbye. And now what shall I say to Samuel? I suppose that he will want his money back. No play, no pay, that'll be his tune. Well, want must be his master, that's all. He was a fool not to make a better use of his chances when he had them. But I shall never get another stiver out of him unless I can bring her back again. The sly little hypocrite. And Mrs. Gillingwater paused exhausted, and shook her fist in her husband's face, more from habit than for any other reason. Do you mean to say that Joan is gone? Said that worthy, twirling his hat vacantly on the table. Then I'm sorry, you lout ? Why didn't you stop her, then? I didn't stop her because I didn't know that she was going, and if I had, I shouldn't have interfered. But I'm real sorry, because she was a lady, she was, who always spoke soft and civil, nor a red-faced, screeching varmint of a woman such as some I knows on. Well, she's gone, and a good job too for her sake. I wish that I could go after her, and, dodging the blow which his enraged wife aimed at his head, Mr. Gillingwater sauntered off to drown his regrets at Joan's departure in some of the worst beer in Bradmouth. Henry received Joan's letter in due course of post, and it would be difficult to analyze the feelings with which he perused it. He could guess well enough what were the real causes that had led to her departure from Bradmouth. She desired to escape from Samuel Rock and the voice of scandal, but by now he knew that there was scandal about her and himself, though he did not know how loud and persistent it had become. The hidden tenderness of the letter, and more especially of those sentences in which she told him that she was taking his books to remind her, in after years, of the days when she had nursed him, touched him deeply, and he knew well that no lapse of time would enable him to attain to that forgetfulness which she prophesied for him. It was dreadful to him to think that this woman, who had grown so dear to him, should be cast thus alone into the roaring tide of London life, to sink or to swim as it might chance. In one sense he had few fears for her indeed. He felt sure that she would not drift into the society of disreputable people, or herself become disreputable. He gathered also that she had sufficient funds to keep her from want, should she fail in obtaining work, and he hazarded a guess as to who it was that supplied those funds. Still, even under the most favorable conditions, in such a position a girl like Joan must of necessity be exposed to many difficulties, dangers, annoyances and temptations. From these he desired to shield her, as she had a right, the best of rights, to be shielded by him. But now, of her own act, she removed herself beyond his reach and knowledge. More, he was secretly afraid that, in addition to those which first occurred to him, Joan had another reason for her flight. He feared lest she should have gone, or rather vanished, in order that his path might be made easier for him and his doubts dissolved. What was he to do? To ascertain her whereabouts seemed practically impossible. Doubtless she had gone to London, but even so how was he to find her, unless, indeed, he employed detectives to search her out, which he had not the slightest authority to do. He might, it was true, make inquiries in Bradmouth, where it was possible that somebody knew her address, although she declared that she was leaving none, but, for obvious reasons, he was very loath to take this course. Indeed, at present he was scarcely in a position to prosecute such researches, seeing that he was still laid up and likely to remain so for some weeks. Very soon he came to the conclusion that he must remain passive and await the development of events. Probably Joan would write to him, but if nothing was heard of her for the next few weeks or months, then it would be time to search for her. Meanwhile Henry found plenty of other things to occupy him. For the first time he went thoroughly into the affairs of the estate, and was shocked to discover, firstly, the way at once extravagant and neglectful in which it had been administered, and secondly, the total amount of its indebtedness. It was in connection with this painful subject that, about a week after Joan's departure, Henry sought an interview with Mr. Levenger. It chanced that another half-year's interest on the mortgage was due, also that some money had been paid into the credit of the estate on account of the year's rents. About the same time there arrived the usual formal letter from Mr. Levenger, addressed to the executor of Sir Reginald Graves deceased, politely demanding payment of the interest owing for the current half-year, and calling attention to the sums overdue, amounting in all to several £1,000s. Henry stared at the total and sighed. How was he to meet these overwhelming liabilities? It seemed impossible that things should be allowed to go on like this, and yet what was to be done? In the issue he wrote a note to Mr. Levenger, asking him to call whenever it might be convenient, as unfortunately he was not able to wait on him. On the morrow Mr. Levenger arrived, about 11 o'clock in the morning. Indeed, he had expected some such summons, and was holding himself in readiness to obey it. Nor did he come alone, for, Ellen, having learned the contents of Henry's letter, had supplemented it by a note to Emma, inviting her to lunch on the same day, giving, as an excuse, that she wished particularly to consult her upon some matters connected with dress. This invitation Emma was very unwilling to accept, for reasons known to herself and the reader, but in the end her father overruled her, and she consented to accompany him. Henry was carried downstairs for the first time on the day of their visit, and, seating himself in the invalid chair, was wheeled into the library. A few minutes later Mr. Levenger arrived, and greeted him with a refined and gentle courtesy which was one of his characteristics, congratulating him on the progress that he had made towards recovery. "Thank you," said Henry. "I am perfectly well except for this wretched leg of mine, which, I fear, will keep me cooped up for some weeks to come, though I hope to get out a little in the chair. I can't say that you look very well, however, Mr. Levenger. You seem thinner and paler than when we last met. My health has not been grand for years, Graves, and I am sorry to say that it gets steadily worse. Heart trouble, you know, and that is not a pleasant thing for a man to have, especially," he added significantly, "if his worldly affairs are in an unsettled condition. I have been a good deal worried of late, and it has told upon me. The truth is that my life is most precarious, and the sooner I can reconcile myself to the fact the better." "I did not know that things were so serious," Henry answered, and then hastened to change the subject. "I received your notice, Mr. Levenger, and thought that I had better talk the matter over with you. To be plain, as executor to my father's estate I find myself able to pay the sum of £500 on account of the interest of these mortgages, and no more." "Well, that is something," said Mr. Levenger, with a little smile. "For the last 2 years I have been accustomed to receive nothing." I know," said Henry. "Really, I am almost ashamed to look you in the face. As you are aware, the position was not of my making, but I inherit it, and am therefore, indirectly, to some extent responsible for it. I really think, Levenger, that the best thing you can do will be to sell us up, or to take over the property and manage it yourself. In either case you must, I fear, suffer a loss, but as things are at present that loss grows daily greater. You see, the worst of it is that there are several farms coming on hand at Michaelmas, and I can neither find money to work them nor tenants to take them. Should they be suffered to go out of cultivation, your security will be still further depreciated. I should be most sorry to take such a course, Graves, for many reasons, of which friendship to your family is not the least, and I have no desire to find the management of a large estate thrust upon me in my condition of health. Of course, should no other solution be found, some steps must be taken sooner or later, for, after all, I am only a trustee, and dare not allow my daughter's property to be dissipated, but I still hope that a solution may be found, though, I admit, not so confidently as I did a few months back. It is no good playing with facts, answered Henry doggedly. For my part I have no such hope. Mr. Levenger rose and, laying his hand upon Henry's shoulder, spoke earnestly. Graves, he said, think again before you say that. I beg of you not to force me to measures that would be most distasteful to me, as I shall be forced if you persist in this declaration, not from any motives of pique or revenge, mind you, because I am bound to protect the financial interests of another person. Will you forgive me if I speak more clearly, as one friend to another? I'd rather you didn't, but as you like, answered Henry. I do like, my dear fellow, because I wish, if possible, to save you from yourself, and also because my own interests are involved. Graves, what is there against her? Why don't you marry her, and have done with all this miserable business? If you could find a sweeter or a better girl, I might understand it. But you cannot. Moreover, though her pride may be a little hurt just now, at heart she is devoted to you. Every word that you say is true, Mr. Levenger, except perhaps your last statement, which I am modest enough to doubt. But surely you understand, supposing your daughter to be willing, that it is most humiliating, even for a bankrupt, to take a wife upon such terms. I understand your pride, Graves, and I like you for it. Remember, it is not you who are bankrupt, but your father's estate, of which you are executor, and that there are occasions in life when pride should give way. After all, pride is a strictly personal possession. When you die, your pride will die with you. But if you have allowed it to ruin your family, it can never be repaired. Are you therefore justified in indulging in this peculiar form of selfishness? And, my dear fellow, are you giving me your true, or rather your only reason? What makes you ask that question, Mr. Levenger? I have heard some gossip, it is all, Graves, as to a scene that is supposed to have occurred at your father's deathbed, in which the name of a certain young woman was mentioned. Who told you of this? My sister? Certainly not. If walls have ears to hear, do you suppose that nurses and servants generally are without them? The point is, I have heard it, and, as you make no contradiction, I presume that it contains a proportion of truth. If this is so, Mr. Levenger, one might think that it would induce you to request me to abandon the idea of making any advances to your daughter, but it seems to have had an opposite effect. Did the story that has reached me prove you to be a confirmed evil liver, or an unprincipled libertine? This might be the case, but it proves nothing of the sort. We are liable to fall into folly, all of us, but some of us can fall out again. You are charitable, said Henry, but it seems to me, as there are two people concerned in this sort of folly, that they owe a duty to each other, perhaps, in some cases, but it is one which has not been recognized by the other person in this instance, seeing that she has gone off and left no address. Perhaps she felt obliged to go, or perhaps she was sent, Mr. Levenger. If you mean that I sent her, Graves, you are very much mistaken. I have had some queer fiduciary relations with this girl for years, and the other day she came and told me that she was going to London to earn her living. I raised objections, but she overruled them. She is of age, and I have no control over her actions. Indeed, on reflection, I thought it best that she should go. I will not conceal from you that there is a certain amount of loose talk about yourself in Bradmouth. When a young woman gets mixed up in this sort of thing, my experience is that she had better either marry or try a change of air. In this case, she declined to marry, although she had an excellent opportunity of so doing. Therefore I fell in with the change of air proposal, and I learned that within a day or two she went away nobody knows whither. I have no doubt, however, that sooner or later I shall hear of her whereabouts, for she is entitled to an allowance of £60 a year, which you will certainly not forget to draw. Till then, unless, indeed, you know her address already, you will scarcely find her, and if you are not going to marry her, which I gather she has never desired, I'll do you the justice to suppose that you cannot wish to follow her, and disturb her in her employment, whatever it may be, since such a course would probably lead to her losing it. You are right there. I never wish to see her again, unless it is in order to ask her to become my wife. Then do not see her, Graves. For her sake, for your own, for your mother's, and for mine, or rather for my daughter's, I beg you not to see her, or to allow these quixotic notions of yours to drag you down to ruin. Let the thing alone, and all will be well. Follow it up, and you are a lost man. Do you think that you would find happiness in such a marriage? I am putting aside all questions of duty, position and means. I tell you, no. I am not speaking without my book, he added fiercely, and I warn you that when you have grown accustomed to her beauty, and she had ceased to wonder at your generosity, your life would become a hell. What sympathy can there be between individuals so different in standing, in taste, and in education? How could you bear the jealousies, the passions, and the aggressive ignorance of such a woman? How could you continue to love her when you remembered in what fashion your affection had begun, when for her sake you found yourself a social outcast, and when, every time that you beheld her face, you were constrained to recollect that it was the wrecker's light which lured you, and threw you all whom you hold dear, to utter and irretrievable disaster? I tell you that I have seen such cases, and I have seen their miserable ends, and I implore you, Henry Graves, to pause before you give another and a signal example of them. You speak very feelingly, said Henry, and no doubt there is a great deal of truth in what you say. I had two messmates who made mesalliances, and certainly it didn't answer with them, for they have both gone to the dogs indeed. One poor fellow committed suicide. However, it is very difficult to argue on such matters, and still more difficult to take warning from the fate of others, since the circumstances are never similar. But I promise you this, Avenger, that I will do nothing in a hurry for 2 or 3 months. Indeed, and that I will take no step in the matter without informing you fully of my intentions, for I think that this is due to you. Meanwhile, if you are good enough to allow me to remain upon friendly terms with your daughter and yourself, I shall be glad, though I am sure I do not know how she will receive me. Within a few months I shall finally have decided upon my course of action, and if I then come to the conclusion that I am not bound in honor elsewhere, perhaps I may ask you to allow me to try my fortune with Miss Levenger, unworthy of her as I am and always shall be. I can find no fault with that arrangement, Graves. You have set out your mind like an honest man, and I respect you for it. It will make me the more anxious to learn, when the 3 months are up, that you have decided to forget all this folly and to begin afresh. Now I have something to ask you. It is that, so soon as you can get about again, you will pay us the visit which was so unfortunately postponed. Please understand, I do not mean that I wish you to make advances to my daughter, but I should like you to grow to know each other better in an ordinary and friendly fashion. Will you come? Henry reflected, and answered, thank you, yes, I will. At this moment the door was opened, and the butler, Thompson, announced that lunch was ready, adding, shall I wheel you in, Sir Henry? Her ladyship bids me say she hopes that you will come. Yes, I suppose so, he answered. Here, give me a hand into the chair. In another minute they were advancing in solemn procession across the hall, Mr. Levenger walking first, leaning on his stick, and Henry following after in the invalid chair propelled by Thompson. So agitated was he at the thought of meeting Emma, and by a secret fear, born of a guilty conscience that she should know what he and her father had been employing the last hour in discussing her, that he forgot to guide the chair properly, and despite Thompson's warning, to the right, Sir Henry, he contrived to strike the jamb of the door so sharply that he must have overturned had not Emma, who was standing close by, sprung forward and seized the wheel. In one way this accident was fortunate, for it lessened the awkwardness of their meeting. Henry apologized and she laughed, and presently they were seated side by side at table, discussing the eccentricities of invalid chairs with somewhat unnecessary persistence and fervor. After this the lunch went off well enough. It was not an altogether cheerful meal, indeed, but then nothing at Trosham was ever quite cheerful, and probably nothing had been for generations. The atmosphere of the place, like its architecture, was oppressive, even lugubrious, and the circumstances in which the present company were assembled did not tend towards unrestrained gaiety. Ellen talked energetically of matters connected with dress, in which Emma did not seem to take any vivid interest. Lady Graves threw in an occasional remark about the drought and the prevalence of blight upon the roses, while Henry for the most part preserved a discreet, or rather an embarrassed, silence, and Mr. Levenger discoursed sweetly upon the remote and impersonal subject of British coins, of a whole potful of which it appeared that he had recently become the proud possessor. Sir Henry has promised to come and see them, my dear, he said to Emma pointedly, after he had at length succeeded in stirring his audience into a flabby and intermittent interest in the crown that Caractacus wore, or was supposed to wear, upon a certain piece of money. Indeed, she answered quickly, bending her head as though to examine the pattern of her plate. Your father has been so kind as to ask me for the second time, Miss Levenger, Henry remarked uneasily, and I propose to avail myself of his invitation so soon as I am well enough not to be a nuisance, that is, if it is convenient. Of course it will always be convenient to see you, Sir Henry Graves, Emma replied coldly, or indeed anybody who my father likes to ask. That's one for Henry, reflected Ellen. Serves him right too. Then she added aloud, a few days at Monk's Lodge will be a very nice change for you, dear, and I hope that you may arrive safely this time. Would you like to take a walk round the garden, Emma, while your father smokes a cigarette? Emma rose gladly, for she felt the moral atmosphere of the dining room to be in a somewhat volcanic state, and was terribly afraid lest a few more sparks of Ellen's sarcastic wit should produce an explosion. For half an hour or so they sauntered through the old-fashioned shrubberies and pleasure grounds, the charms of which their overrun and neglected condition seemed to enhance, at least at this season of the year. Then it was that Ellen confided to her companion that she expected to be married about the middle of November, and that she hoped that Emma would come to town with her sometime in October to assist in completing her trousseau. Emma hesitated for a moment, for she could not disguise from herself the fact that her friendship for Ellen, at no time a very deep one, had cooled. Indeed, she was not sure whether she quite trusted her. In the end, however, she assented, subject to her father's consent. She had very rarely been in London, and she felt that a change of scene and ideas would do her good. Then they turned back to the house, to find that the dog-cart was standing at the door. One word, my dear, said Ellen, halting, I am so glad that Henry is going to stop at Monk's Lodge. He is a most curious creature, and I hope that you will be patient with him, and forgive him all his oddities. Really, Ellen, answered Emma, with suppressed irritation, I have nothing to forgive Sir Henry, and of course I shall be glad to see him whenever he chooses to come. I am by no means sure, reflected Ellen, as she watched the Leveners drive away, but that this young lady has got more spirit than I gave her credit for. Henry had better look out, or he will lose his chance, for I fancy that she will become as difficult to deal with in the future as he has been in the past. Chapter 22 An Interlude. A month or 5 weeks went by at Rosham almost without incident. For the moment money troubles were in abeyance, seeing that the payment of the interest due on the mortgages was not pressed, and the sale of Lady Graves's jewels had provided sufficient funds to meet the most immediate claims, to pay household expenses, and even to provide for Ellen's trousseau upon a moderate scale. By degrees Henry regained the use of his injured limb, though it was now evident that he would carry the traces of his accident to the grave in the shape of a pronounced limp. In all other respects he was bodily as well as ever he had been, though he remained much troubled in mind. Of Joan he had heard nothing, and it appeared that nobody knew where she had gone, or what she was doing, except possibly Mr. Levenger, whom he scarcely cared to ask for tidings. That her aunt did not know was evident from the fact that one morning she arrived at the hall and, adopting a tone in which obsequiousness and violence were curiously mixed, taxed him roundly with having spirited her niece away. In vain did Henry assure her that he knew no more of Joan's whereabouts than she did herself, since she either did not or would not believe him, and at length departed, breathing threats that if the girl was not forthcoming shortly, she would make it hot for him, baronet or no baronet. For his part Henry was somewhat at a loss to understand Mrs. Gillingwater's conduct, since he knew well that she had no sort of affection for her niece, and it was obvious from her words that she was rather proud than otherwise of the gossip connecting Joan's name with his own. "I know all about your goings-on," she had said, "though I haven't come here to preach to you, for that's your affair and hers, but I do say that if you call yourself a gentleman you should do what is handsome by the girl, seeing that you've stood in the way of her making a good marriage, and, to put it plump, Sir Henry, I think that you are in duty bound to do something for me too, bearing in mind all the truck that I've had about the two of you, and that one has been taken away from me as was dearer than a daughter." The real explanation of this estimable person's behavior was twofold. In the first place, Joan being gone, she had lost the monthly sum that was paid for her board, and in the second she had been bribed by Samuel Rock to win the secret of her hiding place from Henry. In due course Mrs. Gillingwater reported the failure of her mission to Samuel, who, needless to say, did not believe a word of Henry's denial. Indeed, he accused Mrs. Gillingwater first of being a fool, and next of taking money from the enemy as well as from himself, with the result that a very pretty quarrel ensued between the pair of them. After a few days' reflection Samuel determined to take the matter into his own hands. Already he had attempted to extract information about Joan from Mr. Levenger, who, however, professed ignorance, and would give him none. Having ascertained that the man was hateful to Joan, Mr. Levenger had the good feeling to wish to protect her from his advances, for he saw well that if once Rock learned her address he would follow her like a shadow, and if necessary hunt her from place to place, importuning her to marry him. The girl was out of the way, which was much, though of course it would be better were she safely married. But, greatly as he might desire such a thing, he would be no party to her persecution. Joan, he felt, was doing her best to further his plans. In return he would do everything in his power, at least, everything that circumstances permitted, to promote her comfort and welfare. She should not lack for money, nor should she be tormented by Samuel Rock. Having drawn the Monk's Lodge covers blank, Mr. Rock turned his attention to those of Rosham. As a first step he sent Mrs. Gillingwater to whine and threaten, with results that we have already learned. Then he determined to go himself. He did not, however, drive up to the hall and ask boldly to see Sir Henry, as Mrs. Gillingwater had done, as such an act would not have been in keeping with his character. Samuel's nature was a furtive one. Did he desire to see a person, he would lurk about for hours in order to meet him on some path which he knew that he must follow, rather than accost him in a public place. Even in business transactions, of which he had many, this custom clung to him. He was rarely seen on market days, and so well were his habits known, that customers desiring to buy his fat stock or his sheep or his hay would wait about the land till he happened on them in the course of his daily round. Thus he made 3 separate visits to Rosham before he succeeded in meeting Henry. On the first occasion he discovered that it was his practice, for by now Henry could get about to walk round the home farm after breakfast. Accordingly Rock returned on the following day, but the weather chanced to be bad, and Henry did not come out. Next morning he was more fortunate. Having put up his cart at the village inn, he took his stand upon an eminence, as though he were a wandering poet contemplating the beauties of nature, and waited. Presently he saw Henry appear out of a cowshed and cross some fields in his direction, whereon Samuel retreated behind a haystack. 5 minutes passed, and Henry hobbled by within 3 yards of him. He followed at his heels, unable to make up his mind how to begin the interview. walking so softly on the grass that it was not until Henry observed another shadow keeping pace with his own that he became aware of his presence. Then, not unnaturally, he wheeled round suddenly, for the apparition of this second shadow in the open field, where he had imagined himself to be alone, was almost uncanny. So quickly did he turn, indeed, that Samuel ran into him before he could stop himself. "Who the devil are you?" said Henry, lifting his stick, for his first thought was that he was about to be attacked by a tramp. "Oh, I beg your pardon," he added. "I suppose that you are the person who is coming to see me about the Five Elms farm? I've been waiting to see you, sir," said Samuel obsequiously, and lifting his hat. "In fact, I've been waiting these 3 mornings. Then why on earth didn't you come and speak to me, my good man, instead of crawling about after me like a Red Indian? It's easy enough to find me, I suppose. It isn't about a farm that I wish to see you, sir," went on Samuel, ignoring the question. "No, sir, this ain't no matter between a proud landlord and a poor tenant coming to beg a few pounds off his rent for his children's bread, as it were. This is a matter between man and man, or perhaps between man and woman." "Look here," said Henry, "are you crazed, or are you asking me riddles? Because if so, you may as well give it up, for I hate them. What is your name?" "My name, sir, is Samuel Rock." Here his manner suddenly became insolent. "And I have come to ask you a riddle, and what's more, I mean to get an answer to it. What have you done with Joan Haste?" "Oh, I see," said Henry. "I wonder I didn't recognize you. Now, Mr. Samuel Rock, by way of a beginning let me recommend you to keep a civil tongue in your head. I'm not the kind of person to be bullied. Do you understand?" Samuel looked at Henry's blue eyes, that shone somewhat ominously, and at his determined chin and mouth, and understood. "I'm sure I meant no offense, sir," he replied, again becoming obsequious. "Very well, then be careful to give none. It is quite easy to be polite when once you get used to it. Now I will answer your question. I have done nothing with Joan Haste, about whom, by the way, you have not the slightest right to question me. I don't know where she is, and I have neither seen nor heard of her for several weeks. Good morning. That, sir, is a. Now, pray be careful." And Henry turned to go. "We don't part like that, sir," said Rock, following him and speaking to him over his shoulder. "I've got some more to say to you, then say it to my face. Don't keep sneaking behind me like an assassin." "What is it?" "This, sir. You have robbed me, sir. You have taken my ewe lamb as David did Nathan, and your reward shall be the reward of David." "Oh, confound you and your ewe lamb," said Henry, who was fast getting beyond argument. "What do you want?" "I want her back, sir. I don't care what's happened. I don't care if you have stolen her. I tell you I want her back." "Very well, then, go and find her, but don't bother me." "Oh yes, I'll find her in time. I'll marry her, never you fear, but I thought that you might be able to help me on with it, for she's nothing to you, but you see it's this way. I can't live without her. I have told you, Mr. Rock, that I don't know where Joan Haste is, and if I did, I may add that I could not help you to find her, as I believe she is hiding herself to keep out of your way. Now will you be so good as to go?" Then Samuel burst into a flood of incoherent menaces and abuse, born of his raging hate and jealousy. Henry did not follow the torrent. He did not even attempt to do so, seeing that his whole energies were occupied in a supreme effort to prevent himself from knocking this creature down. "She's mine, and not yours," he ended. "I'm an honest man, I am, and I mean to marry her like an honest man, and when I've married her, just you keep clear, Sir Henry Graves, or, the God that made me, I'll cut your throat." "Really," ejaculated Henry, "this is too much. Here, Jeffries, and you, Bates." He called to 2 men in his employ who chanced to be walking by. "This person seems to be the worse for drink. Would you be so good as to take him off the premises? And look here, be careful that he never comes back again." Messrs. Jeffries and Bates grinned and obeyed, for, as it happened, they both knew Samuel, and one of them had a grudge against him. "You hear what Sir Henry says?" "Now come you on, master," said Jeffries. "Surely it is a scandal to see a man the worse for beer at this time of day. Come on, master." By now Samuel's passion had spent itself, and he went quietly enough, followed by the 2 laborers. Henry watched him disappear towards the road, and then said aloud: "Upon my word, Joan Haste, fond as I am of you, had I known half the trouble and insult that I must suffer on your account, I would have chosen to go blind before ever I set eyes upon your face." Within a week of this agreeable interview with Samuel Rock, Henry set out to pay his long-promised visit to Monk's Lodge. This time he drove thither, and no further accident befell him. but as he passed by Ramborough Abbey he reflected sadly enough on the strange imbroglio in which he had become involved since the day when he attempted to climb its ruined tower. At present things seemed to be straightening themselves out somewhat, it was true, but a warning sense told him that there were worse troubles to come than any which had gone before. The woman who was at the root of these evils had vanished, indeed, but he knew well that all which is hidden is not necessarily lost, and absence did not avail to cure him of his longing for the sight of her dear face. He might wish that he had been stricken blind before his eyes beheld it, but he had looked upon it, alas, too long, nor could he blot out its memory. He tried to persuade himself that he did not care, he tried to believe that his sensations were merely the outcome of flattered vanity, he tried, even, to forbid his mind to think of her only to experience the futility of one and all these endeavors. Whether or no he was in love with Joan, he did not know, since, never having fallen into that condition, he had no standard by which to measure his feelings. What he had good cause to know, however, was that she had taken possession of his waking thoughts in a way that annoyed and bewildered him, yes, and even of his dreams. The vision of her was all about him, most things recalled her to him, directly or indirectly, and he could scarcely listen to a casual conversation, or mix in the society of other women, without being reminded by inference, contrast, or example of something that she had said or done. His case was by no means helpless, for even now he knew that time would cure the trouble, or at least draw its sting. He was not a lad, to be carried away by the wild passion which is one of the insane privileges of youth, and he had many interests, ambitions, hopes and fears with which this woman was not connected, though, as it chanced at present, her subtle influence seemed to pervade them all. Meanwhile his position towards her was most painful. She had gone, leaving him absolutely in the dark as to her wishes, motives, or whereabouts, leaving him also to suffer many things on her account, not the least of them being the haunting knowledge of what, in her silence and solitude, she must be suffering upon his. Well, he had debated the matter till his mind grew weary, chiefly with the object of discovering which among so many conflicting duties were specious and which were sacred, and now he was inclined to give up the problem as insoluble, and to allow things to take their chance. By George, he thought to himself, glancing at the old tower, this is the kind of thing that they call romance. Well, I call it hell. No more romance for me if I can avoid it. And now I am going to stay with old Levenger, and, as I suppose that I shall not be expected to make love to his daughter at any rate, at present I'll try to enjoy myself, and forget for a few days that there is such a thing as a woman in the world. Henry reached Monk's Lodge in time to dress for dinner, and was at once shown by Mr. Levenger, who greeted him with cordiality and evident pleasure, to his room below in the many-cornered apartment commanding a delightful view of the sea. Having changed, he found his way to the drawing-room, where Emma was waiting to receive him, which she did very courteously, and with more self-possession than might have been expected of her. It struck Henry, as he stood by the window and chatted to her on indifferent subjects in the pearly light of the September evening, that he had never seen her look so charming. Perhaps it was that her secret troubles had added dignity to her delicate face and form, or that the dress she wore became her, or that the old-fashioned surroundings of the place among which she had grown up, and that doubtless had exercised their influence upon her character, seemed to combine with and to set off her quaint and somewhat formal grace of mien and movement. At least it seemed to him that she was almost beautiful that night, not with the rich and human loveliness of a woman like Joan, but in a certain spiritual fashion which was peculiar to her. Presently they went in to dinner. It was a pleasant meal enough, and Henry enjoyed the change from the cold-looking Rosham dining-room, with its pillars and its dingy old masters, even more than he had hoped to do. Here there were no old masters and no marble, but walls wainscoted with a dado of black oak, and hung with quaint Flemish pictures painted on panels or on copper, such as are still to be picked up by the discerning at sales in the eastern counties. Here also were no melancholy cedars shutting off the light, but open windows wreathed about with ivy, through which floated the murmur of the sea. The dinner was excellent, moreover, as was Mr. Levenger's champagne, and by the time that they reached the dessert Henry found himself in a better mood than he had known for many a long week. Abandoning his reserve, he fell into some harmless snare that was set by his host, and began to speak of himself and his experiences, a thing that he very rarely did. Though for the most part he was a somewhat silent man, and at his best could not be called a brilliant conversationalist, Henry could talk well when he chose, in a certain plain and forcible manner that attracted by its complete absence of exaggeration or of straining after effect. He told them tales of wars in Ashanti and Egypt. He described to them a great hurricane off the coast of Madagascar, when the captain and first lieutenant of the ship in which he was serving were swept overboard by a single sea, leaving him in command of her, and several other adventures, such as befall Englishmen who for 20 years or more have served their country in every quarter of the globe. By now the coffee and cigarettes had been brought in, but Emma did not leave the room. Indeed, it was not her custom to do so, and the presence of a guest at Monk's Lodge was so rare an event that it never occurred to her to vary it. She sat, her face hidden in the shadow, listening with wide-opened eyes to Henry's moving accidents by flood and field, and yet she grew sad as she listened, feeling that his talk was inspired by a vain regret which was almost pitiful. He was speaking as old men speak of their past, of events that are gone by, of things in which they have no longer any share. Evidently Mr. Levenger felt this also, for he said, "It is unfortunate, Graves, that prospects like yours should have been snapped short. What do you mean to do with yourself now?" "Yes," answered Henry, "it is very unfortunate, but these things will happen. As for the future, it must look after itself. 99 naval officers out of 100 have no future. They live or rather starve upon their half-pay in some remote village, and become church wardens, that is, if they do not quarrel with the parson." "I hope that you will do something more than this," said Mr. Levenger. "I look forward to seeing you member for our division if I live long enough. You might do more good for the Navy in the House than ever you could have done at sea." That's just what a man told me at the Admiralty, and I think I answered him that I preferred a command at sea. Not but that I should like the other thing very well, if it came in my way. However, as both careers are as much beyond my reach as the moon, it is no use talking of them, is it? I don't agree with you. I don't agree at all. You will be a great authority yet. And now let us go into the other room." So they went into the drawing room, where Emma sang a little, sweetly enough, and after she had bidden them good night they adjourned to the study to smoke and drink weak whiskies and sodas. Here Mr. Levenger was the talker and Henry the listener, and it seemed to the latter that he had rarely met a man with so much knowledge and power of observation, or one who could bring these to bear in a more interesting manner upon whatever subject he chanced to be discussing. His intellect was keen, his knowledge of life and men large and varied, and he seemed to know every book worth reading, and, what is more, to remember its contents. Thus Henry's first evening at Monk's Lodge passed very pleasantly, and as his visit began so it went on and ended. In the daytime he would take his gun, and accompanied by Mr. Levenger on a pony and by an old man, half bailiff and half gamekeeper, would limp through the bracken in search of partridges and rabbits, an occupation in which he took great delight, although he was still too lame to follow it for long at a time. Failing the shooting, his host organized some expedition to visit a distant church or earthwork, and accompanied by Emma they drove for hours through the mellow September afternoon. Or sometimes they sat upon the beach beneath the cliff, chatting idly on everything under heaven, or, if it chanced to rain, they would take refuge in the study and examine Mr. Levenger's collection of coins, ancient weapons and other antiquities. Then at last arrived the dinner hour, and another delightful evening would be added to the number of those that had gone. Before he had been in the house a week, Henry felt a different man. Indeed, had anyone told him, when he came to Monk's Lodge, that he was about to enjoy himself so much, he would not have believed it. He could see also that both Mr. Levenger and his daughter were glad that he should be there. At first Emma was a little stiff in her manner towards him, but by degrees this wore off, and he found himself day by day growing more friendly with her. The better they became acquainted, the greater grew their mutual liking, and the more complete their understanding of each other. There was now no question of lovemaking or even of flirtation between them. Their footing was one of friendship, and both of them were glad that it should be so. Soon the sharpest sting of Emma's shame passed away, since she could not believe that the man who greeted her with such open fellowship had learned the confession which broke from her on that night of her despair, for if it were so, surely he would look down upon her and show it in his manner. Taking this for granted, in some dim and illogical fashion she was grateful to him for not having heard, or if by any chance he had heard, as she was bound to admit was possible. Still more was she grateful in that he dissembled his knowledge so completely as to enable her to salve her pride with the thought that he was ignorant. Indeed, in this event, so deeply did she feel upon the point, she was prepared in her own mind to forgive any sins of omission or commission with which he stood charged, setting against them the generosity of his conduct in this particular. Of the future Emma did not think. She was content to live in the present, and to feel that she had never been so happy before. Neither did she think of the past, with its disquieting tales of Joan Haste, and its horrible suggestions that Henry was being driven into marriage with herself for pecuniary reasons. If a day should ever come when he proposed to her, then it would be time enough to take all these matters into consideration, and to decide whether she should please her pride and do violence to her heart, or sacrifice her pride and satisfy her heart. There was no need to come to a decision now, for she could see well that, whatever might be his thoughts with reference to her, Henry had no immediate intention of asking her to be his wife. Although of course he could not follow all the secret workings of Emma's mind, Henry grasped the outlines of the situation accurately enough. He knew that this was a time of truce, and that by a tacit agreement all burning questions were postponed to a more convenient season. Mr. Levenger said no word to him of his daughter, of Joan Haste, or even of the financial affairs connected with the Rosham mortgages, for all these subjects were tabooed under the conditions of their armistice. Tormented as he had been, and as he must shortly be again, he also was deeply grateful for this indulgence, and more than content to forget the past and let the future take care of itself. One thing grew clear to him, however, indeed, before he left Monk's Lodge he admitted it to himself in so many words, it was, that had there been no Joan Haste and no mortgages in the question, he would certainly ask Emma Levenger to be his wife. The more he saw of this lady, the more attached he grew to her. She attracted him in 100 ways by her gentleness, her delicacy of thought, her ever-present sympathy with distress and with all that was good and noble, and by the quaintness and culture of her mind. For these and many other reasons he could imagine no woman whom he should prefer to marry were he fortunate enough to win her. But always when he thought of it two spectres seemed to rise and stand before him, one of Joan, passionate, lovely and loving, and the other shaped like a roll of parchment and labelled mortgages, £60,000. At length the 10 days of his stay came to an end, and upon a certain morning the old Rosham coachman appeared at the door of Monk's Lodge to drive him home again. "I don't know how to thank you, Levenger," he said, "for your kindness and hospitality to me here. I have not had such a good time for many a long day. It has been a rest to me, and I have come to the conclusion that rest is the best thing in the whole world. Now I must go back to face my anxieties." "Meaning the 11th of October?" said Mr. Levenger. "Yes, meaning the 11th of October and other things. I am sure I do not know what on earth I am to do about those farms. But I won't begin to bore you with business now. Goodbye, and again, many thanks. Goodbye, Graves, and don't fret. I dare say that something will turn up. My experience is that something generally does turn up, that is to say, when one is the right side of 40. Oh, Sir Henry," said Emma, appearing at the door of the drawing-room, "will you take a note to your sister for me?" "It is just ready, certainly," he answered, following her to the writing-table. "It is about my going to town with her next month," she went on. "I have been speaking to my father, and he says that I may if I like. It is a question of trousseau, not that I know anything about such matters, but I am glad of the excuse for a change." "Are you going with her?" "I don't know. An old messmate of mine always gives a dinner at the Rag on the 20th, to celebrate an adventure in which we were concerned together. I had a letter from him the other day asking me to come. I haven't answered it yet, but if you like I will accept. I believe you go up on the 18th, don't you?" Emma colored faintly. "Of course it would be pleasant if you came," she answered. "We might go to some picture galleries, and to the British Museum to look at those Egyptian things." "All right," said Henry, "we've got to get there first. And now goodbye. I can assure you that I shall never forget your goodness to me." "The goodness is on your side, Sir Henry. It is very kind of you to have come to see us, and it is very nice of you to say so, Miss Levenger. Again goodbye, or rather au revoir." Chapter 23. A New Departure. Joan reached town in safety. Willie had called for her box as he had promised, and conveyed it to the station before anybody at the inn was up, whither she followed after breakfast. It gave Joan a new and strange sensation to sit opposite her aunt, who took the opportunity of a tete-a-tete to scold and grumble at her from one end of the meal to the other, and to reflect that they were about to separate, for aught she knew, never to meet again. She could not pretend any affection for Mrs. Gillingwater, and yet the thought moved her, for after all she belonged to the familiar round of daily life from which Joan was about to cut herself adrift. Still more did it move her, yes, even to silent tears, when for the last time she looked upon the ancient room that had been hers, and in which she had nursed Henry back to health. Here every chair and picture was an old friend, and, what is more, connected with his presence, the presence which today she finally refused. In turning her back upon that room she forsook all hope of seeing him again, and not till she had closed the door behind her did she learn how bitter was this renunciation. Finding her luggage at the station, she saw it labelled, and took her seat in the train. Just as it was about to start Willie had sauntered up. "Oh. You are, Joan Haste," he said. "I thought that you would be following your box, so I've just dropped round to say goodbye to you." "Goodbye, Joan. I hope that you will have a pleasant time up in London. Let me know your address, and I shouldn't wonder if I looked you up there one day, for somehow I don't feel as though there were room for another smart young man in Bradmouth, and the old place won't seem the same without you." Perhaps, if you ain't going to marry him after all, and Willie jerked his red head in the direction of Rosham, if you'll have the patience to wait a year or two, we might set up together yonder in the grocery line, you impudent young monkey," said Joan, laughing in spite of herself, and then the train steamed off, leaving Master Willie on the platform, kissing his hand in the direction of her carriage. On arriving at Liverpool Street, Joan took a cab and directed the man to Kent Street, Paddington, whither she came after a drive that seemed interminable. Kent Street, Paddington, was a shabby little place in the neighborhood of the Edgware Road. The street itself ended in a cul-de-sac, a recommendation to the lover of quiet, as of course no traffic could pass through it, but, probably on this account, it was the happy hunting ground of hundreds of dirty children, whose shrill voices echoed through it from dawn to dark, as they played and fought and screamed. The houses were tall, and covered with a dingy stucco, here and there had peeled away in flakes, exposing patches of yellow brick. The doors were much in need of paint, some of the area railings were broken, and the window curtains for the most part presented the appearance of having been dried in a coal cellar. Indeed, the general squalor and the stuffy odors of the place filled Joan's heart with dismay, for she had never before visited the poorer quarters of a large town. "Are you sure that this is Kent Street, Paddington?" she asked feebly of the driver. "If you don't believe me, miss, look for yourself," he answered gruffly, pointing to the corner of a house upon which the name was painted. "Number 13, you said, didn't you? Well, here it is, and here's your box," he added, bumping her luggage down upon the steps, "and my fare is 3 and 6, please." Joan paid the 3 and 6pence, and the sulky cabman drove off, yelling at the children in front of get out of the way of his horse, and lashing with his whip at those who clung behind. Left to herself, Joan pulled the bell and waited. Nobody came, so she pulled it again, and yet a third time, after which she discovered that it was broken, and there being no knocker, was reduced to rapping on the door with the handle of her umbrella. Presently it was opened with great violence, and a sour-faced slattern with a red nose asked shrilly, "Who the dickens are you, that you come banging at the door to bits? This ain't the Alhambra, my fine miss. Don't you make no mistake, my name is Haste," said Joan humbly, "and I have come here to lodge." "Then you'd better haste out of this, for you won't lodge here." And the vixen prepared to slam the door. "Does not Mrs. Thomas live here?" asked Joan desperately. "No, she don't. Mrs. Thomas was sold up 3 days ago, and you'll find her in the Marylebone workhouse, I believe. I am the caretaker. Now take that box off those steps, and cut it sharp, or I'll send for the policeman." And before Joan could say another word the door was shut in her face. She turned round in despair. Where was she to go, and what could she do in this horrible place? By now a crowd had collected about her, composed largely of dirty children and dreadful blear-eyed men in very wide-skirted tattered coats, who made audible remarks about her personal appearance. "Now then," screamed the vixen from the area, "will you take them things off the steps?" Thus adjured, Joan made a desperate effort to lift the box, but she was weak with agitation and could not stir it. "Carry your things for you, miss," said one creature in a raucous whisper. "Don't you mind him, miss," put in another, "he's a blooming area sneak, he is. You give 'em me." "Hello, Molly, does your mother know you're out?" asked a painted-faced slut, who evidently had taken more to drink than was good for her, and so forth. For a few moments Joan bore it. Then she sank down upon the box and began to weep, a sight that touched the better feelings of some of the men, for one of them offered to punch the blooming ear of anybody who annoyed her. It was at this juncture that Joan, chancing to look up, saw a little pale-faced, straw-colored woman, who was neatly dressed in black, pushing her way through the crowd towards her. "What is the matter, my dear?" said the little woman, in a small and gentle voice. "I have come from the country here to lodge," answered Joan, choking back her tears, "and there's nobody in the house except that dreadful person, and I don't know where to go." The little woman shook her head doubtfully, and at that moment once more the fiend in the area yelled aloud, "If you don't get off them steps I'll come and put you off. I'm caretaker here, and I'll show you." "Oh, what can I do?" said Joan, wringing her hands. The sight of her distress seemed to overcome the scruples of the little woman. At any rate she made one of the loafers lift the box and bring it across the street. "Now, my dear, take your bag and your umbrella, and follow me." Joan obeyed with joy. Just then she would have followed her worst enemy anywhere. Also her new friend's face inspired her with confidence. On the other side of the street the little woman opened the door of a house. It was number 8 with a latchkey, and Joan noticed that on it was a brass plate inscribed "Mrs. Bird, dressmaker." "Go in," she said. "No, I will settle with the man, he will cheat you." She went in, and found herself in a tiny passage of spotless cleanliness, and, her luggage having been set down beside her, the door was closed, and the crowd which had accompanied them across the street melted away. "Oh. Thank you," said Joan. "What do I owe you?" "Threepence, my dear, it is a penny too much," but I could not stop to argue with the man. Joan fumbled in her pocket and found the threepence. "Thank you, my dear. I am glad to see that you pay your debts so readily. It is a good sign, but, alas, appearances are often deceptive," and her hostess led the way into a small parlor, beautifully neat and well kept. "Sit down," said the little woman, lifting a dress that she was in process of making from a chair which she offered to Joan, "and take a cup of tea. I was just going to have some myself. Bobby, will you be quiet?" This last remark was addressed to a canary, which was singing at the top of its voice in a cage that hung in the window. "I am afraid that you find him rather shrill," she went on, nodding towards the canary, "but I have so much to do with silence that I don't mind the noise." "Not at all, I like birds," said Joan. "I am glad of that, my dear, for my name is Bird." "Quite a coincidence, isn't it not? But what coincidences are deceptive things. And now, here is your tea." Joan took the tea and drank it thankfully, while Mrs. Bird watched her. "My dear, you are very handsome," she said at length, "if you will forgive me for making a personal remark. Dreadfully handsome. I am sure that, being so handsome, you cannot be happy, since God does not give us everything, and I only hope that you are good. You look good, or I should not have come to help you just now, but it is impossible to put any trust in appearances." "I am afraid that I am neither very happy nor very good," answered Joan. "But I am most grateful to you. I have come up from the country to look for work, and I want to find a decent lodging. Perhaps you can help me, for I have never been to London before, and do not know where to go." "My name is Joan Haste. Perhaps I can, and perhaps I can't," said Mrs. Bird. "It depends. Yours is a very strange story, and I am not sure that I believe it. It is not usual for beautiful young women like you to wander to London in this kind of way, that is, if they are respectable." "How am I to know that you are respectable?" "That you look respectable does not prove you to be so. Do your friends know that you have come here, or have you perhaps run away from home?" "I hope that I am respectable," answered Joan meekly, "and some of my friends know about my coming. Then they should have made better arrangements for you. That house to which you were going was not respectable. It is a mercy that it was shut up." "Not respectable," said Joan. "Surely Mr. Levenger could never have been so wicked," she added to herself. "Number it used to be a while ago, then there were none but very decent people there, but recently the woman, Mrs. Thomas, took to drink, and that was why she was sold up." "Indeed," said Joan. "I suppose that my friend did not know. I fancy it is some years since he was acquainted with the house." "Your friend? What sort of friend?" said Mrs. Bird suspiciously. "Well, he is a kind of guardian of mine." "Then he ought to have known better than to have sent you to a house without making further inquiries. This world is a changeable place, nothing changes in it more quickly than lodging houses, at any rate in Kent Street." "So it seems," answered Joan sadly, "but now, what am I to do?" "I don't know, Miss Haste. I think you said Haste was your name, although," she added nervously, sweeping off her lap some crumbs of the bread and butter that she had been eating, "if I was quite sure that you are respectable I might be able to make a suggestion." "What suggestion, Mrs. Bird?" "Well, I have 2 rooms to let here. My last lodger, a most estimable man, and a very clever one too. He was an accountant. My dear died in them a fortnight ago, and was carried out last Friday, but then, you see, it is not everybody that would suit me as a tenant, and there are many people whom I might not suit. There are 3 questions to be considered: the question of character, the question of rent, and the question of surroundings. Now, as to the question of character, I have a certificate," broke in Joan mildly, as she produced a document that she had procured from Mr. Biggin, the clergyman at Bradmouth. Mrs. Bird put on a pair of spectacles and perused it carefully. "Satisfactory," she said, "very satisfactory, presuming it to be genuine, though, mind you, I have known even clergymen to be deceived. Now, would you like to see my references?" "No, thank you, not at all," said Joan. "I am quite sure that you are respectable. How can you be sure of anything of the sort?" "Well, we will pass over that and come to the rent. My notion of rent for the double-furnished room on the first floor, including breakfast, coals, and all extras, is 8 shillings and 6pence a week. The late accountant used to pay 10 and 6, but for a woman I take off 2 shillings, not but what I think, from the look of you, that you would eat more breakfast than the late accountant did." "That seems very reasonable," said Joan. "I should be very glad to pay that." "Yes, my dear, you might be very glad to pay it. But you will excuse me for saying that the desire does not prove the ability. How am I to know that you would pay? I have plenty of money, answered Joan wearily. I can give you a month's rent in advance, if you like. Plenty of money, said the little woman, holding up her hands in amazement, and that very striking appearance. And yet you wander about the world in this fashion. Really, my dear, I do not know what to make of you. For the matter of that, Mrs. Bird, I do not quite know what to make of myself. But shall we get on with the business ? Because, you see, if we do not come to an agreement, I must search elsewhere. What was it you said about surroundings? That reminds me, answered Mrs. Bird, before I go a step further I must consult my 2 babies. Now, do you move your chair a little, and sit so? Thank you, that will do. And she trotted off through some folding doors, one of which she left carefully ajar. Joan could not in the least understand what this odd little person was driving at, nor who her 2 babies might be, so she sat still and waited. Presently, from the other side of the door, there came a sound as though several people were clapping their hands and snapping their fingers. A pause followed, and the door was pushed a little further open, apparently that those on the farther side might look into the room where she was sitting. Then there was more clapping and snapping, and presently Mrs. Bird re-entered with a smile upon her kind little face. They like you, my dear, she said, nodding her head both of them. Indeed, Sal says that she would much prefer you as a lodger to the late accountant. They? Who? Asked Joan. Well, my dear, when I spoke of surroundings you may have guessed that mine were peculiar, and so they are very peculiar, though harmless. The people in the next room are my husband and my daughter. He is paralytic, and they are both of them deaf and dumb. Oh, how sad, said Joan. Yes, it is sad, but it might have been much sadder, for I assure you they are not at all unhappy. Now, if I had not married Jim it would have been otherwise, for then he must have gone to the workhouse, or at the best into a home, and of course there would have been no Sal to love us both. But come in, and you shall be introduced to them. And Mrs. Bird lit a candle and led the way into the small dark room. Here Joan saw a curious sight. Seated in an armchair, his withered legs supported on a footstool, was an enormous man of about 40, with flaxen hair and beard, mild blue eyes, and a face like an infant's, that wore a perpetual smile. Sometimes the smile was more and sometimes it was less, but it was always there. Standing by his side was a sweet and delicate-faced little girl of about 12. Her eyes also were blue and her hair flaxen, but her face was alight with so much fire and intelligence that Joan found it hard to believe that she could be deaf and dumb. Mrs. Bird pointed to her, and struck her hands together this way and that so swiftly that Joan could scarcely follow their movements, whereon the 2 of them nodded vigorously in answer, and Sal, advancing, held out her hand in greeting. Joan shook it, and was led by her to where Mr. Bird was sitting, with his arm also outstretched. There, my dear, now you are introduced, said Mrs. Bird. This is my family. I have supported them for many, many years, thanks be to God, and I hope that I have managed that, if I should die before them, there will be no need for them to go to the workhouse, so you see I have much to be grateful for. Though they are deaf and dumb, you must not think them stupid, for they can do lots of things, read and write and carve. Oh, we are a very happy family, I can assure you, though at times I want somebody to talk to, and that is one of the reasons why I like to have a lodger. Not that the late accountant was much use in that respect, for he was a very gloomy man, though right-thinking. And now that you have seen the surroundings, do you think that you would wish to stay here for a week on trial? I should like nothing better, answered Joan. Very well, then. Will you come upstairs and see your rooms and wash your hands for supper? I will call the girl, Maria, to help you carry up the box. Presently Maria arrived. She was a strong, awkward-looking damsel of 15, a working house girl, Mrs. Bird explained, but, like everything else in that house, scrupulously clean in appearance. With her assistance the box was dragged upon the narrow stairs, and Joan found herself in the apartments of the late accountant. They were neat little rooms, separated from each other by double doors, and furnished with a horsehair sofa, a round deal table with a stained top, and some old chairs with curly backs and rep-covered seats. They look a little untidy, said Mrs. Bird, eyeing these chairs. The fact is that the late accountant was a careless man, and often upset his coffee over them. However, I will run you up some chintz covers in no time, and for the sofa too if you like. And now do you think that the rooms will do? You see here is a good cupboard and a chest of drawers. Very nicely, thank you, answered Joan. I never expected a sitting room all to myself. I am glad that you are pleased. And now I will leave you. Supper will be ready in half an hour, fried eggs and bacon and bread and butter. but if you like anything else I dare say that I can get it for you." Joan hastened to assure her that eggs and bacon were her favorite food, and, having satisfied herself that there was water in the jug and a clean towel, Mrs. Bird departed, leaving her to unpack. Half an hour later Joan went down and partook of the eggs and bacon. It was an odd meal, with a deaf and dumb child pouring out the tea, a deaf and dumb giant smiling at her perpetually across the table, and her little hostess attending to them all, and keeping up a double fire of conversation, one with her lips for Joan's benefit, and one with her head and hands for that of her two babies. After supper the things were cleared away, and having first inquired whether Joan objected to the smell of smoke, Mrs. Bird filled a large china pipe for her husband, and brought him some queer-shaped tools, with which he began to carve the head of a walking stick. "I told you that he was very clever," she said. "Do you know, he sometimes makes as much as 4 shillings a week. He gives me the money, and thinks that I spend it, but I don't, not a farthing. I put it all into the savings bank for him and Sally. There is nearly £40 there on that account alone. There. Do you know what he is saying?" Joan shook her head. "He says that he is going to carve a likeness of you. He thinks that you have a beautiful head for a walking stick. Oh, don't be afraid, he will do it capitally. Look, here is the late accountant. I keep it in memory of him," and Mrs. Bird produced a holly stick, on the knob of which appeared a dismal, but most lifelike, countenance. "He wasn't very handsome," said Joan. "No, he wasn't handsome, only right thinking, and that is why Jim would like to carve you, because you see you are handsome, though whether or no you are right thinking remains to be proved." Joan smiled. There was something very quaint about the little lady. "I hope that Mr. Bird does not want me to sit to him tonight," she said, "for, do you know, I am dreadfully tired, and I think that I will go to bed." "No, no, he will only make a beginning tonight, perhaps of 2 or 3 sticks, and afterwards he will study you. You will be much better for some sleep after your journey, though you have not yet told me where you came from," and she shook her straw-colored head doubtfully. Joan made no answer, not feeling inclined to submit herself to cross-examination at the moment, but, going round the table, she shook hands with Mr. Bird and with Sally, who had been watching her all the evening and now put up her face to be kissed in a way that quite won Joan's heart. "That shows that Sally likes you," said Mrs. Bird, in a gratified voice, "and if Sally likes you I shall too, for she is never wrong about people. And now good night, my dear. We breakfast at 7:30. First I read some prayers if you would like to attend them. I read, and my 2 babies follow in a book. Be sure you put your light out." Joan stumbled upstairs, and, too tired even for thought, was soon in bed. Beneath her she could hear a clapping and cracking of fingers, which told her that she was being vigorously discussed by the Bird family after their own strange fashion, and to this queer lullaby she went to sleep. Chapter 24 Messrs. Black and Parker. Joan slept well that night, and woke to find the sunlight streaming in at her window. Coming down to the sitting room at 7:15, she saw that, early as it was, it had been swept and garnished and the breakfast laid. "Good morning, my dear," said Mrs. Bird. "I am glad to see that you are an early riser. I suppose it is a habit which you bring with you from the country." It was not so with the late accountant, who would never breakfast till 9 if he could help it, and on Sundays not till 10, but I think that an affection of the liver from which he suffered made him sleepy. "And now I am going to have prayers. Maria, come to prayers." Maria shuffled in, obedient, and diving into the back room reappeared wheeling her master before her, who, as he came, smiled sweetly and waved his hand in greeting to Joan. Mrs. Bird handed 2 Bibles to her husband and her daughter, pointing out the passage which was to be read with her finger. Then she gave them each a manual of prayer. These preparations finished, she began to read the chapter of the Bible aloud, and it was curious and touching to see the attention with which her deaf and dumb audience followed the words they could not hear, glancing from time to time at the motions of her lips to make sure that they were keeping pace with her. When the reading was finished, she shut the Bible and knelt down, an example that Mr. Bird could not follow, for his limbs were paralyzed. Sally, however, placed herself near Joan, making it clear to her by signs that she was to indicate by pointing each sentence as it passed her mother's lips. Prayers being over and surely family worship was never carried on under greater difficulties, breakfast followed, and then the business of the day began. Mr. Bird carved while Mrs. Bird and her daughter sewed at gowns that they were making. For a time Joan looked on helplessly, then, wearying of idleness, asked if she could not do something. "Can you sew, my dear?" said Mrs. Bird. "Pretty well," she answered, "but not like you. That is scarcely wonderful, considering that I have done nothing else for more than 20 years, but here a sum seems to be run up. If you have nothing better to do, Joan took the seams and began to run them. Indeed, she ran until her back ached with stooping. "You are getting tired, my dear," said Mrs. Bird, "as I expected you would, not being accustomed to the work," and she peered at her kindly through her spectacles. "Now you had better rest a while and talk. What part of England do you come from?" "From the eastern counties," answered Joan. "Dear me. That is strange, quite a coincidence, I declare. I come from the East Coast myself. I was born at Yarmouth, though it is many and many a year since I have seen a herring boat. You see, my story is a very simple one. I was an orphan girl, for my dear father was drowned in an October gale when fishing at sea, and I came to London with a family as nursemaid. They did not treat me kindly. Even now I cannot say that they did, although I wish to be charitable, for they discharged me because I was not strong enough to do the work, and if I had not been taken in out of pity by a widow woman, a dressmaker and my predecessor in this very house, I do not know what would have become of me. My husband was her only child, and it was part of my duty, and indeed of my pleasure, to look after him in his affliction so far as I was able. Then when his mother died I married him, for I could not make up my mind to leave him alone, and this of course I must have done unless I became his wife. So you see, my dear, I took him on in the business with him, and we have been very happy ever since, so happy that sometimes I wonder why God is so good to me, who am full of faults. One sorrow we have had, it is true, though now even that seems to have become a joy. It was after Sally was born. She was a beautiful baby, and when for the first time I grew sure that she would be deaf and dumb also, I cried till I thought my heart would break, and wished that she might die. Now I see how wicked this was, and every night I thank heaven that I was not taken at my word, for then my heart would have broken indeed." And the dear little woman's eyes filled with tears as, putting her arm round the child's waist, she kissed her tenderly. There was something so beautiful in the scene that Joan almost cried in sympathy, and even Jim, who seemed to understand everything, for one moment ceased to smile, and having wiped away a tear from his round blue eye, stretched out his great arms and swept both the mother and the daughter into a confused embrace. "You say that you are full of faults," said Joan, turning her head until the three of them had recovered their composure, "but I think you are an angel. If to tend and care for those whom one loves is to be an angel, I think that we shall most of us get to heaven," she answered, shaking her head, then added, "Oh, you wretched Jim, you have broken my spectacles, the new ones." Jim, watching his wife's lip and the damaged glasses, looked so comically distressed that Joan burst out laughing, while Sally, seeing what was the matter, ran to the back room to fetch another pair. "And now, my dear," Mrs. Bird said presently, "you say that you have come to London to get work, though why you should want work if you have plenty of money I do not quite understand. What kind of employment do you wish to take? For my part one cannot think, for, to be frank with you, my dear, you seem too much of a lady for most things. I thought," said Joan diffidently, "that I might perhaps get a situation as one of those girls in shops whom they use to hang cloaks on for the approval of customers. You see, I am tall, and I am not clever enough to teach, so I know nothing else for which I should be fit." Mrs. Bird shook her head. "I dare say that you might come by such employment, my dear, but I tell you at once that I do not approve of it. I know something of the wickedness of London, and I think that this sort of occupation puts too many temptations in the way of a young lady like you, who are so beautiful, and do not seem to have any home ties to keep your thoughts from them. We are most of us weak, remember, and flattery, and promises, and grand presents, all of which would be offered to you, are very nice things. I am not afraid of such temptations, Mrs. Bird," Joan answered, with a sad confidence that at once attracted the quick little woman's attention. "Now, when a person tells me that she is not afraid of a thing," she said, glancing at her, "I conclude that she is either totally without experience and foolhardy, or that, having won the experience and passed through the fire, she no longer fears a danger which she has overcome, or." And she stopped. This vein of speculative reflection did not seem to recommend itself to Joan. At any rate she changed the subject. "You have twice called me a lady, Mrs. Bird," she said, "but I must tell you that I am nothing of the sort. Who my father was I don't even know, though I believe him to have been a gentleman, and my mother was the daughter of a yeoman farmer." "Married?" asked Mrs. Bird interrogatively. Joan shook her head. "Ah, I understand," said Mrs. Bird, "that is partly why I left home," explained Joan, meaning Bradmouth. "Don't look surprised, my dear. I saw the name on the clergyman's testimonial, and also on your box. Yes, Bradmouth. I lived there with an aunt, and everybody looked down upon me because of my position. That was very wicked of them. But did they begin to look down upon you all at once, or had you, perhaps, some other reason for coming away?" I suppose your aunt knew that you were coming? No, she did not know. We do not get on together, and I thought it best not to tell her. Also, she wanted me to marry somebody whom I dislike. Because there is somebody else whom you do like, I suppose, my dear. Well, it is no affair of mine. But if you will not think me impertinent, where then do you get your money from? A gentleman, exclaimed Mrs. Bird, dropping her work in horror. Oh. No, not that, said Joan, blushing. He is a kind of guardian, a friend of my father's, I believe. At any rate he has paid for me all these years, and says that he will allow me £5 a month, though I would rather earn my own living if possible. A friend of your father's? What a strange story. I suppose that he is not your father, my dear? My father, said Joan, opening her eyes wide in amazement. Mr. Levenger, my father? Of course not. Why, if he were, would he have treated me like a stranger all my life? It is possible, said Mrs. Bird dryly. I have heard of such things. Oh no. He is not bad enough for that. In fact, he is very good and kind. He knew that I was coming away, and gave me £25 to start on, and he told me himself that he was left my trustee by my father, who is dead, but whose name he was bound not to reveal. Indeed, answered Mrs. Bird, pursing up her lips. And now I must go and see about the dinner. As it happens, I do work for some of the big shops, and I will inquire if there is any situation vacant that might suit you. Look, Jim wants you to turn your head a little, so that he can see your nose. Is he not making a beautiful likeness? And, nodding affectionately to her husband, she left the room. Once outside the door, Mrs. Bird stood still and reflected. There is a mystery about that girl, she thought, and she has not told me all her story. She has left out the love affair. I could see it in her face. Now, if I were wise, I should send her about her business without more words, but, somehow, I cannot find the heart to do it. I suppose it is because she is so beautiful, and seems so sad and friendless, and after all it is one's duty to help those who are placed thus, yes, even if they have not been quite respectable, though of course I have no right to suppose that she has not. No, I cannot turn her away. To do so might be to bring her to ruin, and that would be a dreadful thing to have upon one's mind. But I do not think much of that guardian of hers, Mr. Levenger she called him, who can send such a lovely girl to take her chance in London without providing her with a proper home. It looks almost as if he wished to be rid of her. Altogether it is a very strange story. I must say that it interests me, but then curiosity always was one of my sins, and I have not conquered it yet. And again shaking her head, this time at the thought of her own depravity, Mrs. Bird made her way to the kitchen. After dinner was over she announced to Joan that they were all going out for a walk in the park, and asked her if she would like to accompany them. Joan, of course, was delighted, for already she began to feel a want of the fresh air to which she was accustomed, but as she accepted she looked inquiringly at Mr. Bird. Ah, my dear, said his wife, you are wondering how he can come out walking when his legs are crippled. Well, presently you shall see. Now go and put on your hat. By the time that Joan was ready she found that a long wheelchair, which she had noticed standing in the passage, had been run into the sitting room, and into this chair Mr. Bird shifted himself with marvelous agility by the help of his muscular arms, nodding and smiling at Joan the while. How on earth will they get it down the steps? She wondered. Soon the mystery was solved, for, the front door having been opened, Sally appeared with 3 grooved boards which reached from the lintel to the pavement. The 3 wheels of the chair having been set in the grooves, Mr. Bird grasped the iron railings on either side of the steps, and, smiling triumphantly, launched himself with much dignity into the street. There, my dear, said Mrs. Bird, while Sally replaced the boards in the passage and shut the door. Necessity is the mother of invention. Quite clever, isn't it? But we have other contrivances that are even cleverer. Then they started, Mr. Bird guiding himself, while Sally and Mrs. Bird, who was arrayed in a prim little bonnet and mantle, pushed behind. Joan offered to assist, but was not allowed this honor because of her inexperience of the streets, at any rate until they reached the park. So she walked by the side of the chair, wondering at the shops and the noise and bustle of the Edgware Road. Presently they came to the corner opposite the Marble Arch, where, as usual, the wide roadway was blocked with traffic. How will they ever get across there? Thought Joan. It frightens me to look at it, but it did not frighten Mrs. Bird and her family, who, without a moment's hesitation, plunged into the thick of it, calling to Joan to keep close to them. It was really wonderful to see the skill with which the transit was accomplished. Cabs, omnibuses and carriages bore down upon them from all directions, but the Bird family were not dismayed. Here and there the chair headed, now passing under the nose of a horse and now grazing the wheel of a cab, till at length it arrived safely at the farther pavement. Joan was not so fortunate, however. About halfway across she lost her head, and, having been nearly knocked down by the pole of an omnibus, stood bewildered till a policeman seized her by the arm and dragged her into safety. "You see, my dear," said Mrs. Bird, "although you are so strong, you are not quite competent to wheel Jim at present. First you must learn to look after yourself." Then they went for their walk in the park, which Joan enjoyed, for it was all new to her, especially when she was allowed to push the precious chair, and return to Kent Street in time for tea. The rest of the afternoon and evening passed like those of the previous day, and the morrow was as the yesterday had been. Indeed, there was little variety in the routine of the Bird ménage, so little that Joan soon began to wonder how they distinguished 1 month or 1 year from another. Few customers came to the house, for most of the dressmaking was put out to Mrs. Bird by the managers of large shops, who had confidence in her, and were not afraid to trust her with costly materials, which she made up, generally into skirts, and took back in the evenings. So it came about that all day long Mrs. Bird and Sally sewed, while Jim carved endless walking sticks, and Joan sat by giving such help as she could, now listening to her hostess's good-natured chatter and now to the shrill song of the canary. At first, after all that she had gone through, this mode of life was a rest to her. It was delightful to be obliged neither to think nor to work unless she so wished. It was delightful to know that she was beyond the reach of Samuel Rock, and could not be harried by the coarse tongue of Mrs. Gillingwater or by the gossip of her neighbors. The atmosphere of goodness in which she lived was very soothing also. It was a new thing for Joan to pass her days where there was no hate, no passion, no jealousy, and no violence where, on the contrary, charity and loving-kindness reigned supreme. Soon she grew very fond of little Mrs. Bird, as, indeed, anybody must have done who had the good fortune to know her, and began to share her adoration of the 2 babies, the great patient creature who faced his infirmities with a perpetual smile, and the sweet child from whom love seemed to radiate. But after a while, as her body and mind shook off their weariness, these things began to pall. She longed for work, for anything that would enable her to escape from her own thoughts, and as yet no work was forthcoming. At times, tiring of Jim's smile as he hewed out libelous likenesses of herself upon his walking sticks, and of the trilling of the canary, she would seek refuge in her own sitting room, where she read and reread the books that Henry had given her, and at times, longing for air, she would escape from the stuffy little house to the park, to walk up and down till she grew weary, an amusement which she found had its drawbacks. At last, when she had been a fortnight in Kent Street, she asked Mrs. Bird if there was any prospect of getting employment. "My dear," was the answer, "I have inquired everywhere, and as yet without success. Tonight I am taking this skirt back to Messrs. Black and Parker, in Oxford Street, and I will ask their manager, who is quite a friend of mine, if he has an opening. Failing this, I think you had better advertise, for I see that you are getting tired of doing nothing, and I do not wonder at it, though you should be most thankful that you can afford to live without work, seeing that many people in your position would now be reduced to starvation." That night, Mrs. Bird returned from Messrs. Black and Parker's with a radiant countenance. "My dear," she said, "there is a coincidence, quite a wonderful coincidence. The young woman at Messrs. Black and Parker's, whose business it was to fit on the cloaks in the mantle department, has suddenly been called away to nurse a sick uncle in Cornwall from whom she has expectations, and they are looking out for someone to take her place, for, as it chances, there is no one suitable for the post in their employ. I told the manager about you, and he said that I was to bring you there tomorrow morning. If they engaged you, your pay would be 18 shillings a week to begin with, which is not much, but better than nothing." Accordingly, on the following morning, having arrayed herself in her best dress, and a pretty little bonnet that she had made with the help of Sally, Joan set out for Messrs. Black and Parker's in the company of Mrs. Bird. Messrs. Black and Parker's establishment was an enormous one, having many departments. "You see, it is a first-class shop, my dear," said Mrs. Bird, glancing with veneration at the huge windows filled with chefs d'oeuvre of the milliners and other arts. "Now follow me, and don't be nervous." And she led the way through various divisions till she reached a large box built of mahogany and glass labeled manager's office. No admittance except on business. At this moment the door of the box opened, and from it issued an oiled and curled specimen of manhood, with very white hands and hair so wavy that it conveyed a suggestion of crimping tongs. His eye fell upon Joan, and he bowed obsequiously. "Can I do anything for you, madam?" he said. "We are so full this morning that I fear you are not being attended to." "She is not a customer, Mr. Waters," said Mrs. Bird, emerging from behind Joan's tall shape. "She is the young person about whom I spoke to you, who wants a situation as showwoman. Oh. Is she? Said Mr. Waters, with a complete change of manner. Then why didn't you say so at first? Well, she's a pretty girl anyway. Step in here, miss, and take off your jacket, please, so that I can see what your figure is like. Joan did as she was told, although she felt a hate of this individual swelling in her heart. Mr. Waters surveyed her critically for half a minute or more, shutting first one eye and then the other, as though to bring her better into focus. Any experience? He said laconically. I mean of business. No, sir, none, Joan answered. Ah. I see, a lady, I suppose. I am not a lady, sir, replied Joan. Ain't you? Then you imitate the article very well. Just what I feared, murmured Mrs. Bird, shaking her head. However, he went on, we can overlook that fault, but I have another doubt about you. You're too good looking. Our customers like to see their things tried on a fine figure, of course, but they don't like to see them tried on a girl who makes them look common duds beside her. Why, a 3-guinea mantle would seem a better thing on your back than a 40-pound cloak on most of them. You'd show off the goods, I dare say, but I doubt that you would frighten away custom. I thought that tall people were always wanted, hesitated Joan. Tall people, said Mr. Waters, with an admiring snigger. Just you look at yourself in this pier glass, and I think that you will see something else beside height. Now, I'll give you a bit of advice. You drop this show and go on to the stage. You'll draw there, yes, even if you can't sing or act a bit, there are hundreds who would pay to come and look at you. By George. I'm not sure that I wouldn't myself. I do not wish to go on the stage, answered Joan stiffly, and Mrs. Bird behind her murmured, no. Never. In sympathetic tones. If you think that I shall not suit, she added, I will not take up your time any longer. I didn't say that, miss. Here. And he put his head out of the door and called to a shop woman. Just give me that velvet mantle, will you? Now, miss, he said, you fancy that Mrs. Bird's a customer, and let me see you try to sell her this cloak. Joan's first impulse was to refuse, but presently a sense of the fun of the situation prevailed, and she rose to it, mincing, smiling, and praising up the garment, which she hung upon her own shoulders, bending her graceful shape this way and that to show it in various lights and attitudes, till at length Mrs. Bird exclaimed, well, I never! You're a born actress, my dear. You might have been bred to the business. I should have bought that cloak long ago. I should, though, saving your presence, Mr. Waters. I don't think it is worth the price asked. You'll do, said the manager, rubbing his hands. If only you can forget that you are a lady, and have new enough to flatter when you see that it is welcome, and that's always where ladies and their clothes are concerned. What's your name? Haste, Joan Haste. Very well, Miss Haste. Let's see, today is Saturday, so you may as well begin on Monday. Hours 9 to 7, dinner and tea provided, also black silk dress, that you put on when you come and take off when you leave. I should think that the last young ladies would fit you pretty well with a little alteration, unless you like to buy one yourself at cost price. Thank you, I think that I will buy one for myself, indeed. Well, so much the better for us. It is usual to ask for references as to character, and security, or a sum on deposit, but I understand that Mrs. Bird guarantees all that, so we will say no more about it. The wages will be 18 shillings a week for the first 6 months, and after that £1 if we are satisfied with you. Do you agree to these terms? Yes, very well, then. Good morning, there's a smart girl, reflected Mr. Waters to himself, and a real beauty too. But she's a fool for all that. She ought to go on the boards. She'd have a future there. However, it's her affair, not mine. Well, my dear, said Mrs. Bird to Joan, you got through that capitally. At first I thought that he would never engage you, but he seemed to take quite a liking to you before the end. What do you think of him? I think him odious, said Joan. Odious, my dear. What a strong term. Free and easy, if you like, but not odious. He is much better than most of them, I can tell you. Then the rest must be very bad indeed, said Joan, and continued on her way in silence. Chapter 25 I Forbid You. On the following Monday morning Joan began her career as a shop girl, to describe which in detail would be too long, however instructive it might prove. Her actual work, especially at this, the dead season of the year, was not so hard as she had expected, nor was she long in mastering her duties, but, accustomed as she had been to a country life and the fresh air, she soon found confinement for so many hours a day in the close atmosphere of the shop exceedingly irksome. From Kent Street to Messrs. Black and Parker's was but a quarter of an hour's walk, and, as Joan discovered by experiment, Without exposing herself to many annoyances, it was impossible for her to wander about the streets after dark in search of exercise. As a last resource, she was driven to rising at the peep of day and taking her walks abroad in the park so soon as the gates were open, a daily constitutional which, if wholesome, was not exhilarating, and one that could only be practiced in fine weather and while the days were long. This craving for air, however, was among the least of her troubles, for soon it became clear to her that she had no vocation for shop life. Indeed, she learned to loathe it and its surroundings. At first the humours of the business amused her a little, but very shortly she discovered that even about these there was a terrible sameness, for one cannot be perpetually entertained by the folly of old ladies trying to make themselves look young, or by the vanity of the young ones neglected by nature and attempting to supply their deficiencies with costly garments. What galled her chiefly, however, were the attentions with which she was honoured by the young men of the establishment. Worst of all, the oiled and curled Mr. Waters singled her out as the object of his especial admiration, till at length she lost her temper, and answered him in such a fashion as to check his advances once and for all. He left her muttering, "You shall pay for that," and he kept his word, for thenceforth her life was made a misery to her, and it seemed that she could do nothing right. As it chanced, he could not actually discharge her, for Joan had attracted the favourable notice of one of the owners of the business, who, when Mr. Waters made some trumped-up complaint against her, dismissed it with a hint that he better be more careful as to his facts in future. For the rest, she had no amusements and no friends, and during all the time she spent in London she never visited a theatre or other place of entertainment. Her only recreation was to read when she could get the books, or, failing this, to sit with little Mrs. Bird in the Kent Street parlour and perfect herself in the art of conversation with the deaf and dumb. As may be imagined, such an existence did not tend to cause Joan to forget her past, or the man who is to her heart what the sun is to the world. She could renounce him, she could go away vowing that she would never see him more, but to live without him, and especially to live such a life as hers, that was another matter. Moreover, as time went on, a new terror took her, that, vague in the beginning, grew week by week more definite and more dreadful. At first she could scarcely believe it, for somehow such a thing had never entered into her calculations, but soon she was forced to acknowledge it as a fact, an appalling, unalterable fact, which, as yet secret to herself, must shortly become patent to the whole world. The night that the truth came home to her without the possibility of further doubt was perhaps the most terrible which she ever spent. For some hours she thought that she must go mad. She wept, she prayed, she called upon the name of her lover, who, although he was the author of her woe, in some mysterious fashion had grown doubly dear to her, till at last sleep or insensibility brought her relief. But sleep passes with the darkness, and she awoke to find this new spectre standing by her bedside and to know that there it must always stand till the end came. All that day she went about her work dazed by her secret agony of mind, but in the evening her senses seemed to come back to her, bringing with them new and acuter suffering. Where was she to go and what was she to do, she who had no friend in the wide world, or at least none in whom she could confide? Soon they would turn her out upon the streets, even the Bird family would shrink from her as though she had a leprosy. Would it not be better to end it at once, and herself with it? Abandoning her usual custom, Joan did not return home, but wandered about London heedless of the stares and insults of the passers-by, till at length she came to Westminster Bridge. She had not meant to come there indeed, she did not know the way, but the river had drawn her to its brink, as it has drawn so many an unfortunate before her. For beneath those dim and swirling waters she could escape her shame and find peace, or at least take it to a region beyond all familiar things, whereof the miseries and unrest would not be those of the earth, even if they surpassed them. Twice she crossed the bridge, once she tore herself away, walking for a while along the embankment, then she returned to it again, brought back by the irresistible attraction of the darkling river. Now she thought that she would do it, and now her hand was on the parapet. She was quite alone for the moment, there were none to stop her, alone with her fear and fate. Yes, she would do it, but oh! What of Henry? Had she a right to make him a murderer? Had she the right to be the murderess of his child? What would he say when he heard, and what would he think? After all, why should she kill herself? Was it so wicked to become a mother? According to religion and custom, yes, that is, such a mother as she would be, but how about nature? As for the sin, she could not help it. It was done, and she must suffer for it. She had broken the law of God, and doubtless God would exact retribution from her. Indeed, already he was exacting it. At least she might plead that she loved this man, and there were many married women who could bear their children without shame, and could not say as much. Yet they were virtuous and she was an outcast, that was the rule. Well, what did it matter to her? They could not put her in prison. and she had no name to lose. Why should she kill herself? Why should she not bear her baby and love it for its father's sake and its own? Now she came to think of it, there was nothing that she would like better. Doubtless there would be difficulties and troubles, but she was answerable to no one. However much she might be ashamed of herself, there were none to be ashamed of her, and therefore it was a mere question of pounds, shillings, and pence. She could get these from Mr. Levenger, or, failing him, from Henry. He would not leave her to starve, or his child either. She knew him too well for that. What a fool she had been. Had she not come to her senses, by now she would be floating on that river or lying in the mud at the bottom of it. Well, she had done with it, and so she might as well go home. The future and the wrath of heaven she must face, that was all. She had sown, and she must reap, as we always do. Accordingly she hailed a passing hansom and told the driver to take her to the Marble Arch, for she was too weary to walk. Moreover, she did not know the road. It was 10 o'clock when she reached Kent Street. "My dear," said Mrs. Bird, "how flushed you look. Where have you been? We were all getting quite anxious about you." "I have been walking," answered Joan. "I could not stand the heat of that shop any longer, and I felt as though I must get some exercise or faint." "I do not think that young women ought to walk about the streets by themselves at night," said Mrs. Bird, reprovingly. "If you were so very anxious for exercise, I dare say that I could have managed to accompany you. Have you had supper?" "No, and I don't want any. I think that I will go to bed. I am tired." "You will certainly not go to bed, Joan, until you have had something to eat. I don't know what has come to you." "I don't indeed." So Joan was forced to sit down and go through the farce of swallowing some food, while Sally ministered to her, and Jim, perceiving that something was wrong, smiled sympathetically across the table. How she got through the meal she never quite knew, for her mind was somewhat of a blank, though she could not help wondering vaguely what these good people would say, could they become aware that within the last hour she had been leaning on the parapet of Westminster Bridge purposing to cast herself into the Thames. Next morning Joan went to her work as usual. All day long she stood in the shop attending to her duties, but it seemed to her as though she had changed her identity, as though she were not Joan Haste, but a different woman, whom as yet she could not understand. Once before she had suffered this fancied change of self, on that night when she lay in the churchyard clasping Henry's shattered body to her breast, and now again it was with her. That was the hour when she had passed from the regions of her careless girlhood into love's field of thorns and flowers, the hour of dim and happy dream. This, the second and completer change, came upon her in the hour of awakening, and though the thorns still pierced her soul, behold, the red bloom she had gathered was become a bitter fruit, a very apple of Sodom, a fruit of the tree of sinful knowledge that she must taste of and the wilderness which she had won. Love had been with her in the field, and still he was with her in the desert, but oh, how different his aspect. Then he was bright and winged and beautiful, with lips of honey, and a voice of promise murmuring many a new and happy word. Now he appeared terrible and stern, and spoke of sin, of sorrow, and of shame. Then also her lover had been at her side. Now she was utterly alone, alone with the accusing angel of her conscience, and in this solitude she must suffer, with no voice to cheer her and no hand to help. From the hour of their parting she had longed for him, and desired the comfort of his presence. How much more, then, did she long for him now? Soon indeed this craving swallowed up every other need of her nature, and became a physical anguish that, like some deadly sickness, ended in the conquest of her mind and body. Joan fought against it bravely, for she knew what submission meant. It meant that she would involve Henry in her own ruin. She remembered well what he had said about marrying her, the tale which she had heard as to his refusing to become engaged to Miss Levenger on the ground that he considered himself to be already bound to her. If she told him of her sore distress, would he not act upon these declarations? Would he not insist upon making her his wife, and could she find the strength to refuse his sacrifice? Beyond the barrier that she herself had built between them were peace and love and honor for her. But what was there for him? If once those bars were down and she could break them with a touch, she would be saved indeed, but Henry must be lost. She was acquainted with the position of his affairs, and aware that the question was not one of a mésalliance only. If he married her, he would be ruined socially and financially in such a fashion that he could never lift up his head again. Of course, even in present circumstances it was not necessary that he should marry her, especially as she would never ask it of him, but if once they met, if once they corresponded even, as she knew well, the whole trouble would begin afresh, and at least there would be an end of his prospects with Miss Levenger. No, no, whatever happened, however great her sufferings, her first duty was silence. Another week went by, leaving her resolution unchanged, but now her health began to fail beneath the constant strain of her anxieties, and a physical languor that rendered her unfit for long hours of work in a heated shop. Now she lacked the energy to tramp about in the park before her early breakfast. Indeed, the advance of autumn, with its rain and fogs, made such exercise impossible. Her first despair, the despair that suggested suicide, had gone by, but then so had the half-defiant mood which followed it. Whatever may have been her faults, Joan was a decent-minded woman, and one who felt her position bitterly. Never for one moment of the day or night could she be free from remorse and care, and the weight of apprehension that seemed to crush all courage out of her. Even if from time to time she could succeed in putting aside her mental troubles, their place was taken by anxieties for the future. Soon she must leave the home that sheltered her, and then where was she to go? One afternoon, about 3:30, Joan was standing in the mantle department of Messrs. Black & Parker's establishment awaiting customers. The morning has been a heavy one, for town was filling rapidly, and she felt very tired. There was, it is true, no fixed rule to prevent Messrs. Black & Parker's employees from seating themselves when not actually at work. But since a pique had begun between herself and Mr. Waters, in practice Joan found few opportunities of so doing. On 2 occasions when she ventured to rest thus for a minute, the manager had rated her harshly for indolence, and she did not care to expose herself to another such experience. Now she was standing, the very picture of weariness and melancholy, leaning upon a chair, when of a sudden she looked up and saw before her Ellen Graves and Emma Levenger. They were speaking. "Very well, dear," said Ellen, "you go and buy the gloves while I try on the mantles. I will meet you presently in the doorway." "Yes," said Emma, and went. Joan's first impulse was to fly, but flight was impossible, for with Ellen, rubbing his white hands and bowing at intervals, was Mr. Waters. "I think you asked for velvet mantles, madame. Did you not? Now, miss, the velvet mantles quick, please, those new shapes from Paris." Almost automatically, Joan obeyed, reaching down cloak after cloak to be submitted to Miss Graves's critical examination. 3 or 4 of them she put by as unsuitable. But at last one was produced that seemed to take her fancy. "I should like the young person to try on this one, please," she said. "Certainly, madame." "Now, miss, no, not that. The other. Where are your wits this afternoon?" Joan put on the garment in silence, turning herself round to display its perfections, with the vain hope that Helen's preoccupation and the gathering gloom in the shop would prevent her from being recognized. "It's very dark here," Ellen said presently. "Yes, madame, but I have ordered them to turn on the electric light. Will you be seated for a moment, madam?" Ellen took a chair, and began chatting with the manager about the advantages of the employment of electricity in preference to gas in shops, while Joan, with the cloak still on her shoulders, stood before them in the shadow. Just then she heard a footstep, the footstep of a lame man who was advancing towards them from the stairs, and the sound set her wondering if Henry had recovered from his lameness. Next moment she was clinging to the back of a chair to save herself from falling headlong to the floor, for the man was speaking. "Are you here, Ellen?" he said. "It is so infernally dark in this place." "Oh. You are. I met Miss Levenger below, and she told me that I should find you upstairs trying on bodices or something. One does not generally try on bodices in public, Henry." "What is the matter?" "Nothing more than usual, only I have made up my mind to go back to Rosham by the 5 o'clock train, and thought that I would come to see whether you had any message for my mother." "Oh. I understood that you were not going till Wednesday, when you could have escorted us home." "No, I have no particular message, beyond my love. You may tell her that I am getting on very well with my trousseau, and that Edward has given me the loveliest bangle." "I have to go," answered Henry. "Those confounded farms, as usual," and he sighed. "Oh. Farms," said Ellen. "I am sick of farms. I wish that the art of agriculture had never been invented. Thank goodness as the electric light sprang out with a sudden glare we can see at last. If you have a minute, stop and give me your opinion of this cloak. Taste is one of your redeeming virtues, you know." "Well, it is about all the time I have," he said, glancing at his watch. "Where's the article?" "There. Before you, on that young woman." "Oh," said Henry, "I see. Charming, I think, but a little long, isn't it? Now I'm off." At this moment for the first time Ellen saw Joan's face. She recognized her instantly. There was no possibility of mistake in that brilliant and merciless light. And what a despairing face it was. So much so, indeed, that it touched even Ellen's imagination and moved her to pity. The great brown eyes were opened wide, the lips were set apart and pale, the head was bent forward, and from beneath the rich folds of the velvet cloak the hands were a little lifted, as though in entreaty. In an instant Ellen grasped the facts. Joan Haste had seen Henry, and was about to speak to him. Trying as was the situation, Ellen proved herself its mistress, as she had need to do, for an instinct warned her that if once these two recognized each other incalculable trouble must result. With a sudden movement she threw herself between them. "Very well, dear," she said, "goodbye. You had better be going, or you will miss the train." "All right," answered Henry, "there is no such desperate hurry. Let me have another look at the cloak." "You will have plenty of opportunities of doing that," Ellen said carelessly. "I have settled to buy it." "Why, here comes Emma. I suppose that she is tired of waiting." Henry turned and began to walk down the stairs. Joan saw that he was going, and made an involuntary movement as though to follow him, but Ellen was too quick for her. Stepping swiftly to one side, she spoke, or rather whispered into her ear. "Go back, I forbid you." Joan stopped bewildered, and in another moment Henry had spoken some civil words to Emma and was gone. "Will you be so good as to send the cloak with the other things?" said Ellen to Mr. Waters. "Come, Emma, we must be going, or we shall be late for the at-home," and, followed by the bowing manager, she left. "Oh, my God," murmured Joan, putting her hands to her face. "Oh, my God. My God." Chapter 26. A Love Letter. Joan never knew how she got through the rest of that afternoon. She did not faint, but she was so utterly overcome and bewildered that she could do nothing right. 3 times Mr. Waters spoke to her, with ever-increasing harshness, and on the third occasion she answered him saying, "I am very sorry, but it is not my fault. I feel ill, let me go home." "Yes, you'd better go, miss," he said, "and so far as I am concerned you can stop there. I shall report your conduct to the proprietors, so you need not trouble to return unless you hear from me again." Joan went without a word, and so ended her life as a showwoman, for never again did she set eyes upon the establishment of Messrs. Black and Parker, or upon their estimable manager, Mr. Waters. The raw damp of the October evening revived her somewhat, but before she reached Kent Street she knew that she had not exaggerated when she said that she was ill, very ill, in body as well as in mind. The long anxiety and mental torture, culminating in the scene of that afternoon, together with confinement in the close atmosphere of the shop and other exciting causes, had broken down her health at last. Sharp pains shot through her head and limbs, she felt fever burning in her blood, and at times she trembled so violently that she could scarcely keep her feet. Sally opened the door to her with an affectionate smile, for the dumb girl had learned to worship her. But Joan went straight to her room without noticing her, and threw herself upon the bed. Presently Mrs. Bird, learning from the girl that something was wrong, came upstairs bringing a cup of tea. "What is the matter with you, my dear?" she asked. "I don't know," answered Joan. "I feel very bad in my head and all over me. Influenza, I expect," said Mrs. Bird. "There is so much of it about now. Let me help you off with your cloak and things, then drink this tea and try to go to sleep. If you are not better tomorrow morning, we shall have to send for the doctor." Joan obeyed listlessly, swallowing the tea with an effort. "Are you sure that you have nothing on your mind, my dear?" asked Mrs. Bird. "I have been watching you for a long while, and I find a great change in you. You never did seem happy from the hour that you came here, but of late you have been downright miserable." Joan laughed. The sound of that laugh gave Mrs. Bird the creeps, as she afterwards expressed it. "Anything on my mind?" "Yes, I have everything on my mind, enough to drive me mad twice over. You've been very kind to me, Mrs. Bird, and I shall never forget your goodness. But I am going to leave you tomorrow. They have dismissed me from the shop already, so before I go I may as well tell you what I am. To begin with, I am a liar, and I'm more than that, I am listen." And she bent her head forward and whispered into the little woman's ear. "Now," she added, "I don't know if you will let me stop the night in the house after that. If not, say so, and I'll be off at once. I dare say that they would take me in at a hospital, or a home, or if not there is always the Thames. I nearly threw myself into it the other day, and this time I should not change my mind." And again she laughed. "My poor child. My poor, poor child," said Mrs. Bird, wiping her eyes. "Please don't talk like that. Who am I, that I should judge you? Though it is true that I do like young women to be respectable, and so they would be if it wasn't for the men, villains. I'd just like to tear the eyes out of this wicked one, I would. First of all leads you into trouble and then deserts you." "Don't speak of him like that," said Joan. "He didn't lead me. If anything, I led him, and he didn't desert me. I ran away from him. I think that he would have married me if I had asked him, but I will have nothing to do with him." "Why, the girl must be mad," said Mrs. Bird blankly. "Is he a gentleman?" "Yes, if ever there was one, and I'm not mad. Only can't you understand that one may love a man so much that one would die rather than bring him into difficulties? There, it's a long story. But he would be ruined were he to marry me. There's another girl whom he ought to marry, a lady. He would be ruined, indeed. And what will you be, pray? I don't know, and I don't care, dead, I hope, for long. Oh. And she wrung her hands piteously. I saw him in the shop this afternoon. He was quite close to me. Yes, he looked at a cloak that I was showing, and never knew me who wore it. That's what has broken me down. So long as I did not see him I could bear it, but now my heart feels as though it would burst. To think that he should have been so close to me and not have known me, oh. It is cruel, cruel, dear, dear, said Mrs. Bird. Really I feel quite upset. I am not accustomed to this sort of thing. If you will excuse me I will go and look for my salts. And now you get into bed like a good girl, and stop there. Am I not to go away, then? Asked Joan. Certainly not, at any rate not for the present. You are much too ill to go anywhere. And now there is just one thing that I should like to know, and you may as well tell it me as you have told me so much. What is this gentleman's name? I'll not tell you, answered Joan sullenly. If I told you, you would be troubling him. Besides, I have no right to give away his secrets, whatever I do with my own. Perhaps it is no such great secret after all, my dear. Say now, isn't his name Henry Graves, and doesn't he live at a place called Rosham? Who told you that? Asked Joan, springing up and standing over her. Then she remembered herself, and sat down again on the bed. No, that's not the name, she said. I never heard that name. Nobody told me, answered Mrs. Bird quietly, ignoring Joan's denial. I saw the name in those poetry books that you are so fond of, and which you lent me to read, and I saw 1 or 2 notes that you had made in them also, that's all. I've had to watch deaf and dumb people for many years, my dear, and there's nothing much like it for sharpening the wits and teaching one how to put 2 and 2 together. Also you could never hear the name of Henry without staring round and blushing, though perhaps you didn't know it yourself. Bless you, I guessed it all a month ago, though I didn't think that it was so bad as this. Oh. It's mean of you to have spied on me like that, Mrs. Bird, said Joan, giving in, but it's my fault, like everything else. Don't you fret about your faults, but just go to bed. There's a good girl. I will come back in half an hour, and if I don't find you fast asleep I shall be very angry. And she put her arms about her and kissed her on the forehead, as a mother might kiss her child. You are too kind to me, a great deal too kind, said Joan, with a sob. Nobody ever was kind to me before, except him, and that's why I feel it. When Mrs. Bird had gone, Joan undressed herself and put on a wrapper, but she did not get into bed. For a while she wandered aimlessly backwards and forwards through the doors between the 2 rooms, apparently without much knowledge of what she was doing. Some notepaper was lying on the table in the sitting room, where the gas was burning, and it caught her eye. Why shouldn't I write? She said aloud, not to him, no, but just to put down what I feel. It will be a comfort to play at writing to him, and I can tear it up afterwards. The fancy seemed to please her excited brain. At any rate she sat down and began to write rapidly, never pausing for a thought or words. She wrote : my darling, of course I have no business to call you that. But then you see this is not a real letter, and you will never get it, for I shall post it presently in the fire. I am only playing at writing to you. Henry, my darling, my lover, my husband, you can see now that I am playing, or I shouldn't call you that, should I ? I am very ill. I think that I am going to die, and I hope that I shall die quickly, and melt away into nothingness, to be blown about the world with the wind, or perhaps to bloom in a flower on my own grave, a flower for you to pick, my own. Henry, I saw you this afternoon. I wore that cloak your sister was choosing, and I think that I should have spoken to you, only she forbade me, and looked so fierce that she frightened me. Wasn't it strange? It makes me laugh now, though I could have cried then to think of my standing there before you with that mantle on my shoulders, and of your looking at it, and taking no more notice of me than if I were a dressmaker's shape. Perhaps that is what you took me for, and oh, I wish I was, for then I couldn't feel. But I haven't told you my secret yet, and perhaps you would like to know it. I am going to have a child, Henry, a child with big blue eyes, like yours. I was ashamed about it at first, and it frightened me. I used to dream at nights that everybody I knew was hunting me through the streets, pointing and gibbering at me, with my aunt, Mrs. Gillingwater, at the head of them. Now I'm not ashamed anymore. I don't care, why should I? Nobody will bother because a nameless girl has a nameless baby, nobody except me, and I shall love it, and love it, and love it almost as much as I love you, my dear. But I forgot, I am going to die. Kiss me when I am dead, Henry. Pale lips for you to kiss, my own exclamation mark. So there will be no child after all, and that is a pity, for you won't be able to see it. If it is born at all, it will be born in heaven, or wherever poor girls who have gone wrong are sent to. I wonder what is the meaning of it, Henry. I wonder, not why I should love you, for I was bred to that, it was my birth luck, but why I should suffer so because I love you. Is it my fault, or somebody else? S question mark. I don't mean yours, dear. Or is it simply a punishment because I am wicked? Question mark. Because, if so, it seems curious. You see, if I had taken you at your word and married you, then I shouldn't have been wicked, that is, in the eyes of others, and I shouldn't have suffered. I should have been as good as all married women are, and oh, a great deal happier than most of them. But because I couldn't think of marrying you, knowing that it would be your ruin, I am wicked and I suffer. At least I can guess no other reason. Well, Henry, I don't mind suffering so long as you are happy, and I hope that you will always be happy. But I am selfish too. When I am dead, I hope that you will think of me at times, yes, and of the baby that wasn't born, and if I can, I shall try to wander into your sleep now and again, and you will see me the white-robed, and with my hair spread out for you, used to praise my hair, holding the dream baby in my arms. And at last you will die also and come to find me, not that you will need to seek. Though I am a sinner, God will be good and pitiful to me because I have endured so much, and I shall be waiting at your bedside to draw your passing spirit to my breast. Oh, I have been lonely, so dreadfully lonely. I have felt as though I stood by myself in a world where nobody understood me and everybody scorned and hated me. But I know now that this was only because I could not see you. If only I could see you, I should die happy. Oh, my darling, if only I could see you, and you were kind to me for one short hour, I would. Here Joan's letter came to an abrupt termination, for the simple reason that the agony in her head grew so sharp that she fainted for a moment, then, recovering herself, staggered to her bed, forgetting all about the disjointed and half-crazy epistle which it had been her fancy to write. A few minutes later Mrs. Bird entered the room accompanied by a doctor, not a red lamp doctor, but a very clever and rising man from the hospital, who made a rapid examination of the patient. He said, after taking her temperature, looks very like the beginnings of what you would call brain fever, though it may be only bad influenza. But I can't tell you much about it at present. What do you know of the history of the case, Mrs. Bird? She told him, and even repeated the confession that Joan had made to her. When did she say all this? He asked. About an hour and a half ago, sir. Then you must not pay too much attention to it. She is in a state of cerebral excitement with high fever, and was very likely wandering at the time. I have known people invent all sorts of strange stories under such conditions. However, it is clear that she is seriously ill, though a woman with such a splendid physique ought to pull through all right. Indeed, I do not feel anxious about her. What a beautiful girl she is, by the way. You'll sit up with her tonight, I suppose? I'll be round by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I will send you something in half an hour that I hope will keep her quiet till then. Mrs. Bird did not go to bed that night, the most of which she spent by Joan's side, leaving her now and again to rest herself a while upon the sofa in the sitting room. As she was in the act of lying down upon this sofa for the first time, her eye fell upon the written sheets of Joan's unfinished letter. She took them up and glanced at them, but seeing from its opening words that the letter was of a strictly confidential character, she put it down and tried to go to sleep. The attempt, however, was not successful, for whenever Mrs. Bird closed her eyes she saw those passionate words, and a great desire seized her to learn to whom they were addressed, and whether or no the document threw any light upon the story that Joan had told her. Now, if Mrs. Bird had a weak point, it was curiosity, and after many struggles of conscience, the end of it was, that in this instance temptation got the better of her. From time to time, glancing guiltily over her shoulder, as though she feared to see the indignant writer rise from the bed where she lay in semi-torpor, she perused the sheets from beginning to end. "Well, I never did," she said, as she finished them. "No, not in all my born days. To think of the poor girl being able to write like that, not but what it is mad enough, in all conscience, though there's a kind of sense in the madness, and plenty of feeling too. I declare I could cry over it myself for sixpence, yes, that I could with all this silly talk about a babe unborn. She seems to have thought that she is going to die, but I hope that isn't true. It would be dreadful to have her die here, like the late accountant, let alone that we are all so fond of her. Well, I know her aunt's name now, for it's in the letter, and if things go bad I shall just take the liberty to write and tell her. Yes, and I'm by no means sure that I won't write to this Mr. Graves too, just to harrow him up a bit and let him know what he has done. If he's got the feelings of a man, he'll marry her straight away after this, that is, if she's left alive to marry him. Anyhow, I'll make bold to keep this for a while, until I know which way things are going." And she placed the sheets in an envelope, which she hid in the bosom of her dress. Next morning the doctor came, as he had promised, and announced that Joan was worse, though he still declined to express any positive opinion as to the nature of her illness. Within another 24 hours, however, his doubts had vanished, and he declared it to be a severe case of brain fever. "I wish I had moved her to the hospital at once," he said, "but it is too late for that now, so you will have to do the best you can with her here. A nurse must be got, she would soon wear you out, and what is more, I dare say she will take some holding before we have done with her." "A nurse?" said Mrs. Bird, throwing up her hands. "How am I to afford all that expense?" "I don't know, but can't she afford it? Has she no friends?" "She has friends, sir, of a sort, but she seems to have run away from them, though I think that I have the address of her aunt. She's got money too, I believe, and there's someone who gives her an allowance." "Very likely, poor girl," answered the doctor dryly. "Well, I think that under the circumstances you had better examine her purse and see what she has to go on with, and then you must write to this aunt and let her know how things are. I dare say that you will not get any answer, but it's worth a penny stamp on the chance. And now I'll be witness while you count the money." Joan's purse was easily found. Indeed, it lay upon the table before them, for, notwithstanding Mr. Levenger's admonitions, she was careless, like most of her sex, as to where she put her cash. On examination it was found to contain over £15. "Well, there's plenty to go on with," said the doctor, "and when that's gone, if the relations won't do anything, I must get a sister to come in and nurse her. But I shouldn't feel justified in recommending her case to them while she has so much money in her possession." Within 3 hours the nurse arrived, a capable and kindly woman of middle age who thoroughly understood her business. As may be imagined, Mrs. Bird was glad enough to see her. Indeed, between the nursing of Joan, who by now was in a high fever and delirious, upstairs, and attending to her paralytic husband below, her strength was well nigh spent, nor could she do a stitch of the work upon which her family depended for their livelihood. That afternoon she composed a letter to Mrs. Gillingwater. It ran as follows: "Madam, you may think it strange that I should write to you, seeing that you never heard of me, and that I do not know if there is such a person as yourself, though well enough acquainted with the name of Gillingwater down Yarmouth way in my youth, but I believe, whether I am right or wrong, and if I am wrong this letter will come back to me through the post office, that you are the aunt of a girl called Joan Haste, and that you live at Bradmouth, which place I have found on the map. I write, then, to tell you that Joan Haste has been lodging with me for some months, keeping herself quiet and respectable, and working in a situation in Messrs. Black and Parker's shop in Oxford Street, which doubtless is known to you if ever you come to London. 2 nights ago she came back from her work ill, and now she lies in a high fever and quite off her head, so you see she can't tell me if you are her aunt or not. Whether she lives or dies is in the hands of God, and under him of the doctor, but he, the doctor I mean, thinks that I ought to let her relations, if she has any, know of her state, both because it is right that they should, and so that they may help her if they will. I have grown very fond of her myself, and will do all I can for her, but I am a poor woman with an invalid husband and child to look after, and must work to support the 3 of us, so that won't be much. Joan has about £15 in her purse, which will of course pay for doctor, food and nursing for a few weeks, but her illness, if things go well with her, is likely to be a long one, and if they don't, then there will be her funeral expenses to meet, for I suppose that you would wish to have her buried decent in a private grave. Joan told me that there is someone who is a kind of guardian to her and supplies her with money, so if you can do nothing yourself, perhaps you will send him this letter, as I can't write to him not knowing his address. Madame, I do hope that even if you have quarrelled with Joan, or if she hasn't behaved right to you, that you will not desert her now in her trouble, seeing that if you do and she dies, you may come to be sorry for it in after years. Trusting to hear from you. Believe me, Madame, obediently yours, Jane Bird, dressmaker, P.S. I enclose my card, and you will find my name in the London directory. When she had finished this letter, and addressed it thus: Mrs. Gillingwater, Bradmouth, please deliver at once. Mrs. Bird posted it with her own hands in the pillar box at the corner of Kent Street. Then she returned to the house and sat down to reflect as to whether or not she should write another letter, namely, the Mr. Henry Graves of Rosham, who, according to Joan's story, was the author of her trouble. enclosing in it the epistle which the girl had composed at the commencement of her delirium. Finally she decided not to do so at present, out of no consideration for the feelings of this wicked and perfidious man, but because she could not see that it would serve any useful purpose. If Joan's relations did not come forward, then it would be time enough to appeal to him for the money to nurse or to bury her. Or even if they did come forward, then she might still appeal to him, that is, if Joan recovered to save her from the results of his evil doings and her folly by making her his wife. Until these issues were decided one way or another, it seemed to Mrs. Bird, who did not lack shrewdness and a certain knowledge of the world, that it would be wisest to keep silent, more especially in view of the fact that, as the doctor had pointed out, the whole tale might be the imagining of a mind diseased. And here it may be convenient to say that some weeks went by before it was known for certain whether Joan would die or live. Once or twice she was in considerable if not in imminent danger. Moreover, after periods of distinct improvement, she twice suffered from relapses. But in the end her own splendid constitution and youth, aided by the care and skill with which she was nursed, pulled her through triumphantly. When her return to life and health was assured, Mrs. Bird again considered the question of the advisability of communicating with Henry in the interests of her patient. Chapter 27 Luck at last. On the morning after the posting of Mrs. Bird's letter, Mrs. Gillingwater was sitting at breakfast in the parlour of the Crown and Mitre, in no happy frame of mind. Things had gone very ill with her since Joan disappeared, some months previously. To begin with, the ample allowance that Mr. Levenger had been in the habit of paying for his ward's support no longer found its way into her pocket, and the sums received from that quarter were now inconsiderable, amounting indeed to a remission of rent only. Then, try as she would, she could not extract another farthing from Samuel Rock, who, in fact, had shown the very nastiest temper when she ventured to ask him for a trifle, having gone so far as to allege that she had been playing a double game with him as to Joan, and was concealing from him the secret of that young lady's whereabouts. "Look here, Mum," he had said in conclusion, "if you want money you must give value. Do you understand? At present you have had lots of money out of me, but I have had precious little value out of you. On the day that you tell me Joan's true address, there will be 25 sovereigns to go into your pocket. Look, I keep them ready," and going to a drawer he unlocked it and showed her the gold, at which Mrs. Gillingwater glared avariciously. "Yes, and on the day that I marry her there'll be 50 more to follow. Don't you be afraid but what I can afford it and will keep my word. But till I get that address you shan't have a sixpence, no, not if it was to save you from the poorhouse. I tell you, Mr. Rock, that I have no more notion where she was flitted to than a babe unborn. If anyone knows, it's old Levenger or Sir Henry, and if they know, they keep their mouths shut," said Samuel. "Well, Ma'am, you have got my answer, so now I will wish you good morning. When you can let me have that address I shall be glad to see you, but till then perhaps you'll keep clear, as it don't look well for a married woman to be always hanging about my house. Anyone with a grain of sense in his head might be pretty certain that she wasn't hanging after an oily-tongued half-bred saint like you," retorted Mrs. Gillingwater furiously. "I don't wonder that Joan never could abide you, but I don't, with your sneaking, shuffling ways, and your eye cocked round the corner. She hates the sight of you, and that's why she's run away. She hates you as much as she loves Sir Henry, and small blame to her, eh? You may turn green with jealousy if you like, but it's true for all that. She'd rather run a mile barefoot to kiss his little finger than she would be carried in a coach and four to marry you. So there, you put that in your pipe and smoke it, Mr. Rock." And she retired, slamming the office and kitchen doors behind her. When her just wrath against Samuel had subsided, Mrs. Gillingwater considered the position, and since she must get money by hook or by crook, she determined to renew her attack upon Henry, this time by letter. Accordingly she wrote a long and rambling epistle, wherein among other things she accused him of the abduction of her niece, mildly suggesting even that he had murdered her in order to hide his misdeeds. The letter ended with a threat that she would publish his true character from one end of the county to the other unless the sum of £10 was immediately forthcoming. In a few days the answer came, but on opening it Mrs. Gillingwater discovered, to her disgust and dismay, that it was from a firm of lawyers, who informed her in the most pointed language that if any further attempt was made to blackmail their client she would be prosecuted with the utmost rigor of the law. All this was bad enough, yet it was but a beginning of troubles. Since Joan's departure Mr. Gillingwater had been drunk at least twice as often as usual, as he declared in his sober moments, and with some truth, in order to console himself for the loss of Joan, who was the one human creature to whom he was attached. One of these drinking bouts culminated in his making a furious attack, in the bar of the Crown and Mitre, upon a customer who was also drunk. For this assault he was fined at the petty sessions, and on the matter coming before the bench on licensing day. His license to keep a public house, that already had been twice endorsed by the police, was taken away from him, which meant, of course, that the Crown and Mitre was closed as a place of refreshment for man and beast so long as the landlord, Mr. Levenger, chose to allow him to occupy it. No wonder, then, that on this morning of the receipt of Mrs. Bird's letter Mrs. Gillingwater was depressed in mind as she sat drinking her tea and trying to master an invitation from no less a person than Victoria, by the grace of God, etc., to attend a county court and show cause why she should not pay a certain sum of £4 3 and 9 halfpenny, with costs, for various necessaries of life bought by and duly delivered to her, the said defendant. Hearing a knock at the door, Mrs. Gillingwater threw down a summons with an expression that was more forcible than polite, having reference, indeed, to the temporal and spiritual welfare of her august sovereign and of all those who administer justice under her. Then, having looked carefully through the window to make sure that her visitor was not another bailiff or policeman, she opened the door and took her letter. "I don't know the writing," she muttered, turning it round and round suspiciously. "It may be another of those dratted summonses, or something of that sort. I've half a mind to throw it into the fire and swear that I never got it, only then that fool of a postman would give me the lie, for I took it from him myself." In the end she opened the letter and spelt through its contents with difficulty and ever-growing astonishment. "Well," she said, as she put it down, "here's some luck at last. Anyway, if that silly girl doesn't go and die, it will be hard if I don't turn an honest penny out of her, now that I know where she's got to. Samuel would pay up to learn, but it's best to let him lie a while, for I can work more out of him when she gets well again if she does. I'm off up to the old man's, for that's the safest game. He'll scarcely bow me out with this in my hand, and if I don't give him a nip or two before I'm done with him, the mean old scamp, then my fingers grow on my feet, that's all." For be it known that on 2 recent occasions when Mrs. Gillingwater called, Mr. Levenger had declared himself not to be at home, and this when she could plainly see him standing by the study window. Reaching Monk's Lodge in due course, Mrs. Gillingwater, who was not afflicted with Joan's humility, went to the front door and rang the bell boldly. Its sound disturbed Mr. Levenger from his reading, and he stepped to the window to perceive her standing on the doorstep, red and hot from her walk, and looking, as he thought, unusually large, coarse and violent. "There is that dreadful woman again," he said to himself. "I can't bear the sight of her. I wonder now if, had she lived, poor Mary would have looked like her by this time. Perhaps," and he sighed, then, opening the door, told the servant to say that he was not at home. She obeyed, and presently there arose sounds of altercation. "It ain't no use, you impudent bare-faced thing, for you to stand there lying your soul away, when I saw him with my own eyes," shrilled the rough voice of Mrs. Gillingwater. "Not at home, them's my orders," answered the girl with warmth, as she attempted to shut the door. "No, you don't, hussy," retorted the visitor, thrusting her foot between it and the jamb. "I've got some orders for you too. You go to your master and tell him that I must see him, about Joan Haste, and if he won't let me in I'll holler what I've got say outside the house." Alarmed by the violence of her antagonist, the girl retreated, and, turning presently, showed Mrs. Gillingwater into the study without a word. Here she found Mr. Levenger standing by the fire, his face white with anger. "Be seated, Mrs. Gillingwater," he said in a quiet voice, "and tell me what you mean by coming to make a disturbance here." "I mean that I want to see you, sir," she answered sullenly, "and that I won't be driven away from your door like a dog. Once for all I tell you, sir, that you'd better be careful how you treat me, for if you turn dirty on me, I'll turn dirty on you. It's only the dead that don't speak, sir, and I'm very much alive, I am." Then she paused and added threateningly, "You can't treat me as I've heard say you did another, Mr. Levenger. Have you quite done?" he asked. "Very well, then, be so good as to listen to me. You can tell nothing about me, for the best of all possible reasons, that you know nothing. On the other hand, Mrs. Gillingwater, I can, if necessary, tell something about you. Perhaps you may remember to what I refer, if not I can refresh your memory. I see that there is no need. A moment's reflection will show you that you are entirely in my power. If you dare to make any attack upon my character, or even to repeat such a disturbance as you have just caused, I will ruin you and drive you to the workhouse, where, except for me, you would have been long ago. In earnest of what I say, your husband will receive tomorrow a summons for the rent that he owes me, and a notice to quit my house. I trust that I have made myself clear." Mrs. Gillingwater knew Mr. Levenger well enough to be aware that he would keep his word if she drove him to it, and, growing frightened at the results of her own violence, she began to whimper. "You never would be so cruel as to deal with a poor woman like that, sir," she said. "If I've spoken rash and foolish, it's because I'm as full of troubles as a thistlehead with down. Yes, I'm driven mad, that's what I am. What with having lost the license, and that brute of a husband of mine always drunk, and Joan, my poor Joan, who was like a daughter to me, dying." "What did you say?" said Mr. Levenger. "Stop that snivelling, woman, and tell me." "Now you see, sir, that you would have done foolish to send me away," Mrs. Gillingwater jerked out between her simulated sobs, "with the news that I had to tell you. Not as I can understand why it should trouble you, seeing that of course the poor dear ain't nothing to you, though if it had been Sir Henry Graves that I'd gone to, it wouldn't have been surprising." "Will you tell me what you are talking about?" broke in Mr. Levenger, striking his stick upon the floor. "Come, out with it, I'm not to be trifled with." Mrs. Gillingwater glanced at him out of the corner of her eyes, wondering if it would be safe to keep up the game any longer. Coming to an adverse conclusion, she produced Mrs. Bird's letter, saying, "This is what told me about it, sir." He took, or rather snatched the letter from her hand, and read it through with eagerness. Apparently its contents moved him deeply, for he muttered, "Poor girl. To think of her being so ill. Pray heaven she may not die." Then he sat down at the table, and taking a telegram form, he filled it in as follows: "To Mrs. Bird, 8 Kent Street, London, W. Your letter to Mrs. Gillingwater received. Spare no expense. Am writing by today's post. James Levenger, Monk's Lodge, Bradmouth. Would you mind ringing the bell, Mrs. Gillingwater?" said Mr. Levenger, as he reread the telegram and, placing it in an envelope, directed it to the postmaster at Bradmouth. "No, stay, I will see to the matter myself." And he left the room. Presently he returned. "I do not know that I need keep you, Mrs. Gillingwater," he said, "or that I have anything more to say. I shall do my best to look after your niece, and I will let you know how she goes on." "Thank you, sir. And about the rent and the notice?" "At present, Mrs. Gillingwater, I shall dispense with both of them. I do not wish to deal hardly with you unless you force me to it. I suppose that you are in a bad way, as usual?" "Well, yes, sir, I am. In fact, I don't quite know what I can do unless I get a little help." £10? suggested Mr. Levenger. "That will tide me over for a bit, sir." "Very well, then, here you are," and he produced the money. "But mind, I give you this for the sake of old associations, little as you deserve it, and if there is any more trouble you will get nothing further from me. One more thing, I expect you to hold your tongue about poor Joan's illness and her address especially to Sir Henry Graves and the Mr. Rock. Do you understand me?" "Perfectly, sir." "Then remember what I say, and good morning. If you want to communicate with me again, you had better write." Mrs. Gillingwater departed humbly enough, dropping an awkward curtsy at the door. "Like the month of March, she came in like a lion and has gone out like a lamb," reflected Mr. Levenger as the door closed behind her. "She is a dangerous woman, but luckily I have her in hand. A horrible woman I call her. It makes me shudder to think of the fate of anybody who fell into the power of such a person. And now about this poor girl. If she were to die many complications would be avoided, but the thing is to keep her alive, for in the other event I should feel as though her blood were on my hands. Much as I hate it, I think that I will go to town and see after her. Emma is to start for home tomorrow, and I can easily make an excuse that I have come to fetch her. Let me see, there is a train at 3 o'clock that would get me to town at 6. I could dine at the hotel, go to see about Joan afterwards, and telegraph to Emma that I would fetch her in time for the 11 o'clock train tomorrow morning. That will fit in very well." 2 hours later Mr. Levenger was on his road to London. Mrs. Gillingwater returned to Bradmouth, if not exactly jubilant, at least in considerably better spirits than she had left it. She had wrung £10 out of Mr. Levenger, which in itself was something of a triumph. Also she had hopes of other pickings, and now she knew Joan's address, which it seemed was a very marketable commodity. At present she had funds in hand, and therefore there was no need to approach Samuel Rock, which indeed she feared to do in the face of Mr. Levenger's prohibition. Still it comforted her not a little to think that those 25 sovereigns also were potentially her own. Chapter 28 The Price of Innocent Blood. A month went by, and at the end of it every farthing of Mr. Levenger's £10 was spent, for the most part in satisfying creditors who either had sued, or were threatening to sue, for debts owing to them. Finding herself once more without resources, Mrs. Gillingwater concluded that it was time to deal with Samuel Rock, taking the chance of her breach of confidence being found out and visited upon her by Mr. Levenger. Accordingly, Towards dusk one evening, for she did not wish her errand to be observed by the curious Mrs. Gillingwater, started upon her mission to Moor Farm. Moor Farm is situated among the wind-torn firs that line the ridge of ground which separates the sea heath between Bradmouth and Ramborough from the meadows that stretch inland behind it. Perhaps in the whole county there is no more solitary or desolate building, with its outlook onto the heath and the chain of melancholy meres where Samuel had waylaid Joan, beyond which lies the sea. The view to the west is more cheerful, indeed, for here are the meadows where runs the Brad, but, as though its first architect had determined that its windows should look on nothing pleasant, the house is cut off from this prospect by the straggling farm buildings and the fir plantation behind them. The homestead, which stands quite alone, for all the labourers employed about the place live a mile or more away in the valley, is large, commodious, and massively built of grey stone robbed from the ruins of Ramborough. When the Lickens, Joan's ancestors on the mother's side, who once had owned the place, went bankrupt, their land was bought by Samuel Rock's grandfather, an eccentric man, but one who was very successful in his business as a contractor for the supply of hay to His Majesty's troops. After he had been the possessor of Moor Farm for little more than a year, this James Rock went suddenly mad, and although his insanity was of a dangerous character, for reasons that were never known, his wife would not consent to his removal to an asylum, but preferred to confine him in the house, some of the windows of which are still secured by iron bars. The end of the tale was tragic, for one night the maniac, having first stunned his keeper, succeeded in murdering his wife while she was visiting him. This event took place some 70 years before the date of the present story, but the lapse of 2 generations has not sufficed to dispel the evil associations connected with the spot. That portion of the house where the murder was committed has remained uninhabited from that day to this. Mrs. Gillingwater was not a person much troubled by imaginative fears, but the aspect of Moor House as she approached it on that November evening affected her nerves, rudimentary as they were. The day had been very stormy, and angry rays from the setting sun shone through gaps in the line of naked firs behind the house, and were reflected from the broken sky above onto the surface of the meres and of the sea beyond them. The air was full of the voices of wind and storm. The gale groaned and shrieked among the branches of the ancient trees. From the beach a mile away came the sound of the hiss of the surge and of the dull boom of breakers, while overhead a flock of curlews appeared and disappeared as they passed from sunbeam into shadow and from shadow into sunbeam, until they faded among the uncertain lights of the distance, whence the echo of their unhappy cries still floated to the listener's ear. The front of the house was sunk in gloom, but there was still light enough to enable Mrs. Gillingwater, standing by the gate of what in other times had been a little pleasure garden, but was now a wilderness overrun with sea grasses, to note its desolate aspect, and even the iron bars that secured the windows of the rooms where once the madman was confined. Nobody could be seen moving about the place, and she observed no lamp in the sitting-room. "I hope those brutes of dogs are tied up, or I expect he's out," Mrs. Gillingwater said to herself. "He's fond of sneaking about alone in weather like this." As the thought passed through her mind, she chanced to glance to her left, where some 20 paces from her, and beyond the intercepting bulk of the building, a red sunbeam pierced the shadows like a sword. There in the center of this sunbeam stood Samuel Rock himself. He was wrapped in his long dark cloak that fell to the knees, but his hat lay on the ground beside him, and his upturned face was set towards the dying sun in such a fashion that the vivid light struck full upon it, showing every line of his clear-cut features, every hair of the long beard that hung from the square protruding chin, and even the motion of his thin lips, and of the white hands that he moved ceaselessly, as though he were washing them in the blood-red light. There was something so curious about his aspect that Mrs. Gillingwater started. "Now what's he doing there?" she wondered. "Bless me if I know, unless he's saying prayers to his master the devil. I never did see a man go on like that before, drunk or sober he gives me the creeps, the beast. Look, there he goes sneaking along the wall of the house, for all the world like a great black snake wriggling to its hole. Well, he's in now, so here's after him, for his money is as good as anybody else's, and I must have it." In another half-minute she was knocking at the door, which was opened by Samuel. "Who's that?" he said. "I don't want no visitors at this time of day. It's me, Mr. Rock." "Mrs. Gillingwater, then I want you least of all, you foul-mouthed, lying woman. Get you gone, or I'll loose the dogs on you." "You'd better not," she answered, "for I've something to tell you that you'd like to hear." "Something that I'd like to hear?" he answered, hesitating. "Is it about her?" "Yes, it's about her, all about her." "Come in," he said. She entered, and he shut and locked the door behind her. "What are you doing that for?" asked Mrs. Gillingwater suspiciously. "Nothing," he answered, "but doors are best locked. You can't tell who will come through them, nor when, if they're left open. That's just another of his nasty ways, muttered Mrs. Gillingwater, as she followed him down the passage into the sitting room, which was quite dark except for some embers of a wood fire that glowed upon the hearth. "Stop a minute, and I will light the lamp," said her host. Soon it burned brightly, and while Samuel was making up the fire Mrs. Gillingwater had leisure to observe the room, in which as it chanced she had never been before, at any rate since she was a child. On the occasions of their previous interviews Samuel had always received her in the office or the kitchen. It was long and low, running the depth of the house, so that the windows faced east and west. The fireplace was wide, and over it hung a double-barreled muzzle-loading gun, which Mrs. Gillingwater noticed was charged, for the light shone upon the copper caps. There were 2 doors, one near the fireplace, leading to the offices and kitchen, and one by which she had entered. The floor was of oak, half covered with strips of matting, and the ceiling also was upheld by great beams of oak, that, like most of the materials in this house, had been bought or stolen from the Abbey at the time when it was finally deserted, 150 years before. This was put beyond a doubt, indeed, by the curious way in which it had been the fancy of the builder to support these huge beams, namely, by means of gargoyles that once had carried off the water from the roofs of the Abbey. It would be difficult to imagine anything more grotesque, or indeed uncanny, than the effect of these weather-worn and grinning heads of beasts and demons glaring down upon the occupants of the chamber open-mouthed, as though they were about to spring upon and to devour them. Indeed, according to a tale in Bradmouth, a child of 10, finding herself left alone with them for the first time, was so terrified by their grisly appearance that she fell into a fit. For the rest, the walls of the room were hung with a dingy paper, and adorned with engravings of a scriptural character, diversified by prints taken from Fox's Book of Martyrs. The furniture was good, solid and made of oak, like everything else in the place, with the sole exception of an easy chair, in which it was Samuel's custom to smoke at night. "I suppose now, Mr. Rock," said Mrs. Gillingwater, pointing to the grinning gargoyles, "that you don't find it lonesome up here at nights, with those stone parties for company." "Not a bit of it, Mrs. Gillingwater. Why, I've known them all ever since I was a child, as doubtless others have before me, and they are downright good friends to me, they are. I have names for every one of them, and talk to them sometimes too, now this and now that, as the fancy takes me." "Just what I should have expected of you, Mr. Rock," answered Mrs. Gillingwater significantly. "Not but what I dare say it is good training." "Meaning?" said Samuel. "Meaning, Mr. Rock, that as it is getting late, and it's a long and windy walk home, we'd better stop talking of stone figures and come to business, that is, if you have a mind for it, by all means, Mrs. Gillingwater." "But what is the business?" "Well, it's this. Last time we met, when we parted in anger, though through no fault of mine, you said that you wanted Joan's address, and now I've got it." "You've got it? Then tell it me. Come, be quick." And he leaned towards her across the polished oak table. "No, no, Mr. Rock, do you think that I am as green as an alder shoot, that you should ask such a thing of me? I must have the money before you get the address. Do you understand?" "I understand, Mrs. Gillingwater, but be reasonable. How can you expect me to pay you £25 for what may be gammon after all? £25, Mr. Rock? No such thing, indeed. It is £50 I want, every farthing of it, or you get nothing out of me." £50, answered Samuel. "Then I don't think that we need talk no longer, Mrs. Gillingwater, seeing that I ain't going to give you £50. No, not for the address of all the angels in heaven. I dare say not, Mr. Rock. They'd be precious little use to you when you'd got them, either now or at any future time, to judge from what I know of you." And she glanced significantly at the sculpture demons beneath the ceiling. "But you see, Joan's whereabouts is another matter, more especially since she isn't an angel yet, though she's been nigh enough to it, poor dear." "What do you mean by that, ma'am?" "Is she ill, then? When I've got the £50 in my pocket, Mr. Rock, I'll be glad enough to tell you all about it, but till then my mouth is sealed. Indeed, it's a great risk that I run letting you know at all, for if the old man yonder finds it out, I think that he'll be the ruin of me." "And now, will you pay, or won't you?" "I won't give you the £50, he answered, setting his teeth. "I'll give you 30, and that's the last farthing which you'll screw out of me, and a lot of money too, seeing that there's no reason why I should pay you anything at all." "That's just where you're wrong, Mr. Rock," she answered. "Not that I'm denying that £30 is a lot of money, but then, you see, I've got that to sell that you want to buy, and badly. Also, as I told you, I take risks in selling it." "What risks?" "The risks of being turned out of house and home, and being sold up, that's all. Old Levenger don't want no one to know Joan's address. I can't tell you why, but he don't. and if he finds out that I have let on, it will be a bad business for me. Now look here, I fancy that there is another person as wouldn't mind giving a trifle for this address, and if you're so mean that you won't cash up, I shall take a walk out yonder tomorrow morning," and she nodded in the direction of Rosham. Samuel groaned, for he knew that she was alluding to his rival. "I doubt that he knows it already, curse him," he said, striking his hand upon the table. 35 there, that's the last. You're getting along, Mr. Rock. But it won't do yet, sneered Mrs. Gillingwater. "See here now, I've got something in my hand that I'll show you just for friendship's sake," and producing Mrs. Bird's letter, she read portions of it aloud, pausing from time to time to watch the effect upon her hearer. It was curious, for as he listened his face reflected the extremes of love, hope, terror and despair. "Oh God," he said, wringing his hands, "to think that she may be dead and gone from me forever. If she were dead, Mr. Rock, it wouldn't be much use my giving you her address, would it? Since, however fond you may be of her, I reckon that you would scarcely care to follow her there. No, I'll tell you this much, she is living and getting well again, and I fancy that you're after a live woman, not a dead one. This was written a month ago and more, thank heaven," he muttered. "I couldn't have borne to lose her like that. I think it would have driven me mad. While she's alive there's hope, but what hope is there in the grave?" Samuel spoke thus somewhat absently, after the fashion of a man who communes with himself, but all the while Mrs. Gillingwater felt that he was searching her with his eyes. Then of a sudden he leant forward, and swiftly as a striking snake he shot out his long arm across the table, and snatched the letter from her grasp. "You think yourself mighty clever, Mr. Rock," she said, with a harsh laugh, "but you won't get the address for nothing in that way. If you take the trouble to look you'll see that I've tore it off. Ah, you've met your match for once. It is likely that I was going to trust what's worth £50 in reach of your fingers, isn't it?" He looked at the letter and saw that she spoke truth. "I didn't take it for that," he said, gnawing his hand with shame and vexation. "I took it to see if there was a letter at all, or if you were making up lies." And he threw it back to her. "No doubt you did, Mr. Rock," she answered, jeering at him. "Well, and now you're satisfied, I hope. So how about them 50 sovereigns? 40, he said. 50. Never a one less." Samuel sprang up from his seat, and, coming round the table, stood over her. "Look here," he said in a savage whisper, "you're pushing this game too far. If you're a wise woman you'll take the 40 and go, or what? Or I'll twist what I want to know out of that black heart of yours, and not a farthing shall you get for it. Perhaps you've forgotten that the door is locked and we are alone in the house. Yes, you might scream till you brought the roof down, but nobody would hear you, and scream you shall if I take hold of you." Mrs. Gillingwater glanced at his face, and read something so evil in it, and in the lurid eyes, that she grew frightened. "Very well," she said, as unconcernedly as possible, "I won't stand out for a tenner between friends. Down with the cash, and you shall have it." "Ah, Mom, you're afraid of me now, I can feel it, and I've half a mind to beat you down. But I won't, I'll stand by my word. Now you write that address upon this piece of paper and I'll get the coin." And rising he left the room by the door near the fireplace, which he took the precaution of locking behind him. "The murdering viper," reflected Mrs. Gillingwater. "I pinched his tail a little too much that time, and I shan't be sorry to find myself outside again, though there's precious little chance of that until he chooses, as he's locked me in. Well, I must brazen it out now." And somewhere from the regions of her ample bosom she produced the fragment that she had torn off Mrs. Bird's letter, on which was written the address and a date. Presently Samuel returned holding a small bag of money in his hand, from which he counted out 40 sovereigns. "There's the cash, Mom," he said, "but before you touch it be so good as to hand me that bit of writing." "No, you needn't be afraid, I'll give you the money as I take the paper." "I'm not afraid, Mr. Rock. When once I've struck a bargain I stick to it like an honest woman, and so, I know, will you? Never you doubt that the address is the right one. You can see that it is torn off the letter I read to you. Joan is there, and through the worst of her illness, so the party she's lodging with wrote to me, and if you see her I hope you'll give her my love." As she spoke she pushed the scrap of paper to him with her left hand, while with her right she drew the shining heap of gold towards herself. "Honest," he said. "I may be honest in my way, Mrs. Gillingwater, but you're about as honest as other traitors who sell innocent blood for pieces of money." "What do you mean by that, Mr. Rock?" she replied, looking up from her task of securing the 40 sovereigns in her pocket handkerchief. "I've sold no innocent blood. I'd scorn to do such a thing." "You don't mean to do any harm to Joan, do you?" "No, Mom, I mean her no harm. Unless it's a harm to want to make her my wife, but it would have been all one to you if I meant to murder her and you knew it. So your sin is just as great, and verily the betrayers of innocent blood shall have their reward." And he pointed at her with his long fingers. "I've got what I want," he went on, "though I've had to pay a lot of money for it, but I tell you that it won't do you any good. You might as well throw it into the mere and yourself after it, as expect to get any profit out of that £40. The price of innocent blood, the price of innocent blood." Then once more Samuel pointed at her and grinned maliciously, till to her fancy his face looked like that of the stone demon above him. By now Mrs. Gillingwater was so frightened that for a moment or two she hesitated as to whether it would not be wiser to return the money and free herself from the burden of a dreadful thought. In the end her avarice prevailed, as might have been expected, and without another word she rose and walked towards the front door, which Samuel unlocked and opened for her. "Goodbye," he said, as she went down the passage. "You've done me a good turn, Mom, and now I'm sure that I'll marry Joan. But for all that a day shall come when you will wish that your hand had been cut off before you touched those 40 sovereigns. You remember my words when you lie dying, Mrs. Gillingwater, with all your deeds behind you and all the doom before." Then the woman fled through the storm and the night, more terrified than ever she had been in her life's day, nor did the gold that she clasped to her heart avail to comfort her. For Rock had spoken truth, it was the price of innocent blood, and she knew it. Chapter 29 Through the Valley of the Shadow. Upon his arrival in town, Mr. Levenger drove to a private hotel in Jermyn Street, where he was in the habit of staying on the rare occasions when he visited London. He dressed and dined, then, having posted a letter to Emma stating that he would call for her and Miss Graves on the following morning in time to catch the 11 o'clock train, and escort them home, he ordered a hansom and told the cabman to take him to 8, Kent Street. "It's many a year since I have been in this place," he thought to himself with a sigh, as the cab turned out of the Edgware Road, "and it doesn't seem much changed. I wonder how she came to go to another house. Well, I shall know the worst, or the best of it, presently." And again he sighed as the horse stopped with a jerk in front of number 8. Telling the man to wait, he rang the bell. The door was opened by Mrs. Bird herself, who, seeing an elderly gentleman in a fur coat, dropped a polite curtsy. "Is this Mrs. Bird's house, pray?" he asked in his gentle voice. "Yes, sir, I am Mrs. Bird." "Indeed, then perhaps you received a telegram from me this morning, Mr. Levenger?" "Yes, sir, it came safely, and I ordered some things on the strength of it." "Will you be so good as to step in, sir? I have heard poor Joan speak of you, though I never could make out what you were to her from her further down." "In a certain sense, madame, I am her guardian. Will you allow me to help you with that door? And now, how is she?" "About as bad as she can be, sir, and if you are her guardian, I only wish that you had looked after her a little before, for I think that being so lonesome has preyed upon her mind, poor dear. And now perhaps you'll step upstairs into her sitting room, making as little noise as possible. The doctor and the nurse are with her, and you may wish to see them. It's not a catching fever, so you can come up safely." He bowed, and followed Mrs. Bird to the little room, where she offered him a chair. Through the thin double doors that separated them from the bedchamber he could hear the sound of whispering, and now and again of a voice, still strong and full, that spoke at random. "Don't cut my hair," said the voice. "Why do you cut my hair?" He used to praise it. He'd never know me without my hair. "That's her raving, poor love. She'll go on in this kind of way for hours." Mr. Levenger turned a shade paler. He was a sensitive man, and these voices of the sick room pained him. Moreover, he may have found a meaning in them. "Perhaps you will give me a few details, Mrs. Bird," he said, drawing his chair close to the window. "You might tell me first how Joan Haste came to be your lodger." So Mrs. Bird began, and told him all the story, from the day when she had seen Joan sitting upon her box on the opposite doorstep till the present hour, that is. She told it to him with certain omissions. Mr. Levenger listened attentively. "I was very wrong," he said, when she had finished, "to allow her to come to London in this fashion. I reproach myself much about it, but the girl was headstrong and there were reasons. It is most fortunate that she should have found so kind a friend as you seem to have been to her." "Yes, sir," answered Mrs. Bird severely, "I must say that I think you are wrong. London is not a place to throw a young woman like Joan into to sink or to swim, even though she may have given you some trouble, and if anything happens to her I think that you will always have it on your conscience." And she put her head on one side and looked at him through her spectacles. Mr. Levenger winced visibly, and did not seem to know what to answer. At that moment the doctor came out of the sick room, leaving the door open, and, looking through it, Mr. Levenger saw a picture that he could never forget. Joan was lying upon an iron bedstead, and on a chair beside it, shimmering in the light, lay the tumbled masses of her shorn hair. Her face was flushed, and her large eyes shone with an unnatural brightness. One hand hung downwards almost to the floor, and with the other she felt feebly at her head, saying in a piteous voice, "Where is my hair? What have you done with my hair? He will never know me like this, or if he does he will think me ugly. Oh, please give me back my hair." Then the nurse closed the door, and Mr. Levenger was glad of it. "This is the gentleman, doctor," said Mrs. Bird, who was interested in. The doctor bowed stiffly, then, seeing what manner of man Mr. Levenger was, relaxed, and said, "I beg your pardon. I suppose that your interest in my patient is of a parental character?" "Not exactly, sir, but I consider myself in loco parentis. Can you give me any information, or perhaps I should say any hope?" "Hope? Oh yes, lots of it," answered the doctor, who was an able middle-aged man of the brusque and kindly order, one who understood his business, but took pleasure in disparaging both himself and it. "I always hope until I see a patient in his coffin. Not that things are as bad as that in this case. I trust that she will pull through. I fancy that she will pull through. But all the same, as I understand that expense is no longer an object, I am going to get in a second opinion tomorrow. You see, I am barely 40 myself, and my experience is consequently limited," and he smiled satirically. "I have my views, but I dare say that they stand in need of correction. At any rate, without further advice I don't mean to take the responsibility of the rather heroic treatment which I propose to adopt. The case is a somewhat peculiar one. I can't understand why the girl should be in this way at all, except on the hypothesis that she is suffering from some severe mental shock, and I purpose, therefore, to try and doctor her mind as well as her body. But it is useless to bore laymen with these matters. I can only say, sir, that I am deeply interested in the case, and will do my utmost to pull her through. I would rather that she had been at the hospital, but, on the whole, she is not badly off here, especially as I have succeeded in getting the best nurse for her that I know anywhere. Good night, doctor, and whatever the issue, pray accept my thanks in advance, and remember that you need not spare money. Don't be afraid, sir, I shan't. I'll spend £1,000 over her, if necessary, and save your thanks at present. 3 weeks hence it may be another matter, or there may be only the bill to pay. Well, I must be off. Good night. Perhaps, Mrs. Bird, you will send out for the things the nurse wants," and he went. "That seems a capable man," said Mr. Levenger. "I like the look of him. And now, madame, you will need some cash in hand. I have brought £20 with me, which I suppose will be enough to go on with, without touching Joan's money," and he placed that sum upon the table. "By the way, Mrs. Bird," he added, "perhaps you will be good enough to send me a note or a telegram every day informing me of your patient's progress. Here is my address, also to keep an account of all sums expended, in which you can include an extra allowance of £1 a week to yourself, to compensate you for the trouble and anxiety to which this illness must put you." "Thank you, sir," she answered, curtsying. "I call that very liberal, though, to tell you the truth, I am so fond of Joan that I could not take a farthing if I could afford it. But, what between 2 deaf and dumb people to look after and her on my mind, it is no use pretending that I can get through as much dressmaking work as I ought, and so, as you seem well able to pay, I will put my pride in my pocket, and the money along with it. Also I will keep you informed daily, as you ask. 2 deaf and dumb people?" "Yes, sir," and she told him about her husband and Sally. "Really," he said, when she had finished, surveying the frail little woman with admiration, "you seem to have more than your share of this world's burden, and I respect you, madame, for the way in which you bear it." "Not a bit, sir," she answered cheerily, "while it pleases God to give me my health, I wouldn't change places with the Queen of England and all her glory. I admire you still more, Mrs. Bird," he answered, as he bowed himself out politely. "I wish that everybody could face their trials so cheerfully." But within himself, he said, "Poor Joan. No wonder she was wretched, shut up in this dreadful little house with deaf and dumb folk for companions. Well, I have done all I can for her now, but I wish that I had begun earlier. Oh, if I could have the last 25 years over again, things would be very different today." Mrs. Bird was delighted with Mr. Levenger. Never before, as she explained presently with much gesticulation to Jim, had she met so charming, so handsome, so thoughtful, and so liberal an elderly gentleman. "But," gesticulated Jim back, "if he is all this, why didn't he look after Joan better before?" A question that his wife felt herself unable to answer, beyond saying that Joan and all connected with her were most mysterious, my dear, and quite beyond me. Indeed, now that she came to think of it, She saw that whereas she had given Mr. Levenger every information in her power, he had imparted none to her. To this moment she did not know what was the exact relationship in which he stood towards Joan. Though there were many dissimilarities between them, it had struck her, observing him, that his eyes and voice were not unlike Joan's. Could he be her father? And, if so, how did it come about that he had allowed her to wander to London and to live there unprotected? Like the rest, it was a mystery, and one that after much cogitation Mrs. Bird was forced to give up as insoluble, though on the whole she came to the conclusion that her visitor was not a blood relation of Joan. Mr. Levenger duly carried out his programme, and on the morrow escorted his daughter and Ellen back to Bradmouth. He did not, however, think fit to tell them the true cause of his visit to London, which he accounted for by saying that he had come up to bargain with a dealer in curiosities about some ancient British ornaments that were on the market. Nor, oddly enough, did Elaine chance to mention that she had seen Joan selling mantles at Messrs. Black and Parker's, the fact being that, as regards this young woman, there reigned a conspiracy of silence. Neither at Trosham nor at Monk's Lodge was her name ever mentioned, and yet she was seldom out of the minds of the members of either of those households. Ellen, when the preparations for her approaching marriage allowed her time for thought, never ceased to congratulate herself upon her presence of mind in preventing the recognition of Joan by Henry. It was clear to her that her obstinate brother had begun to settle down and to see matters in a truer light, especially as regarded Emma, but it was also clear that had he once found the missing Joan there would have been new troubles. Well, he had not found her, so that danger was gone by. And Ellen rejoiced accordingly. Mrs. Bird kept her promise, writing and telegraphing regularly to Mr. Levenger to inform him of Joan's progress. Indeed, for some time the messenger from the Bradmouth post office arrived almost daily with a yellow envelope at Monk's Lodge. One of these telegrams Emma opened by chance, as her father happened to be out, and the boy said that it required an answer. It ran, "Patient had serious relapse last night. Doctor proposes to call in." Here followed the name of a very eminent authority on such cases. "Do you sanction expense?" Reply, Bird. Emma was naturally quite unable to reply, and so soon as he came in she handed the telegram to Mr. Levenger, explaining why she had opened it. He read it, then said, with as much severity as he ever showed towards his daughter: "I wish, my dear Emma, that in future you would be so kind as to leave my letters and telegrams alone. As you have opened it, however, and your curiosity is doubtless excited, I may as well tell you that this is a business cipher, and has to do with nothing more romantic than the stock exchange." "I am very sorry, father," she answered coldly, for, trusting as she was by nature, she did not believe him. "I will be more careful in the future." Then she left the room, feeling that another enigma had been added to the growing stock of family mysteries. Slowly the days went by, till at length it became clear to those who tended her that Joan would recover from her illness. The last and greatest crisis had come and gone. The fever had left her, and she no longer wandered in her mind, but lay upon the bed a shadow of her former self, so weak that she could scarcely speak above a whisper. All day long she lay thus, staring at the dingy ceiling above her with her brown eyes, which, always large, now looked positively unnatural in her wasted face, a very pathetic sight to see. At times the eyes would fill with tears, and at times she would sigh a little, but she never smiled, except in acknowledgment of some service of the sick room. Once she asked Mrs. Bird if anyone had discovered that she was ill, or come to see her, and on receiving a reply in the affirmative, asked eagerly, "Who? What was his name?" "Mr. Levenger," the little woman answered. "It is very kind of him," Joan murmured, and turned her head upon the pillow, where presently Mrs. Bird saw such a mark as might have been left by the falling of a heavy raindrop. Then it was that Mrs. Bird's doubts and difficulties began afresh. From what she had heard while attending on Joan in her delirium, she was now convinced that the poor girl's story was true, and that the letter which she had written was addressed not to any imaginary person, but to a living man who had worked her bitter wrong. This view indeed was confirmed by the doctor, who added, curiously enough, that had it not been for her condition he did not believe that she would have lived. In these circumstances the question that tormented Mrs. Bird was whether or no she would do right to post that letter. At one time she thought of laying the matter before Mr. Levenger, but upon consideration she refrained from so doing. He was the girl's guardian, and doubtless he knew nothing of her disgrace. Why, then, should she expose it, unless such a step became absolutely necessary? Ultimately he would have to be told, but there seemed no need to tell him until an appeal to the man's honor and pity had failed. After much thought Mrs. Bird adopted a third course, and took the doctor into her confidence. He was a man of rough manners, plain speech, and good heart, and her story did not in the least surprise him. "There's nothing wonderful about this, Mrs. Bird," he said. I have seen the same thing with variations dozens of times in my 20 years of experience. It's no use your starting off to call this man a scoundrel and a brute. It's fashionable, I know, but it does not follow that it is accurate. You see, it is just possible that the girl may have been to blame herself, poor dear. However, she is in a mess, and the thing is to get her out of it, at the expense of the man if necessary, for we are interested in her and not in him. That letter of hers is a beautiful production in a queer kind of way, and ought to have an effect on the individual, if he is not already married, or a bad lot, both of which things are probable. I tell you what, I will make a few inquiries tomorrow. What did you say his name was? Henry Graves? Thanks, goodbye. No opiate tonight, I think. On the following day the doctor returned, and having visited Joan and reported favorably of her progress, he descended to the front parlor, where Mrs. Bird was waiting for him. She's getting on well, he said, a good deal better than I expected, indeed. Well, I have looked up Sir Henry Graves, for he's a baronet. As it chanced, I came across a man at the hospital last night who used to stay with his further down at Rosham. The old man, Sir Reginald, died a few months ago, and Henry, the second son for his elder brother, broke his neck in a steeplechase, succeeded him. He is, or was, a captain in the Navy, rather a distinguished man in a small way, and not long ago he met with an accident, broke his leg or something of that sort, and was laid up at an inn in a place called Bradmouth. It seems that he is a good sort of fellow, though rather taciturn. That's all I could find out about him. Joan comes from Bradmouth, and she lived in an inn there, answered Mrs. Bird. Oh. Did she? Well, then you have the whole thing. Nothing could be more natural and proper, or rather improper. Perhaps so, sir, said Mrs. Bird reprovingly, though, begging your pardon, I cannot see that this is a matter to joke about. What I want to know now is, shall I send the gentleman that letter? The doctor rubbed his nose reflectively and answered, if you do he will probably put it at the back of the fire, but so far as I can judge, being of course totally unacquainted with the details, it can't hurt anybody much, and it may have a good effect. She has forgotten that she ever wrote it, and you may be sure that unless he acts on it he won't show it about the neighborhood. Yes, on the whole I think that you may as well send it, though I dare say that it will put him in a tight place. That is where I should like to see him, she answered, pursing up her lips. I dare say. You're down on the man, are you not, Mrs. Bird? And so am I, speaking in a blessed ignorance of the facts. By all means let him be put into a tight place, or ruined, for anything I care. He may be comparatively innocent, but my sympathies are with the lady, whom I chance to know, and who is very good looking. Mind you let me know what happens, that is, if anything does happen. That afternoon Mrs. Bird wrote her letter, or rather she wrote several letters, for never before did the composition of an epistle give her so much thought and trouble. In the end it ran as follows: Sir, I am venturing to take what I dare say you will think a great liberty, and a liberty it is, indeed, that only duty drives me to. For several months a girl called Joan Haste has been staying in my house as a lodger. Some weeks ago she was taken seriously ill with a brain fever, from which she has nearly died, but it pleased God to spare her life, and now, though she is weak as water, the doctor thinks that she will recover. On the night that she became ill she returned home not at all herself, and made a confession to me, about which I need say nothing. Afterwards she wrote what I enclose to you. You will see from the wording of it that she was off her head when she did it, and now I am sure that she remembers nothing of it. I found the letter and kept it, and partly from what fell from her lips while she was delirious, partly because of other circumstances, I became sure that you are the man to whom that letter is addressed. If I have made any mistake you must forgive me, and I beg that you will then return the enclosed and destroy my letter. If, sir, I have not made a mistake, then I hope that you will see fit to act like an honest man towards poor Joan, who, whatever her faults may be and such as they are, you are the cause of them, is as good-hearted as she is sweet and beautiful. It is not for me to judge you or reproach you, but if you can, I do pray you to act right by this poor girl, who otherwise must be ruined, and may perhaps drift into a life of sin and misery, the responsibility of which will be upon your hands. Sir, I have nothing more to say. The paper I enclose explains everything. I am, sir, your humble servant, Jane Bird. P.S. Sir, I may say that there is no need for you to hurry to answer this, since, even if you wished to do so, I do not think that it would be safe for you to see Joan, or even to write anything that would excite her, for 10 days at least. Chapter 30 Reaping the Whirlwind. The day that Mrs. Bird wrote her letter to Henry was the day of Ellen's marriage with Mr. Edward Millward. It was settled that the ceremony should be a quiet one, because of the recent death of the bride's father, an arrangement which suited Lady Graves and her daughter very well, seeing that it was necessary to cut down the expenses to the last farthing. Indeed, the possibility of a financial esclandre atrocium before she was safely married and independent of such misfortunes, haunted Ellen like a nightmare. Edward, it is true, was now perfectly in hand, and showed no further symptoms of backsliding. Still, slips between the cup and the lip are many, and in the event of a public scandal anything might happen. However private the marriage, it proved, in fact, impossible to dispense with a certain amount of the hospitality usual upon these occasions. Thus a dinner must be given to the tenants, and a reception held after the wedding to which all the neighboring families were invited. In these preparations Henry took but a small part, though, as head of the family, it would be his duty to give away the bride and to receive the guests. This marriage, and everything connected with it, was hateful to him, but not the less on that account must he keep up appearances before the world. There had been no reconciliation between himself and his sister, though outwardly they were polite and even affectionate to each other, and he had scarcely exchanged a word in private with his future brother-in-law since the day when Edward read him a lecture upon morals and conduct. Thus it came about that not even Ellen herself was more anxious that the marriage should be over and done with. As it chanced, the bride's good luck did not desert her, and everything went smoothly. At the last moment, indeed, Edward showed some disposition to jib at the settlements, which, considering that the lady brought him nothing, were disproportionate and unfair, but Helen's lawyers, assisted by a judicious letter from herself, were equal to the emergency, and he grumbled and signed. At length, to everybody's relief, the day came, one of those rare and beautiful November days when the falling leaves dropped silently as snowflakes through the crisp and sunlit air to the frosted grass beneath. Rosham Church was full, and when the bride, looking very stately and handsome in her wedding robes, swept up the aisle on her brother's arm, followed by her two bridesmaids, Emma Levenger and an aristocratic cousin of Mr. Millward's, a low hum of admiration ran round the crowded pews. Then Edward, exceedingly uncomfortable in the newest of coats and the shiniest of boots, took his place by her side. The service began. Henry, wearing anything but an amiable expression of countenance, gave his sister away, and presently Mr. and Mrs. Millward were receiving the congratulations of their relatives and friends. The wedding took place at 2 o'clock, so that there were no speeches or breakfast, only a glorified tea with champagne, at which the rector of the parish, Vice Sir Henry Graves, who declared himself quite incapable of public speaking, proposed the bride and bridegroom's health in a few well-chosen words and a Latin quotation. Edward responded, stuttering horribly, saying with much truth, but by inadvertence, that this was the proudest moment of his wife's life, whereat Henry smiled grimly and everybody else tittered. Then the company wandered off to inspect the marriage offerings, which were numerous and costly. The newly married pair vanished, and reappeared in appropriate travelling costume, to be driven away amid showers of slippers and rice, and after a little feeble and flickering conversation the proceedings terminated. Mr. Levenger and Emma were the last to go. "You look tired, Graves," said the former, as his trap came round. "Yes," he answered, "I never was more tired in my life. Thank heaven that it is done with. Well, it is a good business well over, and, even if you don't quite like the man, one that has many advantages, I dare say," Henry replied briefly. "Goodbye, Miss Levenger, many thanks for coming. If you will allow me to say so, I think that dress of yours is charming, with those shimmering ornaments, moonstones, are they not? I am glad you like it, Sir Henry," she answered, looking pleased. "By the way, Graves," broke in Mr. Levenger, "can you come over next Friday? We can stop till Tuesday. You know that old donkey Bowles rears a few pheasants in the intervals of attending the public house. There ought to be 300 or 400 to shoot, and they fly high on those hillside covers, too high for me, anyway. If you can come, I'll get another gun or two. There's a parson near who has a couple of pupils, very decent shots, and will shoot on Saturday and Monday, and Tuesday too if you care for driven partridge, resting the Sabbath." "I shall be delighted," answered Henry sincerely. "I don't think that I have any engagement, in fact, I am sure that I have none," and he looked at Emma and, for the first time that day, smiled genially. Emma saw the look and smile, and wondered in her heart whether it were the prospect of shooting the 300 or 400 pheasants that flew high with which Henry was delighted, or that of visiting Monk's Lodge and herself. On the whole she thought it was the pheasants. Still she smiled in answer, and said she was glad that he could come. Then they drove off, and Henry, having changed his wedding garments for a shooting coat, departed to the study, to smoke the pipe of peace. That night he dined tete-a-tete with his mother. It was not a cheerful meal, for the house was disorganized and vestiges of the marriage feast were all about them. There had been no time even to remove the extra leaves from the great oval dining table, and as Henry and his mother's places were set at its opposite extremes, conversation was, or seemed to be, impossible. "I think that this is a little dismal, dear," said Lady Graves, speaking across the white expanse of cloth, when the butler had served the dessert and gone. "Yes," answered Henry, "it reminds me of South Africa, where the natives talk to each other across the kloofs. Suppose that we go into the study. We shan't want a speaking trumpet there." His mother nodded in assent. They adjourned, Henry taking a decanter of wine with him. "I think that it went off very well," she said presently, when he had made up the fire. "Oh, yes, I suppose so. You don't mind my smoking, do you, Mother? I know that you didn't like the marriage, Henry," she went on, "nor do I altogether, for Edward is not well, quite the class of man that I should have selected. But different people have different tastes, and I think that he will suit Helen admirably. You see, she will rule him, and she could never have got on with a man who tried to be her master. Also he is rich, and wealth is necessary to her comfort. I shall be very much surprised if she does not make a great success of her marriage. Ellen would make a success of anything, Mother, even of Edward Millward. I have a great admiration for Ellen, but somehow I do not envy my brother-in-law his bargain, though he has married a lady, which, strictly speaking, is more than he deserves. However, I dare say that he will find his place. I have no doubt that they will settle it to their mutual satisfaction, dear, and, to look at the matter from another point of view, it certainly is a relief to me to know that your sister is removed out of reach of our troubles here." And she sighed. "It has been a great struggle, Henry, to keep up appearances so far, and I was in constant fear lest something awful should happen before the marriage. One way and another, difficulties have been staved off. Indeed, the fact that Helen was going to become the wife of such a rich man, for he is very rich, has helped us a great deal. But now the money is done, I doubt if there is £100 to go on with, and what is to happen I am sure I do not know." Henry puffed at his pipe, staring into the fire, and made no answer. "I scarcely like to ask you, dear," Lady Graves went on presently, "but have you in any way considered the matter of which we spoke together after your father's funeral?" "Yes, Mother, I have considered it a great deal. And what conclusion have you come to, Henry?" she asked, making pretence to arrange her dress in order to conceal the anxiety with which she awaited his answer. He rose, and, although it was only half-smoked, knocked out the contents of his pipe upon the fireguard. Then he turned round and spoke suddenly, almost fiercely indeed. "The conclusion which I have come to, Mother, is that, taking everything into consideration, I ought to try my luck yonder. I don't know that she will have me. Indeed, I think that she will be foolish if she does, but I'll ask her. The other has vanished heaven knows where. I can't find her, and perhaps it is best that I shouldn't, for if I did my resolutions might melt. And now, if you don't mind, let us talk of something else. I will let you know the end of the adventure in due course. One question, Henry. Are you going to Monk's Lodge again?" "Yes, on Friday week. I have accepted an invitation to stay there from Friday till Tuesday, or perhaps longer." Lady Graves uttered a sigh of the most intense and heartfelt relief. Then she rose, and coming to where her son was sitting, she kissed him upon the forehead, murmuring, "God bless you, my dear boy!" You have made me a happier woman than I have been for many a long day. Good night." He returned his mother's embrace, lit a bedroom candle for her, and watched her pass from the room and across the hall. As she went he noticed that her very gait seemed different, so great was the effect of his words upon her. Of late it had been uncertain, almost timid, but now she was walking as she used to walk in middle life, with grace and dignity, holding her head high. Poor mother. He thought to himself as he resumed his seat, she has had much to bear, and it is a comfort to be able to please her for once. Heaven knows that had I alone been concerned I would have done it long ago for her sake. Oh, Joan, Joan. I wonder where you are, and why your eyes haunt me so continually. Well, wherever you may be, it is all over between us now, Joan. And he put his hands before his face and groaned aloud. On the following morning, while Henry was dressing, the butler brought him up his letters, in accordance with the custom of the house. One by one, as the exigencies of his toilet gave him opportunity, he opened them and glanced through their contents. Some were circulars, some were on business connected with the estate, 2 were invitations to shoot, and 1 was a bill for saddlery supplied to his brother 3 years before. "That's the lot, I think," he said, and was crushing up the circulars preparatory to throwing them into the fireplace, when another rather bulky letter, in a common thin envelope and addressed in an unformed handwriting, fell from among them. He picked it up and examined it, a certain distrust of this innocent-looking epistle creeping into his mind. I wonder what it is? He thought to himself, another of Reginald's bills, or a fresh application for money from one of his intimate friends? Anyway, I don't know the writing and I have half a mind to tear it up unread. Letters that look like that always contain something disagreeable. He threw it down on the dressing table while he arranged his necktie, and hunted for a stud which had rolled under a chest of drawers. Indeed, the excitement of this wild pursuit put the letter out of his mind till he went to brush his hair, when the inaccurate superscription of Sir H. Grave immediately caught his eye, and he opened it at once. The first words that he saw were "see fit to act like an honest man, as I thought," he said aloud. "Here's another of Reginald's legacies with the bill inside." And uttering an exclamation he lifted the letter to throw it into the fireplace, when its enclosure slipped out of it. Then Henry turned pale, for he knew the writing. It was Joan Haste's. In 5 more minutes he had read both the documents through, and was sitting on his bed staring vacantly before him like a man in a trance. He may have sat like this for 10 minutes, then he rose, saying in a perfectly quiet voice, as though he were addressing the bodily presence of Mrs. Bird: "Of course, my dear madam, you are absolutely right. The only thing to do is to marry her at once, and I am infinitely obliged to you for bringing these facts to my notice, but I must say that if ever a man got into a worse or more unlucky scrape, I never heard of it." And he laughed. Then he reread Joan's wandering words very carefully, and while he did so his eyes filled with tears. "My darling, what you must have suffered," he said, pressing the letter against his heart. "I love you. I love you. I would never say it before, but I say it now once and for all, and I thank God that he has spared you and given me the right to marry you and the chance of making you happy. Well, the thing is settled now, and it only remains to carry it through. First of all my mother must be told, which will be a pleasant business. I am glad, by the way, that Helen has gone before I got this, for I believe that I should have had words with her. To think of my looking at that cloak and never seeing the woman who wore it, although she saw me. I remember the incident perfectly well, and one would have imagined but so much for thought transference and the rest of it. Well, I suppose that I may as well go down to breakfast. It is a very strange world and a very sad one too." Henry went down to breakfast accordingly, but he had little appetite for that meal, at which Lady Graves did not appear. Then he adjourned to the study to smoke and reflect. It seemed to him that it would be well to settle this matter beyond the possibility of backsliding before he saw his mother. Ringing the bell, he gave an order that the boy should saddle the pony and ride into Bradmouth in time to catch the midday post. Then he wrote thus to Mrs. Bird: "Dear Madam, I have to thank you for your letter and its enclosure, and I hope that my conduct under the circumstances which you detail will not be such as to disappoint the hopes that you express therein. I shall be very much obliged if you will kindly keep me informed of Joan's progress. I purpose to come and see her within a week or so, and meanwhile, if you think it safe, I beg that you will give her the enclosed letter. Perhaps you will let me know when she is well enough to see me. You seem to have been a kind friend to Joan, for which I thank you heartily. Believe me to remain very faithfully yours, Henry Graves." To Joan he wrote also as follows: "Dearest Joan, some months since you left Bradmouth, and from that day to this I have heard nothing of you. This morning, however, I learned your address, and how terribly ill you have been. I have received also a letter, or rather a portion of a letter, that you wrote to me on the day when the fever took you, and I can only say that nothing I ever read has touched me so deeply. I do not propose to write to you at any length now, since I can tell you more in half an hour than I could put on paper in a week. But I want to beg you to dismiss all anxieties from your mind, and to rest quiet and get well as quickly as possible. Very shortly, indeed as soon as it is safe for me to do so without disturbing you, I hope to pay you a visit with the purpose of asking you if you will honor me by becoming my wife. I love you, dearest Joan. How much I never knew until I read your letter. Perhaps you will understand all that I have neither the time nor the ability to say at this moment. I will add only that whatever troubles and difficulties may arise, I place my future in your hands with the utmost happiness and confidence, and grieve most bitterly to think that you should have been exposed to doubt and anxiety on my account. Had you been a little more open with me this would never have happened, and there alone, I consider that you have been to blame. I shall expect to hear from Mrs. Bird, or perhaps from yourself, on what day I may hope to see you. Till then, dearest Joan, believe me most affectionately yours, Henry Graves." By the time that he had finished and directed the letters, enclosing that to Joan in the envelope addressed to Mrs. Bird, which he sealed, Thompson announced that the boy was ready. "Very well, give him this to post at Bradmouth, and tell him to be careful not to lose it. and not to be late. The butler went, and presently Henry caught sight of his messenger cantering down the drive. There, he thought, that's done, and so am I in a sense. Now for my mother. I must have it out before my courage fails me. Then he went into the drawing room, where he found Lady Graves engaged in doing up little boxes of wedding cake to be sent to various friends and connections. She greeted him with a pleasant smile, made some little remark about the room being cold, and throwing back the long crepe strings of her widow's cap, lifted her face for Henry to kiss. "Why, my dear boy, what's the matter with you?" she said, starting as he bent over her. "You look so disturbed." "I am disturbed, mother," he answered, seating himself, "and so I fear you will be when you have heard what I have to tell you." Lady Graves glanced at him in alarm. She was well trained in bad tidings. Deuce cannot accustom the blood horse to the whip or the heart to sorrow. "Go on," she said. "Mother," he began in a hoarse voice, "last night I told you that I intended to propose to Miss Levenger. Now I have come to tell you that such a thing is absolutely impossible." "Why, Henry?" "Because I am going to marry another woman, mother." "Going to marry another woman?" she repeated, bewildered. "Whom? Is it that girl?" "Yes, mother, it is she, Joan Haste. You remember a conversation that we had shortly after my father's death?" She bowed her head in assent. "Then you pointed out to me what you considered to be my duty, and begged me to take time to think. I did so, and came to the conclusion that on the whole your view was the right one, as I told you last night. This morning, however, I have received 2 letters, the first news of Joan Haste that has reached me since she left Bradmouth, which oblige me to change my mind. Here they are. Perhaps you will read them." Lady Graves took the letters and perused them carefully, reading them twice from end to end. Then she handed them back to her son. "Do you understand now, mother?" he asked. "Perfectly, Henry. And do you still think that I am wrong in determining to marry Joan Haste whom I love?" "No, Henry, I think that you are right if the girl desires it, since," she added with a touch of bitterness, "it seems to be conceded by the world that the duty which a man owes to his parents and his family cannot be allowed to weigh against the duty which he owes to the partner of his sin. Oh, Henry, had you but kept your hands clean to this temptation as I know that you have done in others, these sorrows would not have fallen upon us. But it is useless to reproach you, and perhaps you are as much sinned against as sinning. At least you have sown the wind and you must reap the whirlwind, and whoever is to blame, it has come about that the fortunes of our house are fallen irretrievably, and that you must give your honor and your name into the keeping of a frail girl who has neither." And with a tragic gesture of despair Lady Graves rose and left the room. "Whether or not virtue brings its own reward I cannot say," reflected Henry, looking after her. "But that vice does so is pretty clear. It seems to me that I am a singularly unfortunate man, and so, I suppose, I shall remain." Chapter 31 The Gate of Paradise. For some days Lady Graves was completely prostrated by this new and terrible misfortune, which, following as it did hard upon the hope of happier things, seemed to her utterly overwhelming. She dared not even trust herself to see her son, but kept her room, sending a message to him to say that she was unwell and did not wish to be disturbed. For his part Henry avoided the house as much as possible. As it chanced, he had several invitations to shoot during this particular week, one of them coupled with an engagement to dine and sleep, and of all these he availed himself, though they brought him little enjoyment. On the 3rd morning after he had posted his letter, there came a short answer from Mrs. Bird, stating that Joan would be well enough to see him on the following Thursday or Friday, but from Joan herself he received no reply. This note reached him on the Friday, just as he was starting to keep his aforesaid engagement to shoot and sleep. On Saturday he returned to Rosham to find that his mother had gone to town, leaving a note of explanation to be given to him. The note said: "Dear Henry, I am going to London to stay for a few days with my old friend and your grandmother, Lady Norse. Circumstances that have recently arisen make it necessary that I should consult with the lawyers, to see if it is possible for me to recover any of the sums that from time to time have been expended upon this estate out of my private fortune. I am not avaricious, but if I can obtain some slight provision for my remaining years, of course I must do so, and I desire that my claim should be made out legally, so as to entitle me to rank as a creditor in the bankruptcy proceedings which are now, I suppose, inevitable. Your affectionate mother, E. Graves." Henry put the letter into his pocket with a sigh. Like everything else, it was sad and humiliating, but he was not sorry to find that his mother had gone, for he had no more wish to meet her just now than she had to meet him. Then he began to wonder if he ought to take any steps to advise Mr. Levenger of his intentions, so that the mortgagee might proceed to recover such portion of the capital advanced as the assets would realize. On the whole he determined to let the matter be for a while. He was sick to death of arguments, reproaches, and affairs. It would be time enough to face these and other disagreeables when he had seen Joan and was about to marry her, or had already done so. There was no pressing need for hurry. By Mr. Levenger's help arrangements had been made under which the vacant farms were being carried on for the present, and he had a little money in hand. He remembered, indeed, that he was engaged to stay at Monk's Lodge on the following Friday. Well, he could telegraph from London making his apologies and saying that he was detained in town by business, which would save the necessity of writing an explanatory letter. One step he did take, however. He wrote to an old messmate of his who held an undersecretaryship in the government, explaining the condition of the estate to which he had succeeded, and asking him to interest himself to obtain him a consulship, no matter how remote, or any other suitable employment. Also he put himself in communication with the Admiralty, to arrange for the commutation of his pension, which of course was not liable for his father's debts, so that he might have some cash in hand wherewith to start in married life. Then he composed himself to wait quietly at Rosham till the following Friday, when he purposed to go to town. Lady Graves's note to Henry was true in substance, but it was not the whole truth. She was still an able and an energetic woman, and her mind had not been idle during those days when she kept her room, refusing to see her son. On the contrary, she considered the position in all its bearings, recalling every word of her interviews with Henry, and of Joan's letter to him, no sentence of which had escaped her memory. After much thinking she came to a conclusion, namely, that while it would be absolutely useless to make any further attempt to turn Henry from his purpose, it was by no means certain that the girl herself could not be appealed to with success. She recollected that, according to Henry's story, Joan had all along declined to entertain the idea of marrying him, and that even in the mad rhapsody which Mrs. Bird had forwarded, she stated that she could never suffer such a thing, because it would mean his ruin. Of course, as she was well aware, should these two once meet it was probable, it was almost certain, that Joan Haste would be persuaded to retract her self-denying ordinance, and to allow herself to be made Henry's wife and a respectable member of society. The woman who was so circumstanced and did otherwise would be more than human, seeing that her own honor and the honor of her child were at stake, and that consent meant social advancement to her, and the lifelong gratification of a love which, however guilty it might have been in its beginning, was evidently sincere. But if she could be appealed to before they met, it might be different. At any rate it seemed to Lady Graves that the experiment was worth trying. Should she be justified in making such an appeal? This girl had been wronged, and she had rights. Would she then be asked to forego those rights? Lady Graves answered the question in the affirmative. She was not a hard and worldly woman, like her daughter, nor was she careful of her own advantage in this matter, but her dead husband's wishes were sacred to her and she had her son's best interests at heart. Moreover, she was of opinion, with Ellen, that a man has no right to undo his family, and bring the struggle of generations to an inglorious end, in order that he may gratify a personal passion or even fulfill a personal duty. It was better that this girl should be wronged, if indeed she was wronged, and that Henry should suffer some remorse and shame, than that a day should come when others would learn that the family had been ousted out of its place and heritage because he had chosen to pay a debt of honor at their expense. The reasoning may have been faulty, and perhaps Lady Graves was not the person to give judgment upon a case in which she was so deeply interested, but, such as it was, it carried conviction to her mind, and she determined to act upon it. There was but one way to do this: to see the girl face to face, for she would trust nothing to letters. She had learned through Thompson the butler that Henry was not going to town for some days, and she must be beforehand with him. She had Joan's address, that is, she had seen it at the head of Mrs. Bird's letter, and she would take the chance of her being well enough to receive her. It was a forlorn hope, and one that Lady Graves had no liking for. Still, for the sake of all that had been and of all that might be, she made up her mind to lead it. Henry's letter reached Kent Street in due course, and when she read it Mrs. Bird was a proud and happy woman. She also had led a forlorn hope, and never in her wildest moments had she dreamed that the enemy would capitulate thus readily. She could scarcely believe her eyes. The wicked baronet, the penny novel villain of her imaginings, had proved himself to be an amenable creature, and as well principled as any common man. Indeed, she gathered, although he did not say so in as many words, that actually he meant to marry the victim of his vices. Mrs. Bird was dumbfounded. She read and reread Henry's note, then she examined the enclosure addressed to Joan, holding it to the light and trying to peep beneath the edges of the envelope, to see if perchance she could not win some further word of comfort. So great was her curiosity, indeed, that she looked with longing at the kettle boiling on the hearth, wondering if she would not be justified in reducing the gum upon the envelope to a condition that would enable her to peruse the writing within before she handed it seemingly inviolate to Joan. But at this point conscience came to her rescue and triumphed over her curiosity, devouring as it was. When first she read Henry's letter she had determined that in the interests of Joan's health the enclosure must not be given to her for some days, but by degrees she modified this decision. Joan was out of danger now, and the doctor said that she might read anything. Surely, therefore, it would be safe for her to peruse this particular sheet of paper. Accordingly, when the nurse came down to say that her patient was awake after her morning sleep, and that if Mrs. Bird would sit with her, she proposed to take a walk in the park till dinner time, the little woman hurried upstairs with a precious document in her pocket. Joan, who was sitting on the sofa, received her with a smile, and held up her face to be kissed. "How are you this morning, my dear?" she asked, putting her head on one side and surveying her critically. "I feel stronger than I have for weeks," answered Joan. "Indeed, I believe that I am quite well again now, thanks to you and all your kindness. Do you think that you are strong enough to read a letter, dear ? Because I have one for you." "A letter?" said Joan anxiously. "Who has taken the trouble to write to me?" "Mr. Levenger?" Mrs. Bird shook her head and looked mysterious. "Oh, don't torment me," cried Joan. Give it me at once." Then Mrs. Bird put her hand into her pocket and produced Henry's enclosure. Joan saw the writing, and her poor white hands trembled so that she could not unfasten the envelope. "Open it for me," she whispered. "Oh, I cannot see. Read it to me. Quick, quick, don't be in a hurry, my dear, it won't fly away," said Mrs. Bird as she took the letter. Then she put on her spectacles, cleared her throat, and began. "Dearest Joan, really, my love, do you not think that you had better read this for yourself? It seems so very confidential." "Oh, I can't, I must hear it at once." "Go on, pray." Thus encouraged, Mrs. Bird went on, nothing loath, till she reached the last word of the letter. "Well," she said, laying it upon her knees, "now, that is what I call behaving like a gentleman. At any rate, my dear, you have been lucky in falling into the hands of such a man, for some would not have treated you so well. Having begun wicked they would have gone on wickeder. Why, good gracious! What's the matter with the girl? She's fainted, I do believe." And she ran to get water, reproaching herself the while for her folly in letting Joan have the letter while she was still so weak. By the time that she returned with the water, the necessity for it had gone by. Joan had recovered, and was seated staring into vacancy, with a rapt smile upon her face that, so thought Mrs. Bird, made her look like an angel. "You silly girl," she said, "you gave me quite a turn." "Give me that letter," answered Joan. Mrs. Bird picked it up from the floor, where it had fallen, and handed it to her. Joan took it and pressed it to her breast as though it were a thing alive, much, indeed, as a mother may be seen to press her newborn infant when the fear and agony are done with and love and joy remain. For a while she sat thus in silence, holding the letter to her heart. Then she spoke: "I do not suppose that I shall ever marry him, but I don't care now. Whatever comes, I have had my hour, and after this and the rest I can never quite lose him, no, not through all eternity." "Don't talk nonsense, Joan," said Mrs. Bird, who did not understand what she meant. "Not marry him? Indeed! Why shouldn't you? Because something is sure to prevent it. Besides, it would be wrong of me to do so. Letting other things alone, he must marry a rich woman, not a penniless girl like me." "Oh, stuff and nonsense with your rich woman. The man who'll go for money when he can get love isn't worth a row of pins, say I, and this one isn't of that sort, or he would never have written such a letter. He can get both love and money," answered Joan, "and it isn't for himself that he wants the money, it is to save his family. He had an elder brother who brought them to ruin, and now he's got to set them up again by taking the girl who holds the mortgages, and who is in love with him, as his wife at least. I believe that's the story, though he never told it me himself. A pretty kettle of fish, I am sure. Now look here, Joan, don't you talk silly, but listen to me, who am older than you are and have seen more. It isn't for me to blame you, but, whatever was the truth of it, you've done what isn't right, and you know it. Well, it has pleased God to be kind to you and to show you a way out of a mess that most girls never get clear of. Yes, you can become an honest woman again, and have the man you love as a husband, which is more than you deserve perhaps. What I have to say is this: don't you be a fool and cut your own throat. These money matters are all very well, but you have got nothing to do with them. You get married, Joan, and leave the rest to luck. It will come right in the end. If there's one thing that's more of a vanity than any other in this wide world, it is scheming and plotting about fortunes and estates and such like, and in 9 cases out of 10, the woman who goes sacrificing herself to put cash into her lover's pocket or her own either for that matter does him no good in the long run. but just breaks her heart for nothing, and is too very likely. There, that's my advice to you, Joan, and I tell you that if I thought that you would go on as you have begun and make this man a bad wife, I shouldn't be the one to give it. But I don't think that, dear. No, I believe that you would be as good as gold to him, and that he'd never regret marrying you, even though he is a baronet and you are what you are. Oh. Indeed I would, said Joan. Don't say indeed I would, dear, say indeed I shall, and mind you stick to it. And now I hear the nurse coming back, and it is time for me to go and see about your dinner. Don't you fuss and make yourself ill again, or she won't be able to go away tomorrow, you know. I shall just write to this gentleman and say that he can come and see you about next Friday, so mind, you've got to be well by then. Goodbye. Weak as she was still from illness, when her first wild joy had passed, a great bewilderment took possession of Joan. As her body had been brought back to the fullness of life from the very pit of death, so the magic of Henry's letter changed the blackness of her despair to a dawn of hope, by contrast so bright that it dazzled her mind. She had no recollection of writing the letter to which Henry alluded. Indeed, had she been herself she would never have written it, and even now she did not know what she had told him or what she had left untold. What she was pleased to consider his goodness and generosity in offering to make her his wife touched her most deeply, and she blessed him for them. But neither the secret pleading of her love nor Mrs. Bird's arguments convinced her that it would be right to take advantage of them. The gate of what seemed to be an earthly paradise was of a sudden thrown open to her feet. Behind her lay solitude, sorrow, sin and agonizing shame. Before her were peace, comfort, security, and that good report which every civilized woman must desire. But ought she to enter by the gate? A warning instinct answered no, and yet she had not strength to shut it. Why should she, indeed? If she might judge the future from the past, fate would do her that disservice. Such happiness could not be for one so wicked. Yet till the blow fell she might please her fancy by standing upon the threshold of her heaven, and peopling the beyond with unreal glories which her imagination furnished without stay or stint. She was still too weak to struggle against the glamour of these visions, for that they could become realities Joan did not believe, rather did she submit herself to them, and satisfy her soul with a false but penetrating delight, such as men grasp in dreams. Of only one thing was she sure, that Henry loved her, and in that knowledge, so deep was her folly, she found reward for all she had undergone, or that could by any possibility be left for her to undergo, for had he not loved her, as she believed, he would never have offered to marry her. He loved her, and she would see him, and then things must take their chance. Meanwhile she would rest and be content. Chapter 32. The closing of the gate. While Lady Graves was standing at the Bradmouth station on that Saturday in November, waiting for the London train, she saw a man whose face she knew and who saluted her with much humility. He was dressed in a semi-clerical fashion, in clothes made of smooth black cloth, and he wore a broad wide awake, the only spot of colour about him being a neck-scarf of brilliant red, whereof the strange incongruity caught and offended her eye. For a long time she puzzled herself with endeavours to recollect who this individual might be. He did not look like a farmer, and it was obvious that he could not belong to the neighbouring clergy, since no parson in his senses would wear such a tie. Finally Lady Graves concluded that he must be a dissenting minister, and dismissed the matter from her mind. At Liverpool Street, however, she saw him again, although he tried to avoid her, or so she thought, and then it flashed across her that this person was Mr. Samuel Rock of Moorfarm, and she wondered vaguely what his business in London could be. Had Lady Graves possessed the gift of clairvoyance she would have wondered still more, for Mr. Rock's business was curiously connected with her own, seeing that he also had journeyed to town, for the first time in his life, in order to obtain an interview with Joan Haste, whose address he had purchased at so great a price on the previous day. As yet he had no very clear idea of what he should say or do when he found himself in Joan's presence. He knew only that he was driven to seek that presence by a desire which he was absolutely unable to control. He loved Joan, not as other men love, but with all the strength and virulence of his distempered nature, and this love, or passion, or incipient insanity, drew him to her with as irresistible a force as a magnet draws the fragment of steel that is brought within its influence. Had he known her to be at the uttermost ends of the earth, it would have drawn him thither, and though he was timid and fearful of the vengeance of heaven, there was no danger that he would not have braved, and no crime which he would not have committed. He might win her to himself. Till he learned to love Joan, Samuel Rock had been as free from all human affections as it is possible for a man to be. There was no one creature for whom he cared, and, though he was naturally passionate, his interest and his strict religious training had kept him from giving way to the excesses that in secret he brooded over and desired. During his early manhood all his energies has been devoted to money-making. and in the joy of amassing wealth and of overreaching his fellows in every kind of legitimate business he found consolation for the absence of all that in the case of most men makes life worth living. Then on one evil day he met Joan, grown from a child into a most lovely woman. And that which he had hidden in his heart arose suddenly and asserted itself, so that from this hour he became a slave bound to the chariot wheels of a passion over which he had lost command. The rebuffs that he had received at her hands served only to make the object of his affections dearer and more desirable in his eyes, while the gnawing ache of jealousy and the daily torment of long-continued disappointment drove him by slow degrees to the very edge of madness. She hated him, he knew, as he knew that she loved his rival, but if only he could see her, things might yet go well with him, or if they did not, at least he would have seen her. But of all this Lady Graves was ignorant, and, had she known it, anxious though she was to win her end, it is probable that she would have shrunk from an enterprise which, if successful, must expose Joan Haste to the persecution of such a man as Samuel Rock, and might end in delivering her into his hands. On the following afternoon, it was Sunday, Lady Graves informed her hostess that she was going to visit a friend, and, declining the offer of the carriage, walked to the corner of the square, where she chartered a four-wheeled cab, directing the driver to take her to Kent Street. As they crawled up the edgeware road, she let down the window of the cab and idly watched the stream of passers-by. Presently she started, for among the hundreds of faces she caught sight of that of Mr. Samuel Rock. It was pale, and she noticed that as he went the man was muttering to himself and glancing at the corner of a street, as though he was seeking some turn with which he was not familiar. "I wonder what that person is doing here," she thought to herself. "Positively he seems to haunt me." Then the cab went on, and presently drew up in front of number 8, Kent Street. What a squalid-looking place, Lady Graves reflected, while she paid the man and rang the bell. As it chanced, Mrs. Bird was out and the door was answered by the little serving girl, who, in reply to the question of whether Miss Haste was in, said yes without hesitation and led the way upstairs. "Someone to see you," she said, opening the door in front of Lady Graves and almost simultaneously shutting it behind her. Joan, who was seated on the horsehair sofa reading, or pretending to read a book, rose instinctively at the words, and started at her veiled and stately-looking visitor. "Surely," she said, "you are Lady Graves?" "Yes, Miss Haste, I am Lady Graves, and I have taken the liberty of coming to see you. I am told that you have been ill." Joan bowed her head and sank back upon the sofa, pointing towards a chair. At the moment she could not trust herself to speak, for she felt that the blow which she dreaded was about to fall, and that Henry's mother came as a messenger of ill. Lady Graves sat down, and for a while there was silence. "I trust that you are better," she said at length. "Thank you. Yes, your ladyship, I am almost well again now. I am glad of that, Miss Haste, for I do not wish to upset you or retard your recovery, and I have come to speak to you, if I have your permission, upon a very delicate and important matter." Again Joan bowed, and Lady Graves went on. "Miss Haste, certain things have come to my knowledge of which I need only allude to one, namely, that my son Henry is anxious to make you his wife, as indeed, if what I've learned is true, you have a right to expect," and she paused. "Please go on," murmured Joan. "I am here," she continued hesitatingly, "to submit some questions to your consideration, but pray understand that my son knows nothing of this visit, and that I have not come to reproach you in any way. We are all human and liable to fall into temptation, though our temptations vary with age, disposition, and other circumstances. It is quite possible, for instance, that in speaking to you thus I am at this moment yielding to a temptation which I ought to resist. Perhaps I am right in supposing that it is your intention to accept my son's offer of marriage?" "I have not made up my mind, Lady Graves." "Well," she answered, with a faint smile, "you will doubtless make it up when you see him, if you do see him. I think that I may take it for granted that, unless what I have to say to you should change your views, you will very shortly be married to Sir Henry Graves." "I suppose you do not wish that," said Joan. "Indeed, how can you wish it, seeing what I am, and his reason for asking me to marry him?" "No, I do not wish it, though not altogether for these reasons. You are a very beautiful woman and a sweet one, and I have no doubt but that you could soon learn to fill any position which he might be able to give you, with credit to yourself and to him. As for the rest, he is as much to blame as you are, and therefore owes you reparation, so I will say no more upon that point. My reasons are simple and to a certain extent selfish, but I think that they will appeal to you. I believe that you love Henry. Well, if you marry him you will bring this man whom you love to the most irretrievable ruin. I do not know if you have heard of it, but the place where he lives, and where his ancestors have lived for 3 centuries before him, is deeply encumbered. Should he marry a girl without means it must be sold, leaving us all, not only beggars, but bankrupt. I will not insult you by supposing that the fact that you would find yourself in the painful position of the penniless wife of a person of nominal rank can influence you one way or another, but I do hope that the thought of the position in which he will find himself may influence you. He would be driven from his home, his name would be tarnished, and he would be left burdened with a wife and family, and without a profession, to seek such a living as chance might offer to him. I know all this, said Joan quietly, but have you quite considered my side of the question, Lady Graves? You seem to have heard the facts. Have you thought, then, in what state I shall be left if I refuse the offer that Sir Henry had so generously made to me? Doubtless, answered Lady Graves confusedly. Forgive me for speaking of it. Adequate provision, the best possible, would be made. She stopped, for Joan held up her hand in warning, and said, if you are going to offer me money compensation, I may as well tell you at once, it is the one thing that I shall not be able to forgive you. Also, where is the provision to come from? Do you wish to endow me with Miss Levenger's money? I have not sunk to that, Lady Graves. I ask your pardon, she answered. It is so terribly hard to deal with such a subject without giving offense. Believe me, I have considered your side of the question, and my heart bleeds for you, but I am asking more of you than anyone has a right to ask of a woman placed in your position. Indeed, I come to you as a suppliant, not for justice, but for pity, to implore you, in the name of the love which you bear my son, to save him from himself. Yes, even at the cost of your own ruin. You put things plainly, Lady Graves, but how if he loves me? In that event will it be any real kindness to save him from himself? Naturally I do not wish to sacrifice my life for nothing. It will be a kindness, Miss Haste, if not to him, at any rate to his family. To the chance that a man in after years might learn to dislike, or even to hate the woman who has been forced upon him as a wife under such painful circumstances, I will only allude, for, although it is a common experience enough, it is possible, indeed I think that it is probable, that such a thing would never arise in your case. If he loves you, in my opinion he should sacrifice that love upon the altar of his duty. He has sinned, and it is right that he should suffer for his sin, as you have already suffered. Although I am his mother, Miss Haste, for Henry I have little sympathy in this matter. My sympathy is for you and you alone. You spoke of his family, Lady Graves. A man is not his family. Surely his duty is towards himself, and not towards the past and the future. I cannot agree with you. The duty of a man placed as Henry is chiefly owing to the house which for some few years he represents, in which, indeed, he has but a brief life interest, and to the name that has descended to him. The step which he contemplates would bring both to destruction, also it would bring me, his mother, who have given my all to bolster up the fortunes of his family, to utter penury in my old age. But of that I do not complain. I am well schooled in trouble, and it makes little difference to me in what fashion I drag out my remaining years. I plead, Miss Haste, not for myself and not for my son Henry, but for his forefathers and his descendants, and the home that for 3 centuries has been theirs. Do you know how his father, my beloved husband, died? He died broken-hearted, because in his last moments he learned that his only surviving son purposed to sacrifice all these on your account. Therefore, although he is dead, I plead for him also. Putting Henry out of the account, this is the plain issue, Miss Haste. Are you to be deserted, or is Rosham to be sold and other members of the family into which I have married to be turned out upon the world bankrupt and dishonored? Putting myself aside, Lady Graves, is your son to suffer for difficulties that he did not create? Did he spend the money which, if not repaid, will make him a bankrupt? Indeed, will he be made a bankrupt at all? Was he not earning his living in a profession which his family forced him to abandon, in order that he might take these troubles upon his own shoulders, and put an end to them by bartering himself in marriage to a rich lady for whom he has no affection? These things are true, but still I say that he must suffer, and for the reasons that I have given. You say that, Lady Graves, but what you mean is that he will not suffer. I will put your thoughts into words. You think that your son has been betrayed by me into a troublesome position, from which most men would escape simply enough, namely, by deserting the woman. As it chances, he is so foolish that, when he has heard of her trouble, he refuses to do this from a mistaken sense of honor. So you come to appeal to that fallen and unfortunate woman, although it must be an insult to you to be obliged even to speak to her, and because you are kind-hearted, you say that your son must suffer. How must he suffer according to your view? His punishment will be, firstly, that at the cost of some passing pain he escapes from a disgraceful marriage with a nameless girl, half-lady born of nobody knows whom and bred up in a public house, with such results that on the first opportunity she follows her mother's example, and secondly, that he must marry a sweet and beautiful lady who will bring him love as well as fortune. and having shaken himself clear from trouble of every sort, live happy and honored in a position that he has inherited. And if, as you wish, I inflict all this upon him by refusing to marry him, what will be my reward? A life of shame and remorse for myself and my unborn child, till at length I die of a broken heart, or perhaps—" and she stopped. "Oh, how can I ask it of you?" broke in Lady Graves. "I do not know. That is a matter for your own conscience, but you have asked it, understanding all that it means to me." "Well, Lady Graves, I will do as you wish. I will not accept your son's offer. He never made me a promise of marriage, and I never asked or expected any. Whatever I have done I did for love of him, and it was my fault, not his, or as much my fault as his, and I must pay the price. I love him so well that I sacrifice my child and myself, but I put him out of my life, yes, and give him to the arms of my rival." And Joan made a movement with her hands as though to push away some unseen presence. "You are a very noble woman," said Lady Graves, "so noble that my mind misgives me, and notwithstanding all that I have said, I am inclined to ask you to forget that promise and let things take their chance. Whatever may have been your faults, no man could do wrong to marry such a wife. No, no, I have promised. And there's an end, and may God have mercy on me, for he alone knows how I shall perform what now I undertake. Forgive me, your ladyship, but I am very tired." Then her visitor rose. "My dear girl," she said, "my dear, dear girl, in asking all this of you I have done only what I believe to be my duty, and should you, on reflection, come to any different conclusion from which you have just expressed, I can only say that I for one shall not blame you, and that, whatever the event, you will always have me for your friend." And, moved to it by a sudden impulse, she bent down and kissed Joan upon the forehead. "Thank you," said Joan, smiling faintly, "you are too good to me. Do not distress yourself. I dare say that I should have come to the same mind if I had not seen you, and I deserve it all." Then Lady Graves went. It was very painful, she reflected, as she left the house. "That girl has a heart of gold, and I feel as though I had done something wicked, though heaven knows that I am acting for the best. Why, there is that man Rock again, staring at the house. What can he be looking for? Somehow I don't like him. His face and manner remind me of a cat watching a caged bird." Joan watched the door close behind Lady Graves, then, pressing her hands to her head, she began to laugh hysterically. "It is like a scene out of a book," she said aloud. "Well, the dream has come to an end sooner than I thought even. I knew it would, so what does it matter? And now what am I to do?" She thought a while, then went to the table and began to write. She wrote thus: "Dear Sir Henry, I have received your letter, but could not answer it before because I was so ill. I am very much honored by what you say in it, but it is not to be thought of that a gentleman in your position should marry a poor girl like me, and, if you did, I dare say that we should both of us be very unhappy, seeing that, as they say in Bradmouth, pigeons can't nest with crows. It seems, from what you tell me, that I have written you some stuff while I was ill. I remember nothing about it, but if so, you must pay no attention to it, since people often talk and write nonsense when they are off their heads. You will be glad to know that I hope to get well again soon, but I am still too sick to see anybody at present, so it will be no use your coming to London to call upon me. I do not mind my life here at all, and hope to find another situation as soon as I can get about. Thanking you again. Believe me, your affectionate Joan. P.S. You must not take any notice of what Mrs. Bird writes, as she is very romantic. I cannot help thinking how sorry you would be if I were to take you at your word. Just fancy Sir Henry Graves married to a shop girl." Joan gave much thought and care to the composition of this precious epistle, with the result that it was in its way a masterpiece of art indeed, just the kind of letter that a person of her position and bringing up might be expected to write to a former flame of whom, for reasons of her own, she wished to see no more. "There," she said, as she finished rereading her fair copy, "if that does not disgust him with me, I don't know what will. It makes me sick myself. Oh, my darling, it is bitter hard that I should have to write to you like this. I know that I shall not be able to keep up for long. Some day I shall see you and tell you the truth, but not till you are married, dear." And she rested her head, that now was clustered over with little curls, upon the edge of the table, and wept bitterly, till she heard the girl coming up with her tea, when she dried her eyes and sent her letter to the post. Thus, then, did Joan begin to keep her promise. Chapter 33 The Gate of Hell. On the afternoon of the day following the interview between Lady Graves and Joan, it occurred to Henry, who chanced to be in Bradmouth, that he might as well call at the post office to get any letters which had been dispatched from London on the Sunday. There was but one, and, recognizing the handwriting on the envelope, He read it eagerly as he sat upon his horse. Twice did he read it, then he put it in his pocket and rode homewards wondering, for as yet he could scarcely believe that it had been written by Joan Haste. There was nothing in the letter itself that he could find fault with, yet the tone of it disgusted him. It was vulgar and flippant. Could the same hand have written these words and those other words, incoherent and yet so touching, that had stirred his nature to its depths? And if so, which of them reflected the true mind of the writer? The first letter was mad, but beautiful, the second sane, but to his sense shocking. If it was genuine, he must conclude that the person who penned it desired to have done with him, but was it genuine? He could not account for the letter, and yet he could not believe in it, for if Joan wrote it of her own free will, then indeed he had misinterpreted her character and thrown his pearls, such as they were, before the feet of swine. She had been ill, she might have fallen under other influences. He would not accept his dismissal without further proof, at any rate until he had seen her and was in a position to judge for himself. And yet he must send an answer of some sort. In the end he wrote thus: Dear Joan, I have received your note, and I tell you frankly that I cannot understand it. You say that you do not wish to marry me, which, unless I have altogether misunderstood the situation, as may be the case, seems incomprehensible to me. I still purpose to come to town on Friday, when I hope that you will be well enough to see me and to talk this matter over. Affectionately yours, Henry Graves. Joan received this note in due course of post. Just what I expected, she thought. How good he is. Most people would have had nothing more to do with me after that horrid, common letter. How am I to meet him if he comes? I cannot, simply I cannot. I should tell him all the truth, and where would my promise be then? If I see him I shall marry him, that is, if he wishes it. I must not see him, I must go away, but where can I go? Oh, heaven help me, for I cannot help myself. The journey to London had not changed Mr. Samuel Brock's habits, which it will be remembered were of a furtive nature. When Lady Graves saw him on the Sunday, he was employed in verifying the information as to Joan's address that he had obtained from Mrs. Gillingwater. Any other man would have settled the matter by inquiring at number 8 as to whether or not she lived there, but he preferred to prowl up and down in the neighborhood of the house till chance assured him of the fact. As it happened, fortune favored him from the outset, for if Lady Graves saw him, he also saw her as she left the house, and was not slow to draw conclusions from her visit, though what its exact object might be he could not imagine. One thing was clear, however, Mrs. Gillingwater had not lied, since to suppose that by the merest coincidence Lady Graves was calling at this particular house for some purpose unconnected with Joan Haste, was an idea too improbable to be entertained. Still his suspicious mind was not altogether satisfied, for aught he knew Joan had left the place, or possibly she might be dead. In his desire to solve his doubts on these points before he committed himself to any overt act, Samuel returned on the Monday morning to Kent Street from the hotel where he had taken a room, and set himself to watch the windows of number 8, but without results, for the fog was so thick that he could see nothing distinctly. In the afternoon, when the fog lifted, he was more successful, for, just as the November evening was closing in, the gas was lit in the front room on the first floor, and for a minute he caught a glimpse of Joan herself drawing down a blind. The sight of her filled him with a strange rapture, and he hesitated a while as to whether he should seek an interview with her at once, or wait until the morrow. In the end he decided upon the latter course, both because his courage failed him at the moment, and because he wished to think over his plan of action. On the Tuesday morning he returned about 10 o'clock, and with many inward tremblings rang the bell of number 8. The door was answered by Mrs. Bird, whom he saluted with the utmost politeness, standing on the step with his hat off. Pray, ma'am, is Miss Haste within? He asked. Yes, sir, being so ill, she has not been out for many weeks, so I have heard, ma'am, and I think that you are the lady who has nursed her so kindly. I have done my best, sir, but what might be your errand? I wish to see her, ma'am. Mrs. Bird looked at him doubtfully, and shook her head. I don't think that she can see anyone at present unless, indeed, you are the gentleman from Bradmouth whom she expects. An inspiration flashed into Samuel's mind. I am the gentleman from Bradmouth, he answered. Again Mrs. Bird scanned him curiously. To her knowledge she had never set eyes upon a baronet, but somehow Samuel did not fulfill her idea of a person of that class. He seemed too humble, and she felt that there was something wrong about the red tie and the broad black hat. Perhaps he is disguising himself, she thought. Baronets and earls often do that in books, then added aloud, Are you Sir Henry Graves? By now Samuel understood that to hesitate was to lose all chance of seeing Joan. His aim was to obtain access to the house. Once there, It would be difficult to force him to leave until he had spoken to her. After all, he could only be found out, and if he waited for another opportunity, it was obvious that his rival, who was expected at any moment, would be beforehand with him. Therefore he lied boldly, answering, "That is my name, Ma'am." "Sir Henry Graves of Rosham." Mrs. Bellard asked him into the passage and shut the door. "I didn't think you would be here till Friday, sir," she said. "But I dare say that you are a little impatient, and that your mother told you that Joan is well enough to see you now," for Mrs. Bellard had heard of Lady Graves's visit, though Joan had not spoken to her of its object. "Yes, ma'am, you are right, I am impatient, very impatient. That is it should be, sir, seeing all the lost time you have to make up for. Well, the past is the past, and you're acting like a gentleman now, which can never be a sorrow to you, come what may." "Quite so, ma'am. But where is Joan?" "She is in that room at the top of the stairs, sir." "Perhaps you would like to go to her now. I know that she is up and dressed, for I have just left her. I do not think that I will come with you, seeing that you might feel it awkward, both of you, if a third party was present at such a meeting. You can tell me how you got on when you come down." "Thank you, ma'am," said Samuel again. And then he crept up the stairs, his heart filled with fear, hope, and raging jealousy of the man he was personating. Arriving at the door, he knocked upon it with a trembling hand. Joan, who was reading Henry's note for the 10th time, heard the knock, and having hastily hidden the paper in her pocket, said, "Come in," thinking that it was her friend the doctor. She had caught the sound of a man's voice in the passage. In another moment the door had opened and shut again, and she was on her feet staring at her visitor with angry, frightened eyes. "How did you come here, Mr. Rock?" she said in a choked voice. "How dare you come here?" "I dare to come here, Joan," he answered, with some show of dignity, "because I love you. Oh, I beg of you, do not drive me away until you have heard me, and indeed, it would be useless, for I shall only wait in the street till I can speak to you. You know that I do not wish to hear you," she answered, "and it is cowardly of you to hunt me down when I am weak and ill, as though I were a wild beast. I understand, Joan, that you are not too ill to see Sir Henry Graves. Surely, then, you can listen to me for a few minutes, and as for my being cowardly, I do not care if I am, though why a man should be called a coward because he comes to ask the woman he loves to marry him, I can't say, to marry you," exclaimed Joan, turning pale and sinking back into her chair. "I thought that we had settled all that long ago, Mr. Rock, out by the Bradmouth Meres. We spoke of it, Joan, but we did not settle it. We both grew angry, and said and did things which had best be forgotten. You swore that you would never marry me, and I swore that you should live to beg me to marry you, for you drove me mad with your cruel words. We were wrong, both of us, so let's wipe all that out, for I believe I shall marry you, Joan, and I know that you will never plead with me to do it, nor would I wish it so. Oh, hear me, hear me. You don't know that I have been filled with all the tortures of hell. I have thought of you by day and dreamed of you by night, till I began to believe my brain would burst and that I must go mad, as I shall do if I lose you altogether. At last I heard that you had been ill and got your address, and now once more I come to pray you to take pity on me and to promise to be my wife. If only you will do that, I swear to you I will be the best husband that ever a woman had. Yes, I will make myself your slave, and you shall want for nothing which I can give you. I do not ask your love, I do not even ask that you should treat me kindly. Deal with me as you will, be bitter and scornful and trample me in the dirt, and I will be content if only you will let me live where I can see you day by day. This isn't a new thing with me, Joan. It has gone on for years, and now it has come to this, that either I must give the promise of you or go mad. Then do not drive me away, but have mercy as you hope for mercy. Pity me and consent." And with an inarticulate sound that was half a sob and half a groan, he flung himself upon his knees and, clasping his hands, looked up at her with a rapt face like that of a man lost in earnest prayer. Joan listened, and as she listened a new and terrible idea crept into her mind. Here, if she chose to take it, if she could bring herself to take it, was an easy path out of her difficulty. Here was that which would effectually cure Henry of any desire to ruin himself by marrying her, and would put her beyond the reach of temptation. The thought made her faint and sick, but still she entertained it, so desperate was the case between her love and what she conceived to be her duty. If it could be done with certain safeguards and reservations, why should it not be done? This man was in a humor to consent to anything. It was but a question of the sacrifice of her miserable self, whereby, so they said and so she believed, she would save her lover. In a minute she had made up her mind. At least she would sound the man and put the matter to proof. "Do not kneel to me," she said, breaking the silence. You do not know what sort of woman it is to whom you are groveling. Get up, and now listen. I love another man, and if I love another man, what do you think that my feelings are to you? I think that you hate me, but I do not mind that in time you would come to care for me. I doubt it, Mr. Rock. I cannot change my heart so easily. Do you know what terms I stand on with this man? If you mean Sir Henry Graves, I have heard plenty of all that, and I am ready to forgive you. You are very generous, Mr. Rock, but perhaps I had better explain a little. I think it probable that, unless I change my mind, within a week I shall be married to Sir Henry Graves. Oh, my God. He groaned. I never thought that he would marry you. Well, as it happens he will, that is, if I consent. And now do you know why? He shook his head. Then I will tell you, so that you may understand exactly about the woman whom you wish to make your wife. Do not think that I am putting myself in your power, for in the first place, if you use my words against me I shall deny them, and in the second I shall be married to Sir Henry and able to defy you. This is the reason, Mr. Rock, and she bent forward and told him all in a few words, speaking in a low, clear voice. Samuel's face turned livid as he heard, the villain. He muttered. Oh, I should like to kill him. The villain, the villain. Don't talk in that kind of way, Mr. Rock, or, if you wish to do so, leave me. Why should you call him a villain, seeing that he loves me as I love him, and is ready to marry me tomorrow? Are you prepared to do as much now? Stop before you answer. You have not heard all the terms upon which, even if you should still wish it, I might possibly consent to become your wife, or my reason for even considering the matter. First, as to the reason, it would be that I might protect Sir Henry Graves from the results of his own good feeling, for it cannot be to his advantage to burden his life with me, and unless I take some such step, or die, I shall probably marry him. Now as to the condition upon which I might consent to marry anybody else, you, for instance, Mr. Rock, it is that I should be left alone to live here or wherever I might select for a year from the present date, unless of my own free will I chose to shorten the time. Do you think that you, or any other man, Mr. Rock, could consent to take a woman upon such terms? What would happen at the end of the year? He asked. At the end of the year, she answered deliberately, if I still lived, I should be prepared to become the faithful wife of that man. Provided, of course, that he did not attempt to violate the agreement in any particular. If he chose to do so, I should consider the bargain at an end, and he would never see me again. You want to drive a hard trade, Joan? Yes, Mr. Rock, a very hard trade. But then, you see, the circumstances are peculiar. It's too much. I can't see my way to it, Joan. He exclaimed passionately. I am very glad to hear that, Mr. Rock, she answered, with evident relief. And I think that you are quite right. Goodbye. Samuel picked up his hat, and rose as though to go. Shall you marry him? He said hoarsely. I do not see that I am bound to answer that question. It is probable for my own sake, I hope so. He took a step towards the door, then turned suddenly and dashed his hat down upon the carpet. I can't let you go to him, he said, with an oath. I'll take you upon your own terms, if you'll give me no better ones. Yes, Mr. Rock, but how am I to know that you will keep those terms? I'll swear it, but if I swear, when will you marry me? Whenever you like, Mr. Rock. There's a Bible on the table. If you are in earnest, take it and swear, for then I know you will be afraid to break your oath. Samuel picked up the book, and swore thus at her dictation: I swear that for a year from the date of my marrying you, Joan Haste, I will not attempt to see you, but will leave you to go your own way without interfering with you by word or deed, upon the condition that you have nothing to do with Sir Henry Graves. This sentence was Samuel's own, and that at the end of the year you come to me, to be my faithful wife. And, kissing the book, he threw it down upon the table, adding, and may God blast me if I break this oath. Do you believe me now, Joan? On second thoughts I am not sure that I do, she answered, with a contemptuous smile, for I think that the man who can take that vow would also break it. But if you do break it, remember what I tell you, that you will see no more of me. After all, this is a free country, Mr. Rock, and even though I become your wife in name, you cannot force me to live with you. There is one more thing. I will not be married to you in a church. I will be married before a registrar, if at all. I suppose that you must have your own way about that too, Joan, though it seems an unholy thing not to ask heaven's blessing on us. There is likely to be little enough blessing about the business, she answered, then added, touched by compunction, you had best leave it alone, Mr. Rock. It is wicked and wrong from beginning to end, and you know that I don't love you, nor ever shall, and the reasons why I consent to take you. Be wise and have done with me, and find some other woman who has no such history who will care for you and make you a good wife. No, Joan, you have promised to do that much when the time comes, and I believe you. No other woman could make up to me for the loss of you, not if she were an angel. So be it, then, she answered, but do not blame me if you are unhappy afterwards, for I have warned you, and however much I may try to do my duty, it can't make up to a man for the want of love. And now, when is it to be? You said whenever I liked, Joan, and I say the sooner we are married the sooner the year of waiting will be over. If it can be done, tomorrow or the next day, as I think for you have been living a long while in this parish, I will go and make arrangements and come to tell you. Don't do that, Mr. Rock, as I can't talk any more today. Send me a telegram. And now goodbye, I want to rest. He waited for her to offer him her hand, but she did not do so. Then he turned and went, walking so softly that until she heard the front door close Mrs. Bird was unaware that he had left the room above. Throwing down her work she ran upstairs, for her curiosity would not allow her to delay. Joan was seated on the sofa staring out of the window, with wide-opened eyes and a face so set that it might have been cut in stone. "Well, my dear," said the little woman, "so you have seen Sir Henry, and I hope that you have arranged everything satisfactorily?" Joan heard and smiled. Even then it struck her as ludicrous that Mrs. Bird could possibly mistake Samuel Rock for Sir Henry Graves. But she did not attempt to undeceive her, since to do so would have involved long explanations, on which at the moment she had neither the wish nor the strength to enter. Moreover, she was sure that Mrs. Bird would disapprove of this strange contract and oppose it with all her force. Even then, however, she could not help reflecting how oddly things had fallen out. It was as though some superior power were smoothing away every difficulty, and, to fulfill secret motives of its own, was pushing her into this hideous and shameful union. For instance, though she had never considered it, had not Mrs. Bird fatuously taken it for granted that her visitor must be Sir Henry and no other man, it was probable that she would have found means to prevent him from seeing her, or, failing that, she would have put a stop upon the project by communicating with Henry. For a moment Joan was tempted to tell her the truth and let her do what she would, in the hope that she might save her from herself. But she resisted the desire, and answered simply, "Yes, I shall probably be married tomorrow or the next day." "Tomorrow?" ejaculated Mrs. Bird, holding up her hands. "Why, you haven't even got a dress ready." "I can do without that," she replied, "especially as the ceremony is to be before a registrar." "Before a registrar, Joan? Why, if I did such a thing I should never feel half married. Besides, it's wicked, perhaps," said Joan, smiling again, "but it is the only fashion in which it can be arranged, and it will serve our turn. By the way, shall you mind if I come back to live here afterwards?" "What, with your husband? There would not be room for two of you. Besides, a baronet could never put up with a place like this." "No, without him. We are going to keep separate for a year." "Good heavens!" exclaimed Mrs. Bird, "what an extraordinary arrangement." "There are difficulties, Mrs. Bird, and it is the only one that we could come to. I suppose that I can stay on?" "Oh, yes, if you like, but really I do not understand. I can't explain just at present, dear," said Joan gently. "I am too tired. You will know all about it soon." "Well," thought Mrs. Bird, as she left the room, "somehow I don't like that baronet so much as I did. It is all so odd and secret. I hope that he doesn't mean to deceive Joan with a false marriage and then to desert her. I have heard of people of rank doing such things. But if he tries it on he will have to reckon with me." That afternoon Joan received the following telegram: "All arranged. Will call for you at 2 the day after tomorrow." Samuel, Chapter 30. For the opening of the gate, it was 1:45 on a Thursday, and Joan, dressed in the black silk gown that she used to wear when on duty at Messrs. Black and Parker's, awaited the arrival of her intended husband in the little sitting room, where presently Mrs. Bird joined her, attired in a lilac dress and a bonnet with white flowers and long jewel strings. "What, my dear, are you going to be married in black?" "Pray don't, it is so unlucky." "It is the best dress that I have," answered Joan. "There is the pretty grey one." "No," she replied hastily, "I will not wear that. Besides, the black one is more suitable." "Joan, Joan," cried Mrs. Bird, "is everything right? You don't look as you ought to, not a bit happy." "Quite right, thank you," she answered, with an unmoved countenance. "I have been shut up for so long that the idea of going out upsets me a little, that is all." Then Mrs. Bird collapsed and sat silent. But Joan, moving to the window, looked down the street. The sight was not an inspiring one, for it was a wet and a miserable afternoon even for London in November, and the rain trickled ceaselessly down the dirty window panes. Presently through the mist Joan saw a four-wheeled cab advancing towards the house. "Come," she said, "here it is." and she put on a heavy cloak over her other wrappings. At the door she paused for a moment, as though her resolution failed her, then passed downstairs with a steady step. Mr. Rock was already in the passage inquiring for her from Maria. "Here I am," she said, "let us go at once. I am afraid of catching cold if I stand about." Apparently Samuel was too much taken aback to make any answer, and in another minute they were all three in the cab driving towards the nearest registry. "I managed it all right, Joan," he said, bending forward and raising his voice to make himself heard above the rattling of the crazy cab. "I was only just in time, though, for I had to give 48 hours clear notice at the registry, and to make all sorts of affidavits about your age, and as to your having been resident in the parish for more than 15 days. Joan received this information in silence, and nothing more was said until they arrived at the office. From that moment till the end of the ceremony, so far as her immediate surroundings were concerned, Joan's mind was very much of a blank. She remembered, indeed, standing before a pleasant-looking gentleman with gold spectacles and a bald head, who asked her certain questions which she answered. She remembered also that Samuel put a ring upon her finger, for she noticed how his long white hands shook as he did so, and their hateful touch for a few instants stirred her from her lethargy. Then there arose in her mind a vision of herself standing on a golden summer afternoon by the ruins of an ancient church, and of one who spoke to her, and whom she must never see again. The vision passed, and she signed something. While her pen was yet upon the paper, she heard Mrs. Bird exclaim, in a shrill, excited voice, "I forbid it. There's fraud here, as I believed all along. I thought that he used the wrong name, and now he's gone and signed it." "What do you mean, madam?" asked the registrar. "Pray explain yourself." "I mean that he is deceiving this poor girl into a false marriage. His name is Sir Henry Graves, and he has signed himself the Samuel Rock. The good lady is under a mistake," explained Samuel, clasping his hands and writhing uncomfortably. "My name is Rock, and I am a farmer, not a baronet." "Well, I must say, sir," answered the registrar, "that you look as little like the one as the other. But this is a serious matter, so perhaps your wife will clear it up. She ought to know who and what you are, if anybody does." "He is Mr. Samuel Rock, of the Moor Farm, Radmouth," Joan answered, in an impassive voice. "My friend here is mistaken. Sir Henry Graves is quite a different person." Mrs. Bird heard, and sank into a chair speechless, nor did she utter another syllable until she found herself at home again. Then the business went on, and presently the necessary certificates, of which Samuel was careful to obtain certified copies, were filled in and signed, and the party left the office. "There's something odd about that affair," said the registrar to his assistant as he entered the amount of the fee received in a ledger, "and I shouldn't wonder if Mr. and Mrs. Samuel Rock make their appearance in the courts before they are much older. However, all the papers are in order, so they can't blame me. What a pretty woman she is!" But she looked very sad and ill. In the waiting room of the office Joan held out her hand to Samuel, and said, "Goodbye, mayn't I see you home?" He asked piteously. She shook her head and answered, "On this day year, if I am alive, you may see as much of me as you like, but till then we are strangers," and she moved towards the door. He stretched out his arms as though to embrace her, but, followed by the bewildered Mrs. Bird, she swept past him, and soon they were driving back to Kent Street, leaving Samuel standing bareheaded upon the pavement in the rain, and gazing after her. In the passage of number 8 Sally was waiting to present Joan with a bouquet of white flowers, that she had found no opportunity to give her as she went out. Joan took the flowers and, bending down, kissed the dumb child, and that kiss was the only touch of nature in all the nefarious and unnatural business of her marriage. Mrs. Bird followed her upstairs, and so soon as the door was closed, said, "For pity's sake, Joan, tell me what all this means. Am I mad, or are you?" "I am, Mrs. Bird," she answered. "If you want to know, I have married this man, who has been in love with me a long while, but whom I hate, in order to prevent Sir Henry Graves from making me his wife." "But why, Joan?" "But why?" Mrs. Bird gasped. "Because if I had married Sir Henry I should have ruined him, and also because I promised Lady Graves that I would not do so. Had I once seen him I should have broken my promise, so I have taken this means to put myself out of temptation. Having first told Mr. Rock the whole truth, and bargained that I should not go to live with him for another year." "Oh, this is terrible, terrible," said Mrs. Bird, wringing her hands, "and what a reptile the man must be to marry you on such terms, and knowing that you loathe the sight of him. Do not abuse him, Mrs. Bird, for on the whole I think that he is as much wronged as anybody. At least he is my husband, whom I have taken with my eyes open, as he has taken me. He may be your husband, But he is a liar for all that, but he told me that he was Sir Henry Graves, and that is why I let him come up to see you, although I thought, from the look of him, that he couldn't be a baronet. Well, Joan, you have done it now, and as you've sown so you will have to reap. The wages of sin is death, that's the truth of it. You've gone wrong, and, like many another, you have got to suffer. I don't believe in your arguments that have made you marry this crawling creature. They are a kind of lie, and, like all lies, they will bring misery. You have a good heart, but you've never disciplined it, and a heart without discipline is the most false of guides. It isn't for me to reproach you, Joan, who am, I dare say, 10 times worse than you are. But I can't hold with your methods. However, you are married to this man now, so if you're wise you'll try to make the best of him and forget the other. Yes, she answered, I shall if I am wise, or if I can find wisdom. Then Mrs. Bird began to cry and went away. When she had gone, Joan sat down and wrote this letter to catch the post: Dear Sir, I have received your kind letter, and write to tell you that it is of no use your coming to London to see me tomorrow, as I was married this afternoon to Mr. Samuel Rock, and so goodbye. With all good wishes. Believe me, dear Sir, ever yours, Joan. Joan was married on a Thursday, and upon the following morning Henry, who had slept but ill, rose early and went out before breakfast. As it chanced, the weather was mild, and the Rosham fields and woods looked soft and beautiful in the hazy November light. Henry walked to and fro about them, stopping here to admire the view, and there to speak a few kindly words to some labourer going to his daily toil, or to watch the pheasants drawing back to cover after filling their crops upon the stubble. Thus he lingered till long past the hour for breakfast, for he was sad at heart and loath to quit the lands that, as he thought, he would see no more, since he had determined not to revisit Rosham when once he had made Joan his wife. He felt that he was doing right in marrying her, but it was idle to deny that she was costing him dear. For 3 centuries his forefathers had owned these wide, familiar lands. There was no house upon them that they had not built, with the exception of a few ancient pollards. There was scarcely a tree that they had not planted, and now he must send them to the hammer because he had been unlucky enough to fall in love with the wrong woman. Well, such was his fortune, and he must make the best of it. Still he may be pardoned if it wrung his heart to think that, in all human probability, he would never again see those fields and friendly faces, and that in his person the race of Graves were looking their last upon the soil that for hundreds of years had fed them while alive and covered them when dead. In a healthy man, however, even sentiment is not proof against hunger, so it came about that at last Henry limped home to breakfast with a heavy heart, and, having ordered the dog that trotted at his heels back to its kennel, he entered the house by the side door and went to the dining room. On this plate were several letters. He opened the first, which he noticed had an official frank in the left-hand corner. It was from his friend the Under-Secretary, informing him that, as it chanced, there was a billet open in Africa, and that he had obtained a promise from a colleague, in whose hands lay the patronage of the appointment, that if he proved suitable in some particulars, he, Henry, should have the offer of it. The letter added that, although the post was worth only 600 a year, it was in a good climate, and would certainly lead to better things, and that the writer would be glad if he would come to town to see about the matter as soon as might be convenient to him, since, when it became known that the place was vacant, there were sure to be crowds of people after it who had claims upon the government. Here's a bit of good news at last, anyway, thought Henry, as he put down the letter. Whatever happens to us, Joan and I won't starve, and I dare say that we can be jolly enough out there. By Jove! If it wasn't for my mother and the thought that some of my father's debts must remain unpaid, I should almost be happy. And for a moment or two he gave himself over to a reverie in which the thought of Joan and of her tender love and beauty played the largest part, for he tried to forget the jarring tone of that second letter. Joan, whom, after so long an absence, he should see again that day. Then, remembering that the rest of his correspondence was unread, he took up an envelope and opened it without looking at the address. In 5 seconds it was on the floor beside him, and he was murmuring, with pale lips, "Married this afternoon to Samuel Rock. Impossible. It must be a hoax." Stooping down, he found the letter and examined it carefully. Either it was in Joan's writing, or the forgery was perfect. Then he thought of the former letter, of which the tenor had disgusted him, and it occurred to him that it was an epistle which a woman contemplating some such treachery might very well have written. Had he, then, been deceived all along in this girl's character? It would seem so. And yet, she had sworn that she loved him, and that she hated the man Rock. What could have been her object in doing this thing? Only one, that he could see money. Rock was a rich man, and he was a penniless baronet. If this letter were genuine, It became clear that she thought him good enough for a lover but not for a husband, that she had amused herself with him, and now threw him over in favor of the solid advantage of a prosperous marriage with a man in her own class of life. Well, he had heard of women playing such tricks, and the hypothesis explained the attitude which Joan had all along adopted upon the question of becoming his wife. He remembered that from the first she disclaimed any wish to marry him. Oh, if this were so, what a blind fool he had been, and how unnecessarily had he tormented himself with doubts and searchings for the true path of duty. But as yet he could not believe that it was true. There must be some mistake. At least he would go to London and ascertain the facts before he passed judgment on the faith of such evidence. Why had he not gone before, in defiance of the doctor and Mrs. Bird? Half an hour later he was driving to the station. As he drew near to Bradmouth he perceived a man walking along the road, in whom he recognized Samuel Rock. There's an end of that lie, he thought to himself, with a sigh of relief, for if she married him yesterday afternoon he would be in London with her, since he could scarcely have returned here to spend his honeymoon. At any rate he would settle the question. Giving the reins to the coachman, he jumped down from the cart, and, letting him drive on a few yards, waited by the roadside. Presently Samuel caught sight of him, and stopped as though he meant to turn back. If so, he changed his mind almost instantly and walked forward at a quick pace. "Good day, Mr. Rock," said Henry. "I wish to have a word with you. I have heard some strange news this morning, which you may be able to explain." "What news?" asked Samuel, looking at him insolently. "That you were married to Joan Haste yesterday." "Well, what about that, Sir Henry Graves?" "Nothing in particular, Mr. Rock, except that I do not believe it, don't you?" answered Samuel with a sneer. "Then perhaps you will throw your eye over this." And he produced from his pocket a copy of the marriage certificate. Henry read it, and turned very white. Then he handed it back without a word. "It is all in order, I think?" said Samuel, still sneering. "Apparently," Henry answered. "May I ask if Mrs. Rock is with you?" "No, she isn't." "Do you think that I am fool enough to bring her here at present, for you to be sneaking about after her? I know what your game was, 'cause she told me all about it. You were going up to town today to get hold of her, weren't you? Well, you're an hour behind the fair this time. Joan may have been a bit flighty, but she's a sensible woman at bottom, and she knew better than to trust herself to a scamp without a sixpence, like you, when she might have an honest man and a good home. I told you I meant to marry her, and you see I have kept my word. And now look you here, Sir Henry Graves, just you keep clear of her in future, for if I catch you so much as speaking to her, it will be the worse both for yourself and Joan. Not that she cares a rotten herring about you, although she did fool you so prettily. You need not fear that I shall attempt to disturb your domestic happiness, Mr. Rock. And now for heaven's sake get out of my way before I forget myself." Samuel obeyed, still grinning and sneering with hate and jealousy, and Henry walked on to where the dog-cart was waiting for him. Taking the reins, he turned the horse's head and drove back to Rosham. "Thompson," he said to the butler, who came to open the door, "I have changed my mind about going to town today. You can unpack my things. Stop a minute, though, I remember I am due at Monk's Lodge, so you needn't meddle with a big portmanteau. When does my mother come back?" "Tomorrow, her ladyship wrote me this morning, Sir Henry." "Oh. Very well. Then I shan't see her till Tuesday, but it doesn't matter. Send down to the keeper and tell him that I want to speak to him, will you? I think that I will change my clothes and shoot some rabbits after lunch. Stop, order the dog-cart to be ready to drive me to Monk's Lodge in time to dress for dinner." To analyze Henry's feelings during the remainder of that day would be difficult, if not impossible, but those of shame and bitter anger were uppermost in his mind. Shame that he had laid himself open to such words as Rock used to him, and anger that his vanity and blind faith in a woman's soft speeches and feigned love should have led him into so ignominious a position. Mingled with these emotions were his natural pangs of jealousy and disappointed affection, though pride would not suffer him to give way to them. Again and again he reviewed every detail of the strange, and to his sense, appalling story, and at times, overpowering as was the evidence, his mind refused to accept its obvious moral, namely, that he had been tricked and made a tool of, yes, used as a foil to bring this man to the point of marriage. How was it possible to reconcile Joan's conduct in the past and that wild letter of hers with her subsequent letters and action? Thus only, that as regards the first she had been playing on his feelings and inexperience of the arts of women, and that, as in sleep men who are no poets can sometimes compose verse which is full of beauty, so in her delirium Joan had been able to set on paper words and thoughts that were foreign to her nature and above its level. Or perhaps that letter was a forgery written by Mrs. Bird, who was so romantic. The circumstances under which it reached him were peculiar, and Joan herself expressly repudiated all that knowledge of it. Notwithstanding his doubts, perplexities and suffering, as might have been expected, the matter in the end resolved itself into two very simple issues. First, that, whatever may have been her exact reasons, Joan Haste had broken with him once and for all by marrying another man, and second, that, as a corollary to her act, many dangers and difficulties which had beset him had disappeared, and he was free, if he wished it, to marry another woman. Henry was no fool, and when the first bitterness was past, and he could consider the matter, if not without passion as yet, at least more calmly, he saw, the girl being what she had proved herself to be, that all things were working together for his good and the advantage of his family. Supposing, for instance, that he had found her out after marriage instead of before it, and supposing that the story which she told him in her first letter had been true, instead of what it clearly was a lie? Surely in these and in many other ways his escape had been what an impartial person might call fortunate. At the least, of her own act she had put an end to an imbroglio that had many painful aspects, and there remained no stain upon his honor, for which he was most truly thankful, and now, having learnt his lesson in a hard school of experience, he would write to his friend the Under-Secretary, saying he could not be in town till Wednesday. Meanwhile he would pay his visit to Monk's Lodge. Chapter 35 Disenchantment. It was Sunday evening at Monk's Lodge, and Henry and Mr. Levenger were sitting over their wine after dinner. For a while they talked upon indifferent subjects, and more particularly about the shooting on the previous day and the arrangements for the morrow's sport. Then there was a silence, which Mr. Levenger broke. "I have heard a curious bit of news," he said, "about Joan Haste. It seems that she is married." Henry drank half a glass of port wine, and answered, "Yes, I know. She has married your tenant Samuel Rock, the dissenter, a very strange person. I cannot understand it, can't you?" "I think I can. It is a good match for her, though I don't altogether approve of it, and know nothing of the details. However, I wasn't consulted, and there it is. I hope that they may be happy." "So do I," said Henry grimly. "And now, Mr. Levenger, I want to have a word with you about the estate affairs. What is to be done? It is time that you took some steps to protect yourself. It seems to me, Graves," he answered deliberately, "that my course of action must very much depend upon your own. You know what I mean." "Yes, Mr. Levenger, but are you still anxious that I should propose to your daughter?" "Forgive me if I speak plainly. That has always been my wish, and I see no particular reason to change it." "But do you think that it is her wish, Mr. Levenger?" "I fancy that her manner has been a little cold to me of late, perhaps with justice, and," he added, rather nervously, "naturally I do not wish to lay myself open to a rebuff. I find that I am very ignorant of the ways of women, as of various other things. Many of us have made that discovery, Graves, and of course it is impossible for me to guarantee your success, though I think that you will be successful. There is another matter, Mr. Levenger. Emma has considerable possessions. Am I then justified, in my impoverished condition, in asking her to take me? Would it not be thought, would she not think, that I did so from obvious motives? On that point you may make your mind quite easy, Graves, for I, who am the girl's father, tell you that I consider you will be giving her quite as much as she gives you. I have never hidden from you that I am in a sense a man under a cloud. My follies came to an end many years ago, it is true, and I have never fallen into the clutches of the law. Still they were bad enough to force me to change my name and to begin life afresh. Should you marry my daughter, and should you wish it, you will of course have the right to learn my true name, though on that point I shall make an appeal to your generosity and ask you not to press your right. I have done with the past, of which even the thought is hateful to me, and I do not wish to reopen old sores, so perhaps you may be content with the assurance that I am of a good and ancient family, and that before I got into trouble I served in the army with some distinction. For instance, I received the wound that crippled me at the Battle of the Alma. I shall never press you to tell that which you desire to keep to yourself, Mr. Levenger. It is like you to say so, Graves, he answered, with evident relief. The mere fact that I make such a request will show you what I mean when I say that Emma has as much or more to gain from this marriage than you have, since it is clear that some rumors of her father's disgrace must follow her through life. Moreover, she is humbly born upon her mother's side. I do trust and pray, my dear fellow, that it will come off. Alas! I am not long for this world, my heart is troubling me more and more, and the doctors have warned me that I may die at any moment, therefore it is my most earnest desire to see the daughter whom I love better than anything on earth, happily settled before I go. Well, Mr. Levenger, Henry answered, I will ask her tomorrow if I find an opportunity, but the issue does not rest with me. I only wish that I were more worthy of her. I am glad to hear it. God bless you, and God speed you, my dear Graves. I hope when I am gone that, whatever you may learn about my unfortunate past, you will still try to think kindly of me, and to remember that I was a man, cursed by nature with passions of unusual strength, which neither my education nor the circumstances of my early life helped me to control. It is not for me to judge you or any other man, I leave that to those who are without sin, said Henry, and the conversation came to an end. That night Henry was awakened by hearing people moving backwards and forwards in the passages. For a moment he thought of burglars, and wondered if he should get up, but the sound soon ceased, so he turned over and went to sleep again. As he learned in the morning, the cause of the disturbance was that Mr. Levenger had been seized with one of his heart attacks, which for a few minutes threatened to be serious, if not fatal. Under the influence of restoratives, that were always kept at hand, the danger passed as quickly as it had arisen, although Emma remained by her father's bedside to watch him for a while. That was a near thing, Emma, he said presently. For about 30 seconds I almost thought, and he stopped. Well, it is over now, father dear, she answered. Yes, but for how long? One day I shall be taken in this fashion and come back no more. Pray don't talk like that, father. Why not, seeing that it is what I must accustom my mind to? Oh, Emma, if I could but see you safely married I should not trouble so much, but the uncertainty as to your future worries me more than anything else. However, you must settle these things for yourself. I have no right to dictate to you about them. Good night, my love, and thank you for your kindness. No, there is no need for you to stop up. If I should want anything I will touch the bell. I wonder why he is so bent upon my getting married, thought Emma, as she went back to her bed, especially as, even did anything happen to him, I should be left well off at least. I suppose so. Well, it is no use my troubling myself about it till the time comes, if ever it does come. After his attack of the previous night, Mr. Levenger was unable to come out shooting as he had hoped to do. He said, however, that if he felt well enough he would drive in the afternoon to a spot known as the Hanging Wood, which was to be the last and best beat of the day, and it was arranged that Emma should accompany him and walk home, a distance or some 2 miles. The day was fine, and the shooting very fair, but, fond as he was of the sport, Henry did not greatly enjoy himself, which, in view of what lay behind and before him, is scarcely to be wondered at. After luncheon the guns and beaters were employed in driving 2 narrow covers, each of them about half a mile long, towards a wood planted upon the top of a rise of ground. On they went steadily, firing at cock pheasants only, till, the end of the plantations being unstopped, a great number of the birds were driven into this hanging wood, which ended in a point situated about 120 yards from the borders of the 2 converging plantations. Between these plantations and the wood lay a little valley of pasture land, through which ran a stream, and it was the dip of this valley, together with the position of the cover on the opposite slope, that gave to the Hanging Wood its reputation of being the most sporting spot for pheasant shooting in that neighborhood. The slaughter of hand-reared pheasants is frequently denounced, for the most part by people who know little about it, as a tame and cruel amusement, and it cannot be denied that this is sometimes so, especially where the object of the keeper, or of his master, is not to show sport, but to return a heavy total of slain at the end of the day. In the case of a cover such as has been described, matters are very different, however, for then the pheasants, flying towards their homes, from which they have been disturbed, come over the guns with great speed and at a height of from 20 to 40 yards, and the shooting must be good that will bring to bag more than 1 in 4 of them. By the banks of the stream between the covers Henry and his companions found Mr. Levenger and Emma waiting for them. The pony trap in which they had come having been driven off to a little distance, so as not to interfere with the beat. Here I am, said Mr. Levenger. I don't feel up to much, but I was determined to see the Hanging Wood shot again, even if it should be for the last time. Now then, bulls, get your beaters round as quick as you can, and be careful that they keep wide of the cover, and don't make a noise. I will place the guns. You've no time to lose, the light is beginning to fade. Bowles and his small army moved off to the right, while Mr. Levenger pointed out to each sportsman the spot to which he should go upon the banks of the stream, assigning to Henry the center stand, both because he was accompanied by a loader with a second gun, and on account of his reputation of being the best shot present. The wind is rising fast and blowing straight down the cover, said Mr. Levenger, when he had completed his arrangements. Those wild-bred birds will take some stopping, unless I am much mistaken. I tell you what, Graves, I bet you half a crown that you don't kill a pheasant for every 4 cartridges you fire, taking them as they come. without shirking the hard ones. "All right," answered Henry, "I can run to that," and they both laughed, while Emma, who was standing by, dressed in a pretty grey tweed costume, looked pleased to see her father show so much interest in anything. 10 minutes passed, and a shrill whistle, blown far away at the end of the cover, announced that the beaters were about to start. Henry cocked his gun and waited, till presently a brace of pheasants were seen coming towards him with the wind in their tails, and at a tremendous height, one bird being some 50 yards in front of the other. "Over you, Graves," said Mr. Levenger. Henry waited till the first bird was at the proper angle, and fired both barrels, aiming at least 3 yards ahead of him, but without producing the slightest effect upon the old cock, which sailed away serenely. Snatching his second gun with an exclamation, he repeated the performance at the hen that followed, and with a similar lack of result. "The go 4 cartridges, anyway," said Mr. Levenger. "It isn't fair to count them," answered Henry, laughing. "Those birds were clean out of shot." "Yes, out of your shot, Graves. You were yards behind them. You mustn't be content with aiming ahead here, especially in this wind. If you don't swing as well, you'll scarcely kill a bird. Look out, here comes another. There. You've missed him again. Swing, man, swing." By this time Henry was fairly nettled, for, chancing to look round, he saw Emma was laughing at his discomfiture. The next time a bird came over him he took his host's advice and swung with a vengeance, and down it fell far behind him, dead as a stone. "That's better, Graves, you caught him in the head." Now the fun became fast and furious, and Emma, watching Henry's face as he fired away with as much earnestness and energy as through the fate of the British Empire depended upon each shot, thought that he was quite handsome. Handsome he was not, nor ever would be, but it is true that, like most Englishmen, he looked his best in his rough shooting clothes and when intent upon his sport. 5 minutes more, and the firing, which had been continuous all along the line, began to slacken, and then died away altogether, Henry distinguishing himself by killing the last 2 birds that flew over with a brilliant right and left. Still, when the slain came to be counted it was found that he had lost his bet by 1 cartridge. "Don't be depressed," said Levenger, as he pocketed the half-crown, "the other fellows have done much worse. I don't believe that young Jones has touched a feather. The fact is that a great many of the birds you fired at were quite impossible. I never remember seeing them fly so high and fast before. But then this wood has not been shot in half a gale of wind for many years. And now I must say goodbye to these gentlemen and be off, or I shall get a chill. You'll see my daughter home, won't you?" As it chanced, Emma had gone to fetch a pheasant which she said had fallen in the edge of the plantation behind them. When she returned with a bird, it was impossible for her to accompany her father, even if she wished to do so, for he had already driven away. Henry congratulated her upon the skill with which she had marked down the cock, at the same time announcing his intention of reclaiming the half-crown from her father. Then, having given his guns to the loader, they started for the high road, accompanied by the 2 pupils of the neighboring clergyman. A few hundred yards farther on these young gentlemen went upon their way rejoicing, bearing with them a leash of pheasants and a hare. "You must show me the road home, Miss Levenger," said Henry, by way of making conversation, for they were now alone. "The shortest path is along the cliff, if you think that we can get over the fence," she answered. The hedge did not prove unclimbable, and presently they were walking along the edge of the cliff. Below them foamed an angry sea, for the tide was high, driven shoreward by the weight of the easterly gale, while to the west the sky was red with the last rays of a wintry sunset. For a while they walked in silence, which Emma broke, saying, "The sea is very beautiful tonight, is it not?" "It is always beautiful to me," he answered. "I see that you have not got over leaving the Navy yet, Sir Henry." "Well, Miss Levenger, to tell you the truth I haven't had a very pleasant time ever since I came ashore. One way and another there have been nothing but sorrow and worries and disagreeables, till often and often I have wished myself off the coast of Newfoundland, with ice about and a cotton wool fog, or anywhere else that is dangerous and unpleasant. I know that you have had plenty of trouble, Sir Henry," she said in her gentle voice, "and your father's death must have been a great blow to you. But perhaps your fog will lift, as I suppose that it does sometimes even on the coast of Newfoundland." "I hope so. It is time that it did," he answered absently, and then for a minute was silent. He felt that, if he meant to propose, now was his chance, but for the life of him he could not think how to begin. It was an agonizing moment, and, though the evening had turned bitterly cold, he became aware that the perspiration was running down his forehead. "Miss Levenger," he said suddenly, "I have something to ask you." "To ask me, Sir Henry? What about?" About yourself. "I wish to ask you if you will honor me by promising to become my wife." Emma heard, and, stopping suddenly in her walk, looked round as though to find a refuge, but seeing none went on again. Miss Levenger, Henry continued, I am not skilled at this sort of thing, and I hope that you will make allowances for my awkwardness. Do you think that you could care enough for me to marry me? I know very well that I have little to recommend me, and there are circumstances connected with my financial position which make it almost presumptuous that I should ask you. I think, Sir Henry, she answered, speaking for the first time, that we may leave money matters out of the question. I have heard something of the state of affairs at Rosham, and I know that you are not responsible for it, though you are expected by others to remedy it. It is very generous of you to speak like that, Miss Levenger, and it helps me out of a great difficulty, for I could not see how I was to explain all this business to you. I think that it is only just, Sir Henry, not generous. Provided that there is enough on one side or the other, money is not the principal question to be considered. No, Miss Levenger, I agree with you, though I have known others who thought differently. The main thing is whether you can care enough about me. That is one thing, Sir Henry, she answered in a low voice, also there are others. I suppose that you mean whether or no I am worthy of you, Miss Levenger. Well, even though it should destroy my chances with you, I will tell you frankly that, in my judgment, I am not. Listen, Miss Levenger, till within a few months ago I had never cared about any woman, then I saw you for the second time, and thought you the sweetest lady that I had ever met, for I understood how good and true you are, and in my heart I hoped that a day would come when I might venture to ask you what I am asking you now. Afterwards trouble arose throughout my own weakness and folly, trouble between myself and another woman. I am sure that you will not press me for details, because, in order to give them, I must betray another person's secret. To be brief, I should probably have married this woman, but she threw me over and chose another man. What? Said Emma, startled out of her self-control. Is Joan Haste married? I see that you know more about me than I thought. She is married to Mr. Samuel Brock. I cannot understand it at all. It is almost incredible, nor can I. But the fact remains. She wrote to tell me of it herself, and, what is more, her husband showed me the marriage certificate. And now I have made a clean breast of it, for I will not sail under false colors, and you must judge me. If you choose to take me, I promise you that no woman shall ever have a better husband than I will be to you, for your happiness and welfare shall be the first objects of my life. The question is, after what I have told you, can you care for me? Emma stopped, for all this while they had been walking slowly, and looked him full in the eyes, a last red ray of the dying light falling on her sweet face. Sir Henry, she said, you have been frank with me, and I honor you for it, nonetheless because I happen to know something of the story. And now I will be equally frank with you, though to do so is humbling to me. When I stayed in the same house with you more than 2 years ago, you took little notice of me, but I grew fond of you, and I have never changed my mind. Still I do not think that, as things are, I should marry you on this account alone, seeing that a woman looks for love in her marriage, and, Sir Henry, in all that you have said to me you have spoken no word of love. How could I, knowing what I had to tell you? He broke in, I cannot say, but it is so, and therefore, speaking for myself alone, I should be inclined to answer you that we had best go our separate ways in life, though I am sure that, as you promise, you would be a good and kind husband to me. But there are other people to be considered. There is my father, who is most anxious that I should make a satisfactory marriage such as I knows this would be for me, for I am nobody and scarcely recognized in society here, and who has the greatest respect and affection for you, as he had for your father before you. Then there is your family. If I refuse you it would mean that you would all be ruined, and though it may hurt your pride to hear me say so, I shrink from such a thought. Oh, pray do not let that weigh with you, he interrupted. You know well that, although much of what you say is unhappily true, I am not seeking you that you may mend my broken fortunes, but because you are what you are, and I desire above all things to make you my wife. I am sorry, Sir Henry, but, though I believe every word you say, I must let it weigh with me, for I wish to be a blessing to those about me, and not a curse. Well, for all these reasons, and chiefly perhaps, to be honest, because I am fond of you though you do not care very much for me, I will be your wife, Sir Henry, as you are good enough to wish it, and she gave him her hand. He took it and kissed it, and they walked on in silence till they were near to the house. Then Henry spoke, and his voice betrayed more emotion than he cared to show. How can I thank you, Emma? He said, and what am I to say to you? It is useless to make protestations which you would not believe, though perhaps they might have more truth in them than you imagine. But I am sure of this, that if we live, a time will come soon when you will not doubt me if I tell you that I love you. And, drawing her to him, He kissed her upon the forehead. "I hope so, Henry," she said, disengaging herself from his arms, and they went together into the house. Within 10 weeks of this date, Henry and Emma were spending a long honeymoon among the ruined temples of the Nile. Chapter 36. The Desire of Death and the Fear of Him. Joan remained at Kent Street, and the weary days crept on. When the first excitement of her self-sacrifice had faded from her mind, she lapsed into a condition of melancholy that was pitiable to see. Every week brought her rambling and impassioned epistles from her husband, most of which he threw into the fire half-read. At length there came one that she perused eagerly enough, for it announced the approaching marriage of Sir Henry Graves and Miss Levenger, tidings which were confirmed in a few brief words by a note from Mr. Levenger himself, enclosing her monthly allowance, for from Samuel as yet she would take nothing. Then in January another letter reached her, together with a copy of the local paper, describing the ceremony, the presents, the dress and appearance of the lovely bride and the gallant bridegroom, Captain Sir Henry Graves. "But, R.N., at least I have not done all this for nothing," said Joan, as she threw down the paper, and then for the rest of that day she lay upon her bed moaning with the pain of her bitter jealousy and immeasurable despair. She felt now that, had she known what she must suffer, she would never have found the strength to act as she had done, and time upon time did she regret that she had allowed her impulses to carry her away. Rock had been careful to inform her of his interview with Henry, putting his own gloss upon what passed between them, and the knowledge that her love must hate and despise her was the sharpest arrow of the many which were fixed in her poor heart. All the rest she could bear, but than this death himself had been more kind. How pitiable was her state! Scorned by Henry, of whose child she must be the mother, but who was now the loving husband of another woman, and given over to a man she hated, and who would shortly claim his bond. Alas! No regrets, however poignant, could serve to undo the past, any more than the fear of it could avert the future, for Mrs. Bird was right. As she had sown so she must reap. One by one the weary days crept on till at length the long London winter gave way to spring, and the time of her trial grew near. In health she remained fairly well, since sorrow works slowly upon so vigorous a constitution, but the end of each week found her sadder and more broken in spirit than its beginning. She had no friends, and went out but little indeed. Her only relaxations were found in reading, with a vague idea of improving her mind, because Henry had once told her to do so, or conversing in the deaf and dumb language with Jim and Sally. Still her life was not an idle one, for as time went by the shadow of a great catastrophe fell upon the Kent Street household. Mrs. Bird's eyesight began to fail her, and the hospital doctors whom she consulted were of opinion that the weakness must increase. "Oh, my dear," she said to Joan, "what is to happen to us all if I go blind? I have a little money put away, about £150, or 200 in all, perhaps, but it will soon melt, and then I suppose that they will take us to the workhouse, and you know, my dear, they separate husband and wife in those places." And, quite broken down by such a prospect, the poor little woman began to weep. "At any rate, there is no need for you to trouble yourself about it at present," answered Joan gently, "since Sally helps, and I can do the fine work that you cannot manage. It is very kind of you, Joan. Ah, little did I know, when I took you in out of the street that day, what a blessing you would prove to me, and how I should learn to love you. Also, it is wicked of me to repine, for God has always looked after us heretofore, and I do not believe that he who feeds the ravens will suffer us to starve, or to be separated. So I will try to be brave and trust in him." "Ah," answered Joan, "I wish that I could have your faith, but I suppose it is only given to good people. Now, where is the work? Let me begin at once." "No, don't thank me any more, it will be a comfort. Besides, I would stitch my fingers off for you." Henceforth Mrs. Bird's orders were fulfilled as regularly as ever they had been, and as Joan anticipated, the constant employment gave her some relief. But while she sat and sewed for hour after hour, a new desire entered into her mind, that most terrible of all desires, the desire of death. Of death she became enamored, and her daily prayer to heaven was that she might die, she and her child together, since her imagination could picture no future in another world more dreadful than that which awaited her in this. Only once during these months did she hear anything of Henry, and then it was through the columns of a penny paper, where, under the heading of Society Jottings, she read that Sir Henry Graves, Bart, R.N., and his beautiful young bride were staying at Shepherd's Hotel in Cairo, where the gallant captain was very popular and Lady Graves was much admired. The paragraph added that they were going to travel in the Holy Land, and expected to return to their seat at Trosham towards the end of May. It was shortly after she read this that Joan, who from constantly thinking about death, had convinced herself that she would die, went through the formality of making a will on a sixpenny form which she brought for that purpose. To Sir Henry Graves she left the books that he had given her, and a long letter, which she was at much trouble to compose, and placed carefully in the same envelope with the will. All the rest of her property, of any sort whatsoever, whereof she might die possessed, it amounted to about £30, and some clothes she devised to Mrs. Bird for the use of her unborn child, should it live, and, failing that, to Mrs. Bird absolutely. At last the inevitable hour of her trouble came upon her, and left her pale and weak, but holding a little daughter in her arms. From the first the child was sickly, for the long illness of the mother had affected its constitution, and within 3 weeks from the day of its birth it was laid to rest in a London cemetery, leaving Joan to drink the cup of a new and a deeper agony than any that it had been her lot to taste. Yet, when her first days of grief and prostration had gone by, almost could she find it in her heart to rejoice that the child had been taken from her and placed beyond the possibilities of such a life as she had led, for, otherwise, how would things have gone with it when she, its mother, passed into the power of Samuel Rock? Surely he would have hated and maltreated it, and, if fate had left it without the protection of her love in the hands of such a guardian, its existence might have been made a misery. Still, after the death of that infant those about her never saw a smile upon Joan's face, however closely they might watch for it. Perhaps she was more beautiful now than she had ever been, for the chestnut hair that clustered in short curls upon her shapely head, and her great sorrowful eyes shining in the pallor of her sweet face, refined and made strange her loveliness. Moreover, if the grace of girlhood had left her, it was replaced by another and a truer dignity, the dignity of a woman who has loved and suffered and lost. One morning, it was on the 9th of June, Joan received a letter from her husband, who now wrote to her every 2 or 3 days. Before she opened it she knew well from past experience what would be the tenor of its contents. An appeal to her, more or less impassioned, to shorten the year of separation for which she had stipulated, and come to live with him as his wife. She was not mistaken, for the letter ended thus: "Oh, Joan, have pity on me and come to me, for if you don't I think that I shall go crazed. I have kept my promise to you faithful so far, so if you are made of flesh and blood, show mercy before you drive me to something desperate. It's all over now, the child's dead, you tell me, and the man's married, so let's turn a new leaf and begin afresh. After all, Joan, you are my wife before God and man, and it is to me that your duty lies, not to anybody else. Even if you haven't any fondness for me, I ask you in the name of that duty to listen to me, and I tell you that if I don't I believe that I shall go mad with the longing to see your face, and the sin if it will be upon you. I've done up the house comfortable for you, Joan, no money has been spared, and if you want anything more you shall have it. Then don't go on hiding yourself away from me, but come and take the home that waits you." "I suppose he is right, and that it is my duty," said Joan to herself with a sigh, as she laid down the letter. "Love and hope and happiness have gone from me. Nothing is left except duty, so I had better hold fast to it. I will write and say that I will go soon within a few days, though what the Birds will do without me I do not know, unless he will let me give them some of my allowance." Having come to this determination, Joan wrote her letter and posted it, fearing lest, should she delay, her virtuous resolution might fail her. As she returned from the pillar box, a messenger, who was standing on the steps of number 8, handed her a telegram addressed to herself. Wondering what it might be, she opened it, to read this message: "Come down here at once. I am ill and must see you before it is too late. The carriage will meet the 5 o'clock train at Monk's Vale Station. Wire reply, Levenger, Monk's Lodge. I wonder what he can want to see me for," thought Joan. Then, asking the boy to wait in the passage, she went in to consult Mrs. Bird. "You had best go, my dear," she said. "I have always thought that there was some mystery about this Mr. Levenger, and now I expect that it is coming out. If you take a cab at once, you will just have time to catch the 12 o'clock train at Liverpool Street." Joan nodded, and writing one word upon the prepaid answer "coming," gave it to the boy and ran upstairs to pack a few things in a bag. In 10 minutes a hansom was at the door and she was ready to start. First she bade goodbye to the 2 invalids, who were much disturbed at this hurried departure, and then to Mrs. Bird, who followed her into the passage kissing her again and again. "Do you know, Joan," she said, beginning to cry, "I feel as if you were going away for good and I should never see you any more." "Nonsense, dear," she answered briefly, for a queer contraction in her throat made a lengthened speech impossible. "I hope to be back in a day or 2 if all is well." "Yes, Joan, if all is well, and there's hope for everybody. Well, goodbye, and God bless you wherever you go. God bless you here and hereafter, forever and ever." Then Joan drove away, and as she went it came into her mind that it would be best if she returned no more. She had promised to join her husband in a few days. Why should she not do so at once, and thus avoid the pain of a formal parting with the birds? Her true and indeed her only friends. By 4:30 that afternoon the train pulled up at Bradmouth, where she must change into the light railway with tramcar carriages that runs for 15 or 20 miles along the coast, Monk's Vale being the second station from the junction. The branch train did not start for 10 minutes, and Joan employed the interval in walking up and down the platform, looking at the church tower, the roofs of the fishing village, the boats upon the beach, and the familiar view of land and sea. Everything seemed quite unchanged. She alone was changed, and felt as though a century of time had passed over her head since the morning when she ran away to London. "Hello, Joan Rock," said a half-remembered voice at her elbow. "I'm in luck, it seems. I saw you off, and here I am to welcome you back." "But you shouldn't have married him, Joan. You should have waited for me as I told you. I'm in business for myself now, 4 saddle donkeys and a goat chaise, and doing grand. I shall die a rich man, you bet." Joan turned round to see a youth with impudent blue eyes and a hair of flaming red, in whom she recognized Willie Hood, much elongated, but otherwise the same. "Oh, Willie, is that you?" she said, stretching out her hand, for she was pleased to see a friendly face. "How are you, and how do you know that I am married? No? Why, if you sent the cry round with a bell to call it, folks would hear, wouldn't they? And that's just about what Mr. Samuel Rock has done, talking of my wife, Joan Haste, as was, here, there, and everywhere, and telling how as you were stopping in foreign parts a while for the benefit of your health, which seems a strange tale to me, and I know a thing or two, I do. Not that it has done you much good, anyway, to judge from the air of you, for you look like the ghost of what you used to be. I'll tell you what, Joan, for the sake of old times you shall have a ride every morning on my best donkey, all for love, if Sammy won't be jealous. That'll bring the color back into your cheeks, you bet." "How are my uncle and aunt?" asked Joan, hastening to change the conversation. "How are they? Will you promise to bear up if I tell you? Well, then, Mrs. G. is lodging for 3 months at the public expense in Ipswich jail. The Beaks gave her for assault with intent to do grievous bodily harm, them was the words. For I went to hear the case upon the person of her lawful husband, John Gillingwater, and she did hammer him too with a rolling pin. His face was like a squashed pumpkin, with no eyes left for a sinner to swear by. The guardians have taken pity on him too, and are nursing him well again, all for nothing, in the Union. I saw him hoeing taters the other day, and he asked me if I couldn't smuggle him a bottle of gin. Yes, and nearly cried when I told him that it wasn't to be done unless I had the cash in hand and a commission." At this moment Willie's flow of information was interrupted by the guard, who told Joan that she must get into the train if she did not wish to be left. "Ta-ta, Mrs. Rock," cried Willie after her, "see you again soon, and remember that the donkey is always ready. Now," he added to himself, "I wonder why the dickens she is going that way instead of home to her loving Sammy. He's a nasty mean beast, he is, and it's a rum go her having married him at all, but it ain't no affair of mine. All the same, I mean to let my dickies run down by the meres tonight, for I'm sure he can't grudge an armful of rough grass to an old friend of his wife's as has been the first to welcome her home. By the way, why ain't the Holy Samuel here to welcome her home himself?" And Master Willie scratched his red head and departed speculating, with the full intention of pasturing his donkeys that night upon lands in the possession or hire of the said Samuel. At Monk's Vale station Joan found a dog-cart waiting for her. When she had taken her seat she asked the groom if Mr. Levenger was ill. He replied that he didn't rightly know, but that his master had kept the house almost ever since Miss Emma him and Lady Graves had married, and that last night, feeling queer, he had sent for a doctor. Then Joan asked if Lady Graves was at Monk's Lodge, and was informed that she and her husband were not expected home at Trosham from abroad till this night or the next morning. By this time they had reached the house, which was not more than half a mile distant from the station. The servant who opened the door took Joan to a bedroom and said that tea was waiting for her. When she was ready she went downstairs to the dining room, where presently she received a message that Mr. Levenger would be glad to see her, was shown to his room on the first floor. She found him seated in an armchair by a fire, although the weather was warm for June, and noticed at once that he was much changed since she had last seen him, his face being pale and thin and his form shrunken. His eyes, however, retained their brightness and intelligence, and his manner its vivacity. As she entered the room he attempted to rise to receive her, only to sink back into his chair with a groan, where for a while he remained speechless. "It is very good of you to come to see me, Joan," he said presently. Pray be seated. I am sorry to hear that you have not been well, sir, she answered. No, Joan, I have not. There never was a man further from health or much nearer to death than I am at this moment, and that is why I have sent for you, since what I have to say cannot be put off any longer. But you do not look very well yourself, Joan. I feel quite strong, thank you, sir. You know I had a bad illness, for you very kindly came to see me, and it has taken me a while to recover. I hear that you are married, Joan, although you are not living with your husband, Samuel Rock. It would, perhaps, have been well if you had consulted me before taking such a step. But you have a right to manage your own affairs. I trust that you are happy, though, if so, I do not understand why you keep away. And he looked at her anxiously. I am as happy as I ever shall be, sir, and I go to live with Mr. Rock tomorrow. Till now I have been detained in town by business. You know that my daughter is married to Sir Henry Graves, he went on after a pause, again searching her face with his eyes. They return home tonight or tomorrow, and not too soon if they wish to see me alive, though they know nothing of that, for I have told them little of my state of health. Yes, sir, she answered imperturbably, though her hands shook as she spoke. But I suppose that you did not send for me to tell me that, sir. No, Joan, no. Is the door shut? I sent for you, oh my God, that I should have to say it ! To throw myself upon your mercy, since I dare not die and face the judgment seat till I have told you all the truth. Listen to me. And his voice fell to a piercing whisper. Joan, you are my daughter? Chapter 37. The truth, the whole truth, your daughter? She said, rising in her astonishment. You must be mad. If I were your daughter, could you have lied to me as you did, and treated me as you have done? I pray you to listen before you judge, and at present spare your reproaches, for believe me, Joan, I am not fit to bear them. Remember that I need have told you nothing of this. The secret might have been buried in my grave, as it would have been, sir, had you not feared to die with such falsehood on your soul. He made an imploring gesture with his hand, and she ceased. Joan, he went on, I will tell you the whole truth. You are not only my child, you are also legitimate, and Miss Levenger, Lady Graves, I mean, is she legitimate too? No, Joan, she heard, and bit her lip till the blood ran. But even so she could not keep silence. Oh, she cried, I wonder if you will ever understand what you have done in hiding this from me. Do you know that you have ruined my life? I pray that you may be mistaken, Joan. Heaven is my witness that I have tried to act for the best. Listen, many years ago, when I was still a youngish man, it was my fate to meet and to fall in love with your mother, Jane Licken. Like you, she was beautiful, but unlike you she was hot-tempered, violently jealous, and, when she was angered, rough of speech. Such as she was, however, she obtained a complete empire over my mind, for I was headstrong and passionate. Indeed, so entirely did I fall into her power that in the end I consented to marry her. This, however, I did not dare to do here, for in those days I was poor and struggling, and it would have ruined me. Separately, and without a word being said to anyone, we went to London, and there were secretly married in an obscure parish in the East End. In proof of my words here is a copy of the certificate, and, taking a paper from a dispatch box that stood on the table beside him, he handed it to Joan, then went on: As you may guess, a marriage thus entered into between two people so dissimilar in tastes, habits and education did not prove successful. For a month or so we were happy, then quarrels began. I established her in lodgings in London, and, while ostensibly carrying on my business as a land agent here, visited her from time to time. With this, however, she was not satisfied, for she desired to be acknowledged openly as my wife and to return with me to Bradmouth. I refused to comply. Indeed, I dared not do so, whereupon she reviled me with ever-increasing bitterness. Moreover, she became furiously jealous, and extravagant beyond the limit of my means. At length matters reached a climax, for a chance sight that she caught of me driving in a carriage with another woman, provoked so dreadful an outburst that in my rage and despair I told her a falsehood. I told her, Joan, that she was not really my wife, and had no claim upon me, seeing that I had married her under a false name. This in itself was true, for my own name is not Levenger, but it is not true that the marriage was thereby invalidated, since neither she nor those among whom I had lived for several years knew me by any other. When your mother heard this she replied only that such conduct was just what she should have expected from me, and that night I returned to Bradmouth, having first given her a considerable sum of money, for I did not think that I should see her again for some time. 2 days afterwards I received a letter from her. Here it is, and he read it: George. Though I may be what you call me, a common woman and a jealous scold, At least I have too much pride to go on living with a scoundrel who has deceived me by a sham marriage. If I were as bad as you think, I might have the law of you. But I won't do that, especially as I dare say that we shall be best apart. Now I am going straight away where you will never find me, so you need not trouble to look, even if you care to. I haven't told you yet that I expect to have a child. If it comes to anything, I will let you know about it. If not, you may be sure that it is dead, or that I am. Goodbye, George. For a week or two we were happy, and though you hate me, I still love you in my own way, but I will never live with you again, so don't trouble your head any more about me. Yours, Jane P.S. Not knowing what my name is, I can't sign it. When I received this letter I went to London and tried to trace your mother, but could hear nothing of her. Some 8 or 9 months passed by, and one day a letter came addressed to me, written by a woman in New York. I have it here if you wish to see it, enclosing what purports to be a properly attested American certificate of the death of Jane Lacan, of Bradmouth in England. The letter says that Jane Lacan, who passed herself off as a widow's, and was employed as a housekeeper in a hotel in New York, died in childbirth with her infant in the house of the writer, who, by her request, forwarded the certificate of death, together with her marriage ring and her love. I grieved for your mother, Joan, but I made no further inquiries, as I should have done, for I did not doubt the story, and in those days it was not easy to follow up such a matter on the other side of the Atlantic. A year went by and I married again, my second wife being Emma Johnson, the daughter of old Johnson, who owed a fleet of fishing boats and a great deal of other property, and lived at the Red House in Bradmouth. Some months after our marriage he died, and we came to live at Monk's Lodge, which we inherited from him with the rest of his fortune. A while passed, and Emma was born, and it was when her mother was still confined to her room that one evening, as I was walking in front of the house after dinner, I saw a woman coming towards me carrying a 15-month child in her arms. There was something in this woman's figure and gait that was familiar to me, and I stood still to watch her pass. She did not pass, however. She came straight up to me and said, "How are you, George? You ought to know me again, though you won't know your baby. It was your mother, and, Joan, you were that baby. I thought that you were dead, Jane," I said, so soon as I could speak. "That's just what I meant you to think, George," she answered, "for at that time I had a very good chance of marrying out there in New York, and didn't want you poking about after me, even though you weren't my lawful husband. Also I couldn't bear to part with the baby, though it's yours sure enough, and I've been careful to bring its birth papers with me to show you that it is not a fraud, and here they are, made out in your name and mine, or at least in the name that you pretended to marry me under." And she gave me this certificate, which, Joan, I now pass on to you. "The fact of the matter is," she went on, "that when it came to the point I found that I couldn't marry the other man after all, for in my heart I hated the sight of him and was always thinking of you. So I threw him up and tried to get over it, for I was doing uncommonly well out there, running a lodging house of my own. But it wasn't any use, I just thought of you all day and dreamed of you all night, and the end of it was that I sold up the concern and started home. And now if you will marry me respectable, so much the better, and if you won't, well, I must put up with it, and shan't show you any more temper, for I've tried to get along without you and I can't, that's the fact. You seem to be pretty flourishing. Anyway, somebody in the train told me that you had come into a lot of money and bought Monk's Lodge, so I walked here straight. I was in such a hurry to see you. Why, what's the matter with you, George? You look like a ghost. Come, give me a kiss and take me into the house. I'll clear out by and by if you wish it." These, Joan, were your mother's exact words, as she stood there in the moonlight near the roadway, holding you in her arms. I have not forgotten a syllable of them. When she finished I was forced to speak. "I can't take you in there," I said, "because I am married and it is my wife's house." She turned ghastly white, and had I not caught her I think that she would have fallen. "Oh my God," she said, "I never thought of this." "Well, George, you won't cast me off for all that, will you? I was your wife before she was, and this is your daughter?" Then, Joan, oh it nearly choked me, I lied to her again, for what else was I to do? "You never were my wife," I said, "and I've got another daughter now. Also all this is your own fault. Had I known that you were alive, I would not have married. You have yourself to thank, Jane, and no one else. Why did you send me that false certificate?" "I suppose so," she answered heavily. "Well, I'd best be off, but you needn't have been so ready to believe things. Will you look after the child if anything happens to me, George? She's a pretty babe, and I've taught her to say daddy to nothing. I told your mother not to talk in that strain, and asked her where she was going to spend the night, saying that I would see her again on the morrow. She answered, at her sister's, Mrs. Gillingwater, and held you up for me to kiss. Then she walked away, and that was the last time that I saw her alive. It seems that she went to the Crown and Mitre, and made herself known to your aunt, telling her that she had been abroad to America, where she had come to trouble, but that she had money, in proof of which she gave her notes for £50 to put into a safe place. Also she said that I was the agent for people who knew about her in the States, and was paid to look after her child. Then she ate some supper, and saying that she would like to take a walk and look at the old place, as she might have to go up to London on the morrow, she went out. Next morning she was found dead beneath the cliff, though how she came there was nothing to show. That, Joan, is the story of your mother's life and death. You mean the story of my mother's life and murder, she answered. Had you not told her that lie she would never have committed suicide. You are hard upon me, Joan. She was more to blame than I was. Moreover, I do not believe that she killed herself. It was not like her to have done so. At the place where she fell over the cliff there stood a paling, of which the top rail, that it was quite rotten, was found to have been broken. I think that my poor wife, being very unhappy, walked along the cliff and leaned upon this rail wondering what she should do, when suddenly it broke and she was killed, for I am sure that she had no idea of making away with herself. After her death Mrs. Gillingwater came to me and repeated the tale which her sister had told her, as to my having been appointed agent to some person unknown in America. Here was a way out of my trouble, and I took it, saying that what she had heard was true. This was the greatest of my sins, but the temptation was too strong for me, for had the truth come out I should have been utterly destroyed. My wife would have been no wife, her child would have been a bastard, I should have been liable to a prosecution for bigamy, and, worse of all, my daughter's heritage might possibly have passed from her to you. To me? Said Joan. Yes, to you, for under my father-in-law's will all his property is strictly settled first upon his daughter, my late wife, with a life interest to myself, and then upon my lawful issue. You are my only lawful issue, Joan, and it would seem, therefore, that you are legally entitled to your half-sister's possessions. Of course. Did you take them? It would be an act of robbery, seeing that the man who bequeathed them certainly desired to endow his own descendants and no one else, the difficulty arising from the fact of my marriage with his daughter being an illegal one. I have taken the opinions of 4 leading lawyers upon the case, giving false names to the parties concerned. Of these, 2 have advised that you would be entitled to the property, since the law is always strained against illegitimate issue, and 2 that equity would intervene and declare that her grandfather's inheritance must come to Emma, as he doubtless intended. Although there was an accidental irregularity in the marriage of the mother, I have told you all this, Joan, as I am telling you everything, because I wish to keep nothing back, but I trust that your generosity and sense of right will never allow you to raise the question, for this money belongs to Emma and to her alone. For you I have done my best out of my savings, and in some few days or weeks you will inherit about £4,000, which will give you a competence independent of your husband. You need not be afraid, sir, answered Joan contemptuously. I would rather cut my fingers off than touch a farthing of the money to which I have no right at all. I don't even know that I will accept your legacy. I hope that you will do so, Joan, for it will put you in a position of complete independence, will provide for your children, and will enable you to live apart from your husband, should you by any chance fail to get on with him. And now I have told you the whole truth, and it only remains for me to most humbly beg your forgiveness. I have done my best for you, Joan, according to my lights, for, as I could not acknowledge you, I thought it would be well that you should be brought up in your mother's class, though here I did not make sufficient allowance for the secret influences of race, seeing that, notwithstanding your education, you are in heart and appearance a lady. I might, indeed, have taken you to live with me, as I often longed to do, but I feared lest such an act should expose me to suspicion, suspicion should lead to inquiry, and inquiry to my ruin and to that of my daughter Emma. Doubtless it would have been better, as well as more honest, if I had faced the matter out, but at the time I could not find the courage, and the opportunity went by. My early life have not been altogether creditable, and I could not bear the thought of once more becoming the object of scandal and of disgrace, or of imperiling the fortune and position to which after so many struggles I had at length attained. That, Joan, is my true story, and now again I say that I hope to hear you forgive me before I die, and promise that you will not, unless it is absolutely necessary, reveal these facts to your half-sister, Lady Graves, for if you do I verily believe that it will break her heart. The dread lest she should learn this history has haunted me for years, and caused me to strain every nerve to secure her marriage with a man of position and honorable name, so that, even should it be discovered that she had none, She might find refuge in her disgrace. Thank heaven that I, who have failed in so many things, have at least succeeded in this, so that, what may when I am dead, she is provided for and safe. I suppose, sir, that Sir Henry Graves knows all this? Knows it? Of course not. Had he known it, I doubt if he would have married her. Possibly not. He might even have married somebody else, Joan answered. It seems, then, that you palmed off Miss Emma upon him under a false description. I did, he said, with a groan. It was wrong, like the rest, but one evil leads to another. Yes, sir, one evil leads to another, as I shall show you presently. You ask me to forgive you, and you talk about the breaking of Lady Graves's heart. Perhaps you do not know that mine is already broken through you, or to what a fate you have given me over. I will tell you. Your daughter's husband, Sir Henry Graves, and I loved each other, and I have borne his child. He wished to marry me, though, believing myself to be what you have taught me to believe, I was against it from the first. When he learned my state, he insisted upon marrying me, like the honourable man that he is, and told his mother of his intention. She came to me in London and pleaded with me, almost on her knees, that I should ward off this disgrace from her family, and preserve her son from taking a step which would ruin him. I was moved by her entreaties, and I felt the truth of what she said, but I knew well that, should he come to marry me, as within a few days he was to do, for our child's and our love's sake, if not for my own, I could never find the strength to deny him. What was I to do? I was too ill to run away, and he would have hunted me out. Therefore it came to this, that I must choose between suicide, which was both wicked and impossible, for I could not murder another as well as myself, and the still more dreadful step that at length I took. You know the man Samuel Rock, my husband, and perhaps you know also that for a long while he has persecuted me with his passion, although again and again I have told him that he was hateful to me. While I was ill he obtained my address in London. I believe that he brought it from my aunt, Mrs. Gillingwater, the woman in whose charge you were satisfied to leave me, and 2 days after I had seen Lady Graves, he came to visit me, gaining admission by passing himself off as Sir Henry to my landlady, Mrs. Bird. You can guess the rest. To put myself out of temptation, and to save the man I loved from being disgraced and contaminated by me, I married the man I hated, a man so base that, even when I had told him all, and bargained that I should live apart from him for many months, he was yet content to take me. I did more than this even, I wrote in such a fashion to Sir Henry as I knew must shock and revolt him, and then I married, leaving him to believe that I had thrown him over because the husband whom I had chosen was richer than himself. Perhaps you cannot guess why I should thus have dishonoured both of us, and subjected myself to the horrible shame of making myself vile in Sir Henry's eyes. This was the reason. Had I not done so, had he once suspected the true motives of my sacrifice, the plot would have failed. I should have sold myself for nothing, for then he would never have married Emma Levenger. And now, that my cup may be full, my child is dead, and tomorrow I must give myself over to my husband according to the terms of my bond. This, sir, is the fruit of all your falsehoods, and I say, ask God to forgive you, but not the poor girl, your own daughter, whom you have robbed of honor and happiness, and handed over to misery and shame. Thus Joan spoke to him, in a quiet, almost mechanical voice indeed, but standing on her feet above the dying man, and with eyes and gestures that betrayed her absorbing indignation. When she had finished, her father, who was crouched in the chair before her, let fall his hands, wherewith he had hidden his face, and she saw that he was gasping for breath and that his lips were blue. The way of transgressors is hard, as we both have learned, he muttered, with a deathly smile, and I deserve it all. I am sorry for you, Joan, but I cannot help you. If it consoles you, you may remember that, whereas your sorrows and shame are but temporal, mine, as I fear, will be eternal. And now, since you refuse to forgive me, farewell, for I can talk no more, and must make ready, as best I can, to take my evil doings hence before another, and, I trust, a more merciful judge. Joan turned to leave the room, but ere she reached the door the rage died out of her heart and pity entered it. I forgive you, father, she said, for it is heaven's will that these things should have happened, and by my own sin I have brought the worst of them upon me. I forgive you, as I hope to be forgiven. But oh, I pray that my time here may be short. God bless you for those words, Joan. He murmured. Then she was gone. Chapter 38. The Ghost of the Past. Lady Graves sat at breakfast in the dining room at Rosham, where she had arrived from London on the previous evening, to welcome home her son and her daughter-in-law. Just as she was rising from the table, the butler brought her a telegram. Your master and mistress will be here by 11:30, Thompson, she said. This message is from Harwich, and they seem to have had a very bad crossing. Indeed, my lady," answered the old man, whose face, like the house of Graves, shone with a renewed prosperity. "Then I had better give orders about the carriage meeting them. It's a pity we hadn't a little more notice, for there's many in the village as would have liked to give Sir Henry and her ladyship a bit of a welcome." "Yes, Thompson, but perhaps they can manage something of that sort in a day or two. Everything is ready, suppose?" "I have not had time to go round yet." "Well, I can't say that, my lady. I think that some of them the workmen won't have done till their dying day. The smell of paint upstairs is awful. But perhaps your ladyship would like to have a look?" "Yes, I should, Thompson, if you will give the orders about the carriage and to have some breakfast ready." Thompson bowed and went, and, reappearing presently, led Lady Graves from room to room, pointing out the repairs that had been done to each. Emma's money had fallen upon the nakedness of Rosham like spring rains upon a desert land, with results that were eminently satisfactory to Lady Graves, who for many years had been doomed to mourn over threadbare carpets and shabby walls. At last they had inspected everything, down to the new glass in the windows of the servants' bedrooms. "I think, Thompson," said Lady Graves, with a sigh of relief, "that, taking everything into consideration, we have a great deal to be thankful for. That's just what I says upon my knees every night, my lady. When I remember that if it hadn't been for the new mistress and her money, bless her sweet face, all of us might have been sold up and in the workhouse by now, or near it, I feel downright sick." "Well, you can cheer up now, Thompson, for, although for his position your master will not be a rich man, the bad times are done with." "Yes, my lady, they are done with, and please God they won't come no more in my day. If your ladyship is going to walk outside I'll call March, as I know he's very anxious to show you the new vinery." "Thank you, Thompson, but I think I will sit quiet and enjoy myself till Sir Henry comes, and then we can all go and see the gardens together. Mr. and Mrs. Millward are coming over this afternoon, are they not?" "Yes, I believe so, my lady, that is, Miss Ellen I mean Mrs. Millward drove round with her husband yesterday to look at the new furniture in the drawing-room, and said that they should invite themselves to dinner tonight to welcome the bride. He's grown wonderful pleasant of late, Mr. Millward has, and speaks quite civil to the likes of us since Sir Henry's marriage, though March, you do say it's because he wants our votes for I suppose you've heard, my lady, that he's putting up for Parliament in this division but then March never was no believer in the human heart." "Yes, I have heard, and I am told that Miss Ellen will pull him through. However, we need not think of that yet. By the way, Thompson, tell March to cut a bowlful of sweet peas and have them put in your mistress's room. I remember that when she was here as a girl, nearly 3 years ago, she said that they were her favorite flower." When Thompson had gone Lady Graves sat herself down near the open door of the hall, whence she could see the glowing masses of the rosebeds and the light shifting on the foliage of the oaks in the park beyond, to read the morning psalms in accordance with her daily custom. Soon, however, the book dropped from her hand and she fell to musing on the past, and how strangely, after all its troubles, the family that she loved, and with which her life was interwoven, had been guided back into the calm waters of prosperity. Less than a year ago there had been nothing before them but ruin and extinction, and now, it was not for herself that she rejoiced. Her hopes and loves and fears were for the most part buried in the churchyard yonder, whither ere long she must follow them, but rather for her dead husband's sake, and for the sake of the home of his forefathers, that now would be saved to their descendants. Truly, with old Thompson, she felt moved to render thanks upon her knees when she remembered that, but for the happy thought of her visit to Joan Haste, things might have been otherwise indeed. She had since heard that this poor girl had married a farmer, that same man whom she had seen in the train when she went to London, for Henry had told her as much and spoken very bitterly of her conduct. The story seemed a little curious, and she could not altogether understand it, but she supposed that her son was right, and that on consideration the young woman, being a person of sense, had chosen to make a wise marriage with a man of means and worth, rather than a romantic one with a poor gentleman. Whatever was the exact explanation, without doubt the issue was most fortunate for all of them, and Joan Haste deserved their gratitude. Thinking thus, Lady Graves fell into a pleasant little doze, from which she was awakened by the sound of wheels. She rose and went to the front door to find Henry, looking very well and bronzed, helping his wife out of the carriage. "Why, mother, is that you?" he said, with a pleasant laugh. "This is first rate. I didn't expect from your letter that you would be down before tomorrow," and he kissed her. "Look, here is my invalid. I have been 20 years and more at sea, but till last night I did not imagine that a human being could be so sick. I don't know how she survived it. Do stop talking about my being sick, Henry, and get out of the way, that I may say how you do to your mother." "Well, Emma, said Lady Graves. "I must say that, notwithstanding your bad crossing, you look very well and happy." "Thank you, Lady Graves," she answered, coloring slightly. "I am both well and happy. Welcome home, dear," said Henry, and putting his arm round his wife, he gave her a kiss, which she returned. "By the way," he added, "I wonder if there is any news of your father." "Thompson says he has heard that he is not very grand," answered Lady Graves. "But I think there is a postcard for you in his writing. Here it is." Henry read the card, which was written in a somewhat shaky hand. It said: "Welcome to both of you. Perhaps Henry can come and give me a look tomorrow, or, if that is not convenient, will you both drive over on a following morning? Yours affectionately, G.L." "He seems pretty well," said Henry. "But I'll drive to Bradmouth and take the 2 o'clock train to Monk's Vale, coming back tonight. Ellen and her husband are going to be here to dinner," said Lady Graves. "Oh, indeed. Well, perhaps you and Emma will look after them. I dare say that I shall be home before they go." "No, don't bother about meeting me. Probably I shall return by the last train and walk from Bradmouth. I must go. As you remember, I wrote to your father from abroad saying that I would come and see him today, and he will have the letter this morning." After her interview with Mr. Levenger, for the first time in her life Joan slept beneath her father's roof, or rather she lay down to sleep, since, notwithstanding her weariness, the scene through which she had passed, together with the aching of her heart for all that she had lost, and its rebellion against the fate which was in store for her on the morrow, made it impossible that she should rest. Once towards morning she did doze off indeed, and dreamed. She dreamt that she stood alone upon a point of rock, out of all sight or hope of shore, while round her raged a sea of troubles. From every side they poured in upon her to overwhelm her, and beneath the black sky above howled a dreary wind, which was full of voices crying to each other of her sins and sorrows across the abysm of space. Wave after wave that sea rolled on, and its waters were thick with human faces, or rather with one face twisted and distorted into many shapes, as though reflected from 1,000 faulty mirrors, now long, now broad, and now short, now so immense that it filled the ocean and overflowed the edge of the horizon, and now tiny as a pin's point, yet visible and dreadful. Gibbering, laughing, groaning, and shouting aloud, still the face was one face, that of Samuel Rock, her husband. Nearer it surged and nearer, till at length it flowed across her feet, halving itself against them. Then the one half shouted with laughter and the other screamed in agony, and joining themselves together, they rose on the waters of that sea, which of a sudden had grown red, and, smiting her upon the breast, drove her down and down and down into the depths of an infinite peace, whence the voice of a child was calling her. Then she awoke, and rejoiced to see the light of day streaming into the room, for she was frightened at her nightmare, though the sense of peace with which it closed left her strangely comforted. Death must be like that, she thought. At breakfast Joan inquired of the servant how Mr. Levenger was, and, being of a communicative disposition, the girl told her that he had gone to bed late last night, after sitting up to burn and arrange papers, and said that he should stop there until the doctor had been. She added that a letter had arrived from Sir Henry announcing his intention of coming to see her master after lunch. Joan informed the woman that she should wait at Monk's Lodge to hear Dr. Childs's report, but that Mr. Levenger need not be troubled about her, since, having only a handbag with her, she could find her own way back to Bradmouth, either on foot or by train. Then she went to her room and sat down to think. Henry was coming here, and she was glad of it, for, dreadful as such an interview would be, already she had made up her mind that she must see him alone and for the last time. Everything else she could bear, but she could no longer bear that he should think her vile and faithless. Today she must go to her husband, but first Henry should learn why she went. He was safely married now, and no harm could come of it, she argued. Also, if she did not take this opportunity, how could she know when she might find another? An instinct warned her that her career in Bradmouth as the wife of Mr. Rock would be a short one, and at least she was sure that, when once she was in his power, he would be careful that she should have no chance of speaking with the man whom he knew to have been her lover. Yes, it might be unheroic and inconsistent, but she could keep silence no longer. See him she must and would, were it only to tell him that his child had lived, and was dead. Moreover, there was another matter. She must warn him to guard against the secret which she had learned on the previous night being brought directly or indirectly to the knowledge of his wife. Towards Emma her feelings, if they could be defined at all, were kindly, and Joan guessed that, should Henry's wife discover how she had been palmed off upon an unsuspecting husband, it would shatter her happiness. For her own part, Joan had quickly made up her mind to let all this sad history of falsehood and dishonor sink back into the darkness of the past. It mattered to her little now whether she was legitimate or not, and it was useless to attempt to clear the reputation of a forgotten woman, who had been dead for 20 years, at the expense of blasting that of her own father. Also, she knew that if Samuel got hold of this story, he would never rest from his endeavors to wring from its rightful owner the fortune that might pass to herself by a quibble of the law. No, she had the proofs of her identity, she would destroy them, and if any others were to be found among her father's papers after his death, Henry must do likewise. When Dr. Childs had gone, about 1 o'clock, Joan saw the servant, who told her the doctor said that Mr. Levenger remained in much the same condition, and that he yet might live for another month or two. On the other hand, he might die at any moment, and, although he did not anticipate such immediate danger, he had ordered him to stay in bed, and had advised him to send for a clergyman if he wished to see one, also to write to his daughter, Lady Graves, asking her to come on the morrow and to stay with him for the present. Joan thanked the maid, and leaving a message for Mr. Levenger to the effect that she would come to see him again if he wished it, she started on her way, carrying her bag in her hand. There were only 2 roads by which Henry could approach Monk's Lodge, the Cliff Road, and that which ran, through woodlands for the most part, to the Vale Station, half a mile away. Joan knew that about 300 yards from the lodge at the end of the shrubberies, there was a summer house commanding a view of the cliff and sea, and standing within 20 paces of the station road. Here she placed herself, so as to be able to intercept Henry by whichever route he should come, for she wished their meeting to be secret, and, for obvious reasons, she did not dare to await him in the immediate neighborhood of the house. She came to the summer house, a rustic building surrounded at a little distance by trees, and much overgrown with masses of ivy and other creeping plants. Here Joan sat herself down, and picking up a mouldering novel left long ago by Emma, she held it in her hand as though she were reading, while over the top of it she watched the 2 roads anxiously. Nearly an hour passed, and as yet no one had gone by whom even at that distance she could possibly mistake for Henry, when suddenly her heart bounded within her, for 100 yards or more away, and just at the turn of the station road, a view of which he commanded through a gap in the trees, she caught sight of the figure of a man who walked with a limp. Hastening from the summer house, she pushed her way through the undergrowth and the hedge beyond, taking her stand at a bend in the path. Here she waited, listening to the sound of approaching footsteps and of a man's voice, Henry's voice, humming a tune that at the time was popular in the streets of London. A few seconds passed, which to her seemed like an age, and he was round the corner advancing towards her, swinging his stick as he came. So intent was he upon his thoughts, or on the tune that he was humming, that he never saw her until they were face to face. Then, catching sight of a lady in a grey dress, he stepped to one side, lifting his hand to his hat, looked up at her, and stopped dead. "Henry," she said in a low voice. "What? Are you here, Joan?" he asked, "and in that dress? For a moment you frightened me like a ghost." "A ghost of the past. I am as ghost of the past," she answered. "Yes, that is all, I am a ghost. Come in here, Henry, I wish to speak to you." He followed her without a word, and presently they were standing together in the summer house. Henry opened his lips as though to speak, but apparently thought better of it, for he said nothing, and it was Joan who broke that painful silence. "I have waited for you here," she began confusedly, "because I have things that I must tell you in private." "Yes, Mrs. Rock," he answered, "but do you not think, under all the circumstances, that it would be better if you told them to me in public? You knows this kind of meeting might be misunderstood. Do not speak to me like that, I beg," she said, clasping her hands and looking at him imploringly, then added, "and do not call me by that name, I cannot bear it from you. At any rate as yet, I understand that it is your name, and I have no title to use any other." "Yes, it is my name," she answered passionately. "Do you know why? I know nothing except what your letters and your husband have told me, and really I do not think that I have any right to inquire further." "No, but I have a right to tell you. You think that I threw you over, do you not, and married Mr. Rock for my own reasons? I must confess that I do. You would scarcely have married him for anybody else's reasons, so you believe. Now listen to me. I married Samuel Rock in order that you might marry Emma Levenger. I meant to marry you, Henry, but your mother came to me and implored me not to do so, so I took this means of putting myself out of the reach of temptation. My mother came to you, and you did that. Why, you must be mad, perhaps. But so it is, and the plot has answered very well, especially as our child is dead." "Our child?" he said, turning deathly pale. "Was there any child?" "Yes, Henry, and she was very like you. Her name was Joan. I thought that you would wish her to be called Joan. I buried her about a month ago." For a moment he hid his face in his hands, then said, "Perhaps, Joan, you will explain, for I am bewildered. So she told him all. Fate and our own folly have dealt very hardly with us, Joan, he said in a quiet voice when she had finished, and now I do not see what there is to be done. We are both of us married, and there is nothing between us except our past and our dead child. By heaven. You are a noble woman, but also you are a foolish one. Why could you not consult me instead of listening to my mother, or to anyone else who chose to plead with you in my interests and their own? If I had consulted you, Henry, by now I should have been your wife. Well, and was that so terrible a prospect to you? As you know, I asked nothing better, and it chanced that I was able to obtain a promise of employment abroad which would have supported both of us in comfort. Or answer me truly, Joan, did you, on the whole, as he told me, think that you would do better to marry Mr. Rock? If Mr. Rock said that, she answered, looking at him steadily, he said what he knew to be false, since before I married him I told him all the facts and bargained that I should live apart from him for a while. Oh, Henry, how can you doubt me? I tell you that I hate this man whom I have married for your sake, that the sight of him is dreadful to me, and that I had sooner live in prison than with him. And yet today I go to him. I do not doubt you, Joan, he answered, in a voice that betrayed the extremity of his distress, but the thing is so appalling that it paralyzes me, and I know neither what to do nor to say. Do you want help to get away from him? She shook her head sadly, and answered, I can escape from him in one way only, Henry, by death, for my bargain was that when the time of grace was ended I would come to be his faithful wife. After all, he is my husband, and my duty is towards him. I suppose so. Curse him for a cringing hound. Oh, Joan. The thought of it drives me mad, and I am helpless. I cannot even say the words that lie upon my tongue. I know, she answered, say nothing, only tell me that you believe me. Of course I believe you, but my belief will not save you from Samuel Rock, or me from my remorse. Perhaps not, dear, she answered quietly. But since there is no escape we must accept the inevitable. Doubtless things will settle themselves sooner or later. And now there is another matter of which I want to speak to you. You know your father-in-law is very ill, dying indeed, and yesterday he telegraphed for me to come to see him from London. What do you think that he had to tell me? Henry shook his head. This, that I am his legitimate daughter, for it seems that in marrying your wife's mother he committed bigamy, although he did not mean to do so. Oh. This is too much, said Henry. Either you are mistaken, Joan, or we are all living in a web of lies and intrigues. I do not think that I am mistaken. Then briefly, but with perfect clearness, she repeated to him the story that Mr. Levenger had told her on the previous night, producing in proof of it the certificates of her mother's marriage and of her own birth. Why, then, he burst out when she had finished, this old rogue has betrayed me as well as you. Now I understand why he was so anxious that I should marry his daughter. Did she know anything of this, Joan? Not a word. Do not blame her, Henry, for she is innocent, and it is in order that she may never know, that I have repeated this story to you. Look, there go the proofs of it, the only ones. And taking the 2 certificates, she tore them into 100 fragments and scattered them to the winds. What are you doing? He said. But it does not matter, they are only copies. It will be difficult for you to find the originals, she answered, with a sad smile, for I was careful that you should see neither the name of the parish where my mother was married, nor the place of the registration of my birth. I will get those out of him, he said grimly, nodding his head towards the house. If you care for me at all, Henry, you will do nothing of the sort for your wife's sake. I have been nameless so long that I can well afford to remain so, but should Lady Graves discover the secret of her birth and of her father's conduct, it would half kill her. That is true, Joan, and yet justice should be done to you. Oh. Was ever a man placed so cruelly? What you have said about the money is just, for it is Emma's by right, but the name is yours. Yes, Henry, but remember that if you make a stir about the name, attempts will certainly be made to rob your wife of her fortune. By whom? By my husband, to whose house I must now be going. For a few moments there was silence, then Joan spoke again. I forgot, Henry, I have something to give you that you may like to keep, and she took a tiny packet from her breast. What is it? He said, shrinking back a little. Only a lock of the baby's hair. And she kissed it and gave it to him. He placed the paper in his purse calmly enough. Then he broke down. Oh. My God, he said, with a groan, forgive me, but this is more than I can bear. Another second, and they were sobbing in each other's arms, seeing nothing of a man, with a face made devilish by hate and jealousy, who craned his head forward to watch them from the shelter of a thick bush some few yards away. Chapter 39. Husband and Wife. When Joan parted from Henry she walked quickly to Monksvale station to catch the train. Arriving just in time, She bought a third-class ticket to Bradmouth, and got into an empty carriage. Already they were starting, when the door opened, and a man entered the compartment. At first she did not look at him, so intent was she upon her own thoughts, till some curious influence caused her to raise her eyes, and she saw that the man was her husband, Samuel Rock. She gazed at him astonished, although it was not wonderful that she should chance to meet a person within a few miles of his own home, but she said nothing. "How do you do, Joan?" Samuel began, and as he spoke, she noticed that his eyes were bloodshot and wild, and his face and hands twitched. "I thought I couldn't be mistook when I saw you on the platform. Have you been following me, then?" she asked. "Well, in a way I have. You see, it came about thus. This morning I find that young villain, Willie Hood, driving his donkeys off my foreshore pastures, and we had words, I threatening to pull him, and he giving me his sauce. Presently he says, you'd be better employed looking after your wife than grudging my dickies a bellyful of sea thistles, for, as we all know, you are a very affectionate husband, and would like to see her down here after she's been traveling so long for the benefit of her health. Then, of course, I ask him what he may chance to mean, for though I have your letter in my pocket saying that you were coming home shortly, I didn't expect to have the pleasure of seeing you today, Joan, and he tells me that he met you last night bound for Monk's Vale. So you see, to Monk's Vale I come, and there I find you, though what you may happen to be doing, naturally I can't say. I have been to see Mr. Levenger, she answered. He is very ill, and telegraphed for me yesterday. Did he now? Of course that explains everything, though why he should want to see you it isn't for me to guess. And now where might you be going, Joan? Is it home, sweet home for you? I propose to go to Moor Farm, if you find it convenient. Oh, indeed. Well, then, that's all right, and you'll be heartily welcome. The place has been done up tidy for you, Joan, by the same man that has been working at Rosham to make ready for the bride. She's come home today too, and it ain't often in these parts that we have two brides homecoming together. It makes one wonder which of the husbands is the happier man. Well, here we are at Bradmouth, so if you'll come along to the Crown and Mitre I'll get my cart and we'll drive together. There are new folks there now. Your aunt's in jail, and your uncle is in the workhouse, and both well suited, say I, though perhaps you will think them a loss, to all this talk, and much more like it. Joan made little or no answer. She was not in a condition to observe people or things closely, nevertheless it struck her that there was something very strange about Samuel's manner. It occurred to her even that he must have been drinking, so wild were his looks and so palpable his efforts to keep his words and gestures under some sort of control. Presently they were seated in the cart and had started for Moor Farm. The horse was a young and powerful animal, but Samuel drove it quietly enough till they were clear of the village. Then he commenced to shout at it and to lash it with his whip, till the terrified beast broke into a gallop and they were tearing along the road at a racing pace. We can't get home too fast, can we, darling? He yelled into her ear, and the nag knows it. Come on, Sir Henry, come on. You know that a pretty woman likes to go the pace, don't you? And again he brought down his heavy whip across the horse's flanks. Joan clung to the rail of the cart, clenched her teeth and said nothing. Luckily the last half-mile of the road ran up a steep incline, and, notwithstanding Rock's blows and urgings, the horse, being grass-fed, became blown, and was forced to moderate its pace. Opposite the door of the house Rock pulled it up so suddenly that Joan was almost thrown onto her head, but, recovering her balance, she descended from the cart, which her husband gave into the charge of a labourer. Here's your missus come home at last, John, he said, with an idiotic chuckle. Look at her, she's a sight for sore eyes, isn't she? Glad to see her, I'm sure, answered the man. But if you drive the horse so you'll break his wind, that's all, or he'll break your neck, master. Ah, John, but you see your missus likes to go fast. We've been too slow up at Moor Farm, but all that's going to be changed now. As he spoke, two great dogs rushed round the corner of the house baying, and one of them, seeing that Joan was a stranger, leapt at her and tore the sleeve of her dress. She cried out in fear, and the man, John, running from the head of the horse, beat the dog's back. Ah, you would, Tozer, would you? Said Rock. You wait a moment, and I'll teach you that no one has a right to touch a lady except her husband, and he ran into the house. Don't go, pray, said Joan to the man, I am frightened, and she shrank to his side for protection, for the dogs were still walking round her growling, their hair standing up upon their backs. By way of answer John tapped his forehead significantly and whispered, You look out for yourself, missus, he's going as his grandfather did. He's allus been queer, but I never did see him like this before. Just then Rock reappeared from the house, carrying his double-barreled gun in his hand. Tozer, old boy. Come here, Tozer. He said, addressing the dog in a horrible voice of pretended affection, that, however, did not deceive it, for it stood still, eyeing him suspiciously. Surely, Joan gasped, you are not going. The words were scarcely out of her mouth when there was a report, and the unfortunate Tozer rolled over onto his side dying, with a charge of number 4 shot in his breast. The horse, frightened by the noise, started off, John hanging to the reins. There, Tozer, good dog, said Rock, with a brutal laugh, that's how I treat them that try to interfere with my wife. Now come in, darling, and see your pretty home. Joan, who had hidden her eyes that she might not witness the dying struggles of the wretched dog, let fall her hand, and looked round wildly for help. Seeing none, she took a few steps forward with the idea of flying from this fiend. Where are you going, Joan? He asked suspiciously. Surely you are never thinking of running away, are you? Because I tell you, you won't do that, so don't you try it, my dear. If I'm to be a widower again, it shall be a real one next time. And he lifted the gun towards her and grinned. Then, the man John having vanished with the cart, Joan saw that her only chance was to appear unconcerned, and watch for an opportunity to escape later. Run away. She said, what are you thinking of? I only wanted to see if the horse was safe, and she turned and walked through the deserted garden to the front door of the house, which she entered. Rock followed her, locking the door behind her as he had done when Mrs. Gillingwater came to visit him, and with much ceremonious politeness ushered her into the sitting room. This chamber had been redecorated with a flaring paper, that only served to make it even more incongruous and unfit to be lived in by any sane person than before, and noting its gloom, which by contrast with the brilliant June sunshine without was almost startling, and the devilish faces of carved stone that grinned down upon her from the walls, Joan crossed its threshold with a shiver of fear. Here we are at last, said Samuel. Welcome to your home, Joan Rock. And he made a movement as though to embrace her, which she avoided by walking straight past him to the farther side of the table. You'll be wanting something to eat, Joan, he went on. There's plenty in the house if you don't mind cooking it. You see, I haven't got any servants here at present, he added apologetically, as you weren't expected so soon, and the old woman who comes in to do for me is away sick. Certainly I will cook the food, Joan answered. That's right, dear, I was afraid that you might be too grand, but perhaps you would like to wash your hands first while I light the fire in the kitchen stove. Come here, and he led the way through the door near the fireplace to the foot of an oaken stair. There, he said, that's our room, on the right. It's no use trying any of the others, because they're all locked up. I shall be just here in the kitchen, so you will see me when you come down. Joan went upstairs to the room, which was large and well furnished, though, like that downstairs, badly lighted by one window only, and secured with iron bars, as though the place had been used as a prison at some former time. Clearly it was Samuel's own room, for his clothes and hat were hung upon some pegs near the door, and other of his possessions were arranged in cupboards and on the shelves. Almost mechanically she washed her hands and tidied her hair with a brush from her handbag. Then she sat down and tried to think, to find only that her mind had become incapable, so numbed was it by all that she had undergone, and with the terrors mental and bodily of her present position. Nor indeed was much time allowed her for thought, since presently she heard the hateful voice of her husband calling to her that the fire was ready. At first she made no answer, whereon Samuel spoke again from the foot of the stairs, saying, if you won't come down, dear, I must come up, as I can't bear to lose sight of you for so long at a time. Then Joan descended to the kitchen, where the fire burned brightly and a beefsteak was placed upon the table ready for cooking. She set to work to fry the meat and to boil the kettle and the potatoes, while Samuel, seated in a chair by the table, followed her every movement with his eyes. Now, this is what I call real pleasant and homely, he said, and I've been looking forward to it for many a month as I sat by myself at night. Not that I want you to be a drudge, Joan, don't you think it? I've got lots of money, and you shall spend it. Yes, you shall have your carriage and pair if you like. You are very kind, she murmured, but I don't wish to live above my station. Perhaps you will lay the table and bring me the teapot, as I think that the steak is nearly done. He rose to obey with alacrity, but before he left the room Joan saw with a fresh tremor that he was careful to lock the kitchen door and to put the key into his pocket. Evidently he suspected her of a desire to escape. In a few more minutes the meal was ready, and they were seated tete-a-tete in the parlor. When he had helped her Joan asked him if she should pour out the tea. No, never mind that wash, he said. I've got something that I have been keeping against this day. And going to a cupboard he produced glasses and 2 bottles, one of champagne and the other of brandy. Opening the first, he filled 2 tumblers with the wine, giving her one of them. Now, "Dear, you shall drink a toast," he said. "Repeat it after me. Your health, dearest husband, and long may we live together." Having no option but to fall into his humor, or run the risk of worse things, Joan murmured the words, although they almost choked her, and drank the wine for which she was very thankful, for by now it was past 7 o'clock, and she had touched nothing since the morning. Then she made shift to swallow some food, washing it down with sips of champagne. If she ate little, however, her husband ate less, though she noticed with alarm that he did not spare the bottle. "It is not often that I drink wine, Joan," he said, "for I hold it sinful waste not but what there'll always be wine for you if you want it. But this is a night to make merry on, seeing that a man isn't married every day," and he finished the last of the champagne. "Oh, Joan," he added, "it's like a dream to think that you've come to me at last. You don't know how I've longed for you all these months, and now you are mine, my own beautiful Joan. For those whom God has joined together no man can put asunder, however much they may try. I kept my oath to you faithful, didn't I, Joan? And now it's your turn to keep yours to me. You remember what you swore, that you would be a true and good wife to me, and that you wouldn't see nothing of that villain who deceived you. I suppose that you haven't seen him during all these months, Joan?" "If you mean Sir Henry Graves," she answered, "I met him today as I walked to Monk's Vale Station." "Did you now?" he said, with a curious writhing of the lips. "That's strange, isn't it, that you should happen to go to Monk's Lodge without saying nothing to your husband about it, and that there you should happen to meet him within a few hours of his getting back to England? I suppose you didn't speak to him, did you?" "I spoke a few words." "Ah, a few words. Well, that was wrong of you, Joan, for it's against your oath. But I dare say that they were to tell him just to keep clear in future." Joan nodded, for she dared not trust herself to speak. "Well, then, that's all right, and he's done with. And now, Joan, as we've finished supper, you come here like a good wife, and put your arms round my neck and kiss me, and tell me that you love me, and that you hate that man, and are glad that the brat is dead." Joan sat silent, making no answer. For a few moments he waited as though expecting her to move, then he rose and came towards her with outstretched arms. Seeing his intention, she sprang from her chair and slipped to the other side of the table. "Come," he said, "don't run from me, for our courting days are over, and it's silly in the wife. Are you going to say what I asked you, Joan?" "No," she answered in a quiet voice, for her instincts overcame her fears. "I have promised to live with you, though you know why I married you, and I'll do it till it kills me, even if you are mad, but I'll not tell you a lie, for I never promised to love you, and I hate you now more than ever I did." Samuel turned deadly white, then poured out a glass of neat brandy and drank it before he answered. "That's straight, anyway, Joan. But it's queer that while you won't lie to me of one thing you ain't above doing it about another. Perhaps you didn't know it, but I was there today when you had your few words with your lover. He never saw me, but I followed him from Bradmouth step for step, though sometimes I had to hide behind trees and hedges to do it. You see, I thought he would lead me to you, and so he did, for I saw you kissing and hugging. Yes, you who belong to me. I saw you holding that man in your arms." "Mad, do you say I am?" "Yes, I went mad then, though mayhap if you'd done that I asked you just now I might have got over it, for I felt my brain coming right. But now it is going again, going. And, Joan, since you hate me so bad, there is only one thing left to do, and that isn't." With a wild laugh he dashed towards the mantelpiece to reach down the gun which hung above it. Then Joan's nerve broke down, and she fled. From the house itself there was no escape, for every door was locked, so, followed by the madman, she ran panting with terror upstairs to the room where she had washed her hands, and, shutting the door, shot the strong iron bolt not too soon, for next instant her husband was dashing his weight against it. Very shortly he gave up the attempt, for he could make no impression upon oak and iron, and she heard him lock the door on the outside, raving the while. Then he tramped downstairs, and for a time there was silence. Presently she became aware of a scraping noise at the lattice, and, creeping along under shelter of the wall, she peeped round the corner of the window place. Already the light was low, but she could see the outlines of a white face glowering into the room through the iron bars without. Next instant there was a crash, and fragments of broken glass fell tinkling to the carpet. Then a voice spoke, saying, "Listen to me, Joan, I'm here, on a ladder. I won't hurt you, I swear it. I was mad just now, but I am sane again. Open the door, and let us make it up." Joan crouched upon the floor and made no answer. Now there came the sounds of a man wrenching at the bars, which apparently withstood all the strength that he could exert. For 20 minutes or more this went on, after which there was silence for a while, and gradually it grew dark in the room. At length through the broken pane she heard a laugh, and Samuel's voice saying, "Listen to me, my pretty, you won't come out, and you won't let me in, but I'll be square with you for all that. You shan't have any lover to kiss tomorrow, because I'm going to make cold meat of him. It isn't you I want to kill, I ain't such a fool, for what's the use of you to me dead? I should only sit by your bones till I died myself. I've gone through too much to win you to want to be rid of you so soon. You'd be all right if it wasn't for the other man, and once he's gone you'll tell me that you love me fast enough. So now, Joan, I'm going to kill him. If he sticks to what I heard him tell his servant this morning, he should be walking back to Rosham in about an hour's time, by one of the paths that run past Tramber Abbey Wall. Well, I shall be waiting for him there, at the crossroads, so that I can't miss him whichever way he comes, and this time we will settle our accounts. Goodbye, Joan, I hope you won't be lonely till I get home. I suppose that you'd like me to bring you a lock of his hair for a keepsake, wouldn't you? Or will you have that back again which you gave him this day, the dead brats, you know? You sit in there and say your prayers, dear, that it may please heaven to make a good wife of you, for one thing's certain, you can't get out," and he began to descend the ladder. Joan waited a while and then peered through the window. She believed little of Samuel's story as to his design of murdering Henry, setting it down as an idle tale that he had invented to alarm her. Therefore she directed her thoughts to the possibility of escape. While she was thus engaged she saw a sight which terrified her indeed, the figure of her husband vanishing into the shadows of the twilight, holding in his hand the double-barreled gun with which he had shot the dog and threatened her. Could it, then, be true? He was walking straight for Ambra, and swiftly walking like a man who has some purpose to fulfill. She called to him wildly, but no answer came, though once he turned, looking towards the house, threw up his arm and laughed. Then he disappeared over the brow of the slope. Chapter 40 Full measure, pressed down and running over, Joan staggered back from the window, gasping in her terror. Her husband was mad with jealousy and hate and every other passion. She could see now that he had always been more or less mad, and that his frantic love for herself was but a form of insanity, which during the long months of their separation had deepened and widened until it obtained a complete mastery over his mind. Then by an evil fortune he had witnessed the piteous and passionate scene between Henry and herself, or some part of it, and at the sight the last barriers of his reason broke down, and he became nothing but an evil beast filled with the lust of revenge and secret murder. Now he had gone to shoot down his rival in cold blood, and this was the end of her scheming and self-sacrifice, that she had given herself to a lunatic and her lover to a bloody death. So awful was the thought that for a while Joan felt as though her own brain must yield beneath it. Then of a sudden the desperate nature of the emergency came home to her. Her mind cleared. Henry was still unharmed, and perhaps he might be saved. Oh! If only she could escape from this prison, surely it would be possible for her to save him, in this way or in that. But how? If she could find anyone about she might send to warn him and to obtain help, but this she knew was not likely, for nobody lived at Moor Farm except its master, and by now the labourers would have gone to their homes in the valley, a mile away. Well, once out of the house she might run to meet him herself? No, but then possibly she would be too late. Besides, there were at least 3 ways by which Henry could walk from Bradmouth by the cliff road, by the fen path, or straight across the heath, and all these separate routes converged at a spot beneath the wall of the old abbey, known as the crossroads. That was why Samuel had chosen this place for his deed of blood. As he had told her, he knew that if he came at all his victim must pass within a few paces of a certain portion of the ruined churchyard fence. What, then, could be done? Joan flung herself upon the bed and thought for a while, and as she lay thus a dreadful inspiration came into her mind. If she could get free, it would be easy for her to personate Henry. There upon the pegs hung a man's coat and a hat, not unlike those which he was wearing that day. They were much of a height, her hair was short, and she could copy the limp in his gait. Who then would know them apart, in the uncertain glimmer of the night? Surely not the maddened creature crouching behind some bush that he might satisfy his hate in blood. But so, if things went well, and if she did not chance to meet Henry in time to save him, as she hoped to do, she herself must die within an hour, or at the best run the risk of death. What of it? At least he would escape, for, whether or not her husband discovered his error, after all was over, she was sure that one murder would satiate his vengeance. Also, would it not be better to die than to live the life that lay before her? Would it not even be sweet to die, if thereby she could preserve the man she loved more than herself 1,000 times? She had made many a sacrifice for him, and this, at last, would be the lightest of them. for then he would learn how true she was to him, and always think of her with tenderness, and long to greet her beyond the nothingness of death. Besides, it might not come to this. Providence might interpose to rescue her and him. She might see him in time coming by the cliff road, or she might find her husband and turn him from his purpose. Oh! Her mind was mazed with terror for Henry, and torn by perplexities as to how she best might save his life. Well, there was no more leisure to search out a better plan. If she would act, it must be at once. Springing from the bed, she ran to the window, and throwing it wide, screamed for help. Her cries echoed through the silent air, but the only answer to them was the baying of the dog. There were matches on the mantelpiece. She had seen them, and, groping in the dark, she found the box and lit the candles. Then she tried the door. It was locked on the outside, and she could not stir it. Next she examined the window place, against which the ladder that Rock had set there was still standing. It was secured by 3 iron bars let into the brickwork at the top and screwed to the oaken sill at the bottom. Scrutinizing these bars closely, she saw that, although her husband had not been able to wrench them away, he had loosened the center one, for in the course of many years the rust of the iron mixing with the tannin in the oak had widened the screw holes, so that the water, settling in them, had rotted that portion of the sill. Could she but force out this bar she would be able to squeeze her body through the gap and to set her feet upon the ladder. There was a fireplace in the room, and, resting on the dogs in front of it, lay a heavy old-fashioned poker. Seizing it, she ran to the window and struck the bottom of the center bar again and again with all her strength. The screws began to give. Now they were halfway out of the decaying woodwork, but she could force them no farther with blows. For a moment Joan seemed to be baffled, then she took refuge in a new expedient. Thrusting the poker outside of the bar to the right, and the end of it inside that which she was seeking to dislodge, she obtained a powerful leverage and pulled in jerks. At the third jerk her hand came suddenly in contact with the sharp angle of the brickwork, that rasped the skin from the back of it. The screws gave way, and the bar, slipping from the hole in which its top end was set, fell clattering down the ladder. Now the road was open, and it remained only for her to dress herself to the part. Half crying with the pain of her hurt and bleeding hand, quickly Joan put on the hat and overcoat, remembering even then that they were the same which Rock had worn when he came to see her in London, and, going to the window, she struggled through the 2 remaining bars onto the ladder. Reaching the ground, she ran through the garden to the heathland, for she feared lest the surviving dog should espy and attack her. But no dog appeared. Perhaps the corpse of its brother that still lay by the gate kept it away. Now she was upon the heathland and heading straight for the ruins of Ramborough, which lay at a distance of about 3/4 of a mile from the house. The night was fine and the air soft, but floating clouds now and again obscured the face of the half-moon, that lay low in the sky, causing great shadows to strike suddenly across the moor. Her way ran past the meres, where the wind whispered drearily amongst the growing reeds and the nesting wildfowl called to each other across the water. There was a great loneliness about the place, no living creature was to be seen, and, at the moment, this feeling of solitude weighed more heavily upon her numbed heart than the sense of the death that she was courting. The world was still with her, and its moods and accidents affected her as they had always done, but the possibilities of that other unrisen world upon whose brink she stood, and the fear of it, moved her but little, and she scarcely thought of what or where she might or might not be within an hour. Those terrors were to come. She was past the meres, and standing on a ridge of ground that lies between them and the cliff. Before her, when the moon shone out, she could see the glimmer of the ocean, the white ribbon of the road, and the ruins of Ramborough showing distinctly against the delicate beauty of the twilight summer sky. On she went, scanning the heath and the cliff with eager eyes, in the hope that she might discover the man she sought. It was in vain. The place was empty and desolate, a home of solitude. At length she stood upon the border of the cliff road, and the abbey was in line with her some 200 yards to the right. Here she paused a while, staring into the shadows and listening earnestly. But there was nothing to be seen except the varying outlines of the clouds, and nothing to be heard save the murmur of the sea, the stirring of the wind among the grasses, and now and again the cry of some gull seeking its food by night. Now it was, as she stood thus, that a great fear of death took her, and it seemed as though all her past life went before her in pictures, full, every one of them, of exact and bewildering detail. For the most part these pictures were not pleasant, yet it chilled her to remember that the series might so soon be ended. At the least they were human and comprehensible, whereas what lay beyond might be inhuman and above her understanding. Also it came home to her that she was not fit to die, until her child was taken from her. She had never turned much to religion, and of late she had thought more of her own cruel misfortunes and of her lost lover than of her spiritual responsibilities. of the future welfare of her soul. She was minded to fly. She had escaped from her prison, and no law could force her to live with a madman. Why should she not go back to Monk's Lodge, or to London, to seek a new existence for herself, leaving these troubles behind her? After all, she was young and beautiful, and it was sweet to live, and now that she was near to it, the death which once she had so passionately desired seemed a grim, unfriendly thing. But then there was Henry. He was lost to her, indeed, and the husband of another woman, yet, if she deserted him now, what would become of him? His career was before him, a long and happy career, and it was pitiable to think that within some few minutes he might be lying in the grass murdered for her sake by a wretched lunatic. And yet, if she offered herself up for him, what must be the end of it? It would be that after a period of shock and disturbance his life would fall back into its natural courses, and, surrounded by the love of wife and children, he would forget her, or, at the best, remember her at times with a vague, affectionate regret. No man could spend his days in mourning continually over a passionate and inconvenient woman, who had brought him much sorrow and anxiety, even though in the end she chanced to have given him the best proof possible of her affection, by laying down her life for his. Well, so let it be. Afraid or not afraid, she would offer what she had, and the gift must be valued according to its worth in the eyes of him to whom it was given. Existence was a tangle which she had been quite unable to loose, and now, although her dread was deep, she was willing that death should cut its knot, for here she had no hope, and, unless it pleased fate that it should be otherwise, to death she would consign herself. All these thoughts, and many others, passed through her mind in that brief minute, while, tossed between love and terror, Joan stood to search the landscape and recover her breath. Then, with one last glance over the moorland, she stepped onto the road and began to walk slowly towards the abbey. 50 yards away the three paths met. The ground lay so that to reach the crossroads, their junction, and to see even a little distance along the other two of them, she must pass the corner of the broken churchyard wall. Dared she do it, knowing that perchance her death awaited her? Coward that she was, while she lingered Henry might be murdered. Even now, perhaps this very instant, he was passing to his doom by one of the routes which she could not see. She paused a moment, looking up the main road in the hope that she might catch sight of Henry advancing down it. But she could perceive no one, and utter loneliness brooded on the place. Moreover, the moon at this moment was obscured by a passing cloud. For aught she knew, the deed was already done. Only then she would have heard the shot, or perhaps Henry had driven to Rosham, or had gone by the beach, or the fit of homicidal mania had passed from her husband's mind. Should she go on, or wait there, or run away? No, she must reach the crossroads. She would not run, she would play the hand out. Of a sudden a strange excitement or exaltation of mind took possession of her. Her nerves tingled, and the blood drummed in her ears. She felt like some desperate gambler staking his wealth and reputation on a throw, and tasted of the gambler's joy. For a moment, under the influence of this new mood, the uncertainty of her fate became delightful to her, and she smiled to think that few have played such a game as this, of which the issues were the salvation of her lover and the hazard of her mortal breath. Now she began to act her part, walking forward with a limp like Henry's, till she was opposite to and some 5 yards away from the angle of the churchyard wall. Here a swift change came over her, the false excitement passed away, and again she grew mortally afraid. She could not do it. The crossroads were now not 20 paces from her, and once there she might see him and save him. But never could she walk past that wall, knowing that behind it a murderer might be lurking, that every stone and bush and tuft of grass might hide him who would send her to a violent and cruel death. It was very well to make these heroic resolutions at a distance, but when the spot and moment of their execution were at hand, then the thing was different. She prayed God that Henry had escaped, or might escape, but she could not take this way to preserve him. Her mind was willing, but the poor flesh recoiled from it. She would call aloud to her husband, and reveal herself to him if he were there. No, for then he would guess her mission, render her helpless in this way or that. What chance had she against a madman? And afterwards do the deed. So it came to this, she must go back and wait, upon the chance of meeting Henry on the cliff road, but forward she dared not go. Already she had turned to fly, and her ear caught a sound in the intense silence, such a sound as might have been made by some beast of prey dragging itself stealthily towards its victim. Instantly Joan became paralyzed. The extremity of terror deprived her of all use of her limbs or voice, and so she stood with her back towards the wall. Now there was a new sound, as of something rising quickly through deep grass or brushwood, and then she heard the dull noise of the hammer of a gun falling upon an uncapped nipple. In a flash she interpreted its meaning. Her husband had forgotten to reload that barrel with which he shot the dog. There was still a chance of life for her. In this hope Joan's vital powers returned. Uttering a great cry, she swung round upon her heels so swiftly that the hat fell from her head, and the moonlight passing from the curtain of a cloud, shone upon her ashy face. As she turned, her eyes fell upon another face, the face of a devil of Samuel Rock. He was standing behind the wall, that reached to his breast, and the gun in his hand was leveled at her. A tongue of flame shot out, and, in the glare of it, it seemed to her that his countenance of hellish hate had changed its aspect to one of agony. Then Joan became aware of a dull shock at her breast, and down she sank senseless on the roadway. Joan was right. Perceiving her from the crossroads knoll, his place of outlook, whence, although himself invisible, he commanded a view of the three paths, Rock, deceived by her disguise and assumed lameness, into the belief that his wife was Henry advancing by the cliff road, crept towards her under shelter of the wall to kill her as she stood. But in that last moment he learned his error too late. Yes, before the deed was done he tasted the agony of knowing that he was wreaking murder upon the woman he desired, and not upon the man she loved. Too late. Already his finger had contracted on the trigger, and the swift springs were at their work. He tried to throw up the gun, but as the muscles stirred, the charge left it to bury itself in the bosom of his wife. Casting down the gun, he sprang over the wall and ran to her. She was lying on her back, dead as he thought, with opened eyes and arms thrown wide. Once he looked, then with yells of horror the madman bounded from her side and rushed away, he knew not whither. When Henry parted with Joan in the Monk's Lodge summer house that morning, anger and bitter resentment were uppermost in his mind, directed first against his father-in-law, and next against his family, more particularly his mother. He had been trapped and deluded, and now, alas, it was too late to right the wrong. Indeed, so far as his wife was concerned, he could not even speak of it. Joan spoke truly when she said that Emma must never hear of these iniquities, or learn that both the name she had borne and the husband whom she loved had been filched from another woman. Poor girl. At least she was innocent. It must be his duty to protect her from the consequences of the guilt of others, and even from the knowledge of it. But Levenger, her father, was not innocent, and towards him he was under no such obligation. Therefore, sick or well, he would pour out his wrath upon him, and to his face would call him the knave and liar that he was. But it was not fated that in this world Mr. Levenger should ever listen to the reproaches of his son-in-law. When Henry reached the house he was informed that the sick man had fallen into a restless sleep, from which he must not be disturbed. Till 9 o'clock that sleep endured, while Henry waited with such patience as he could command. Then suddenly there was a cry and a stir, and the news was brought to him that, without the slightest warning or premonition of immediate danger, Mr. Levenger had passed from sleep into death. Sobered and calmed by the shock of such tidings, Henry gave those orders which were necessary, and then started for home, where he must break the fact of her father's death to Emma. He had arranged to return to Bradmouth by the last train, but it was already gone, so he drove thither in the dog-cart that went to advise Dr. Charles and others of what had happened, and then set out to walk to Rosham half an hour or so later than he had intended. He might have hired a cart and driven, but being the bearer of this heavy news, naturally enough he had no wish to hurry. Moreover, he was glad of the space of quiet that a lonely walk by night afforded him, for he had much to think of and to grieve over. It was, he felt, a good thing that the old man should have died before he spoke with him, for though certainly he would have done it, there was little use in reproaching him with falsehoods and treachery, the results of which could not now be remedied. Poor Joan. Hers was indeed a hard lot, harder even than his own. It was a year this day, he remembered, since first he had met her yonder by the ruins of Ramber Abbey. Who could know all that she had suffered during this eventful year, or measure what was left for her to suffer in the time to come? Alas! He could see no escape for her. She had entered on an unnatural marriage, but still it was a marriage, and she must abide by her bargain, from which nothing could free her except the death of her husband or of herself. And this she had done for his sake, to safeguard him. Ah! There was the bitterest part of it. While Henry walked on, chewing the cud of these unhappy reflections, suddenly from the direction of Ramber Abbey, that was a quarter of a mile or more away, there floated to his ear the sound of a single cry, far off, indeed, but strangely piercing, followed almost instantly by the report of a gun loaded with black powder. He halted and listened, trying to persuade himself that the cry was that of some curlew which a poacher had shot out of season, only to abandon the theory so soon as he conceived it, for something in his heart told him that this scream was uttered by mortal lips, by the lips of a woman in despair or agony. A few seconds passed, and he heard other sounds, those of short, sharp yells uttered in quick succession, but of so inhuman a note that he was unable to decide if they proceeded from a man or from some wounded animal. He started forward at a run to solve the mystery, and as he went on the yells grew louder and came nearer. Presently he halted, for there, from over the crest of a little rise in the road, and not 15 paces away, appeared the figure of a man running with extraordinary swiftness. His hat had fallen from him, his long hair seemed to stand up upon his head, his eyes stared white in terror and were ablaze with the fire of madness, his face was contorted and ashy white, and from his open mouth issued hideous and unearthly sounds. So shocking was his aspect in the moonlight that Henry sprang to one side and bethought him of the tale of the Rambler Goblin. Now the man was level with him, and as he went by he turned his head to look at him, and Henry knew the face for that of Samuel Rock. "Dead!" shrieked the madman, wringing his hands. "Dead, dead!" And he was gone. Henry gasped, for his heart grew cold with fear. Joan had left him to join her husband, and now, what had happened? That cry, the gunshot, and the sight that he had seen, all seemed to tell of suicide or murder. No, no, he would not believe it. On he went again, till presently he saw a lad running towards him who called to him to stop. "Who are you?" he gasped, "and what is the matter here?" "I'm Willie Hood, and that's just what I should like to know, Sir Henry," was the answer. "More especial as not 5 minutes since I thought that I saw you walking up to the abbey yonder." "You saw me walking there?" "Rubbish. I have just come from Bradmouth." "Did you see that man, Rock, run by?" "Yes, I seed him fast enough. I should say by the looks of him that he has been doing murder and gone mad. Half an hour ago, before you came along, begging your pardon, someone has limped like you. He had a gun in his hand, but that's gone now." "Look here, young man," said Henry, as they went forward, "what are you doing here, that you come to see all these things?" "Well, sir, to tell the truth, I was driving my donkeys to feed on Rock's land, and when I saw him coming along with a gun I hid in the bracken, for we had words about my taking his feed this very morning, and he swore then that if he caught me at it again he'd shoot me and the dickies too, so I lay pretty close till I saw the other man go by and heard the shriek and the shot." "Come along, for heaven's sake," said Henry, "that devil must have killed someone." Now they were near to the abbey wall, and Willie, catching his companion by the arm, pointed to a dark shape which lay in the white dust of the roadway, and in a terrified whisper said, "Look there." "What's that?" Henry dashed forward and knelt down beside the shape, peering at its face. Then of a sudden he groaned aloud and said, "It is Joan Haste, and he has shot her. Look at her breast," whispered Willie, peeping over his shoulder. "I told her how it would be. It was I who found you both a year ago just here and looking like that, and now you see we have all come together again. I told her it was a bad beginning, and would come to a bad end. Be silent, and help me to lift her," said Henry in a hollow voice. "Perhaps she still lives." Then together they raised her, and at that moment Joan opened her eyes. "Listen, you," Henry said, "she is alive. Now run as you never ran before, Dr. Childs at Bradmouth, to the police, and anybody else you can think of. Tell them what has happened, and bid them come here as fast as horses can bring them. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." "Then go." Willie sprang forward like an arrow, and presently the sound of his footsteps beating on the road grew faint and faded away. "Oh, Joan, Joan, my darling," Henry whispered as he leant over her, pressing her cold hands. "Cannot you speak to me, Joan?" At the sound of his voice the great empty eyes began to grow intelligent, and the pale lips to move, faintly at first, then more strongly. "Is that you, Henry?" she said in a whisper. "I cannot see." "Yes." "How did you come thus?" "He was going to murder you. I passed myself off for you at least. I tried to but grew afraid, and was running away when he shot me." "Oh, my God, my God," groaned Henry, "to think that such a thing should have been allowed to be." "It is best," she answered, with a faint smile, "and I do not suffer much." Then he knelt down beside her and held her in his arms, as once on a bygone day she had held him. The thought seemed to strike her, for she said, "A year ago, tonight, do you remember?" "Oh, Henry, if I have sinned, it has been paid back to me to the uttermost. Surely there can be nothing more to suffer. And I am happy because I think that you will love me better dead than ever you did alive. The way of transgressors the way of," and she ceased, exhausted. "I shall love you now, and then, and always, that I swear before God," he answered. "Forgive me, Joan, that I should ever have doubted you for a moment. I was deceived, and did not understand you." Again she smiled and said, "Then I have done well to die, for in death I find my victories the only ones. But you must love the child also, our child Henry, since we shall wait for you together in the place of peace." A while went by, and she spoke again. but not of herself or him. I have left Mrs. Bird in London some money. When Mr. Levenger is dead there will be a good deal, see that she gets it, for they were kind to me. And, Henry, try to shield my husband, for I have sinned against him in hating him so much. Also tell your wife nothing or you will make her wretched as I have been. Yes, he answered, and your father is dead. He died some hours ago. After this Joan closed her eyes, and, bleeding inwardly from her pierced lungs, grew so cold and pulseless that Henry thought she must be gone. But it was not so, for when half an hour or more had passed she spoke, with a great effort, and in so low a whisper that he could scarcely hear her words, though his ear was at her mouth. Pray God to show me mercy, Henry, pray now and always. Oh, 1 hour of love and life and soul to pay. She gasped, word by word. Then the change came upon her face, and she added in a stronger voice, kiss me, I am dying. So he pressed his lips on hers, and presently, in the midst of the great silence, Joan Haste's last sobbing breath beat upon them in a sigh, and the agony was over. 2 hours later Henry arrived at Rosham, to find his mother and Mr. and Mrs. Millward waiting to receive him. My dear Henry, where have you been? Said Lady Graves. It is 12 o'clock, and we were beginning to fear that something had gone wrong at Monk's Lodge, or that you had met with another accident. Dear, put in Ellen. But I haven't given you a kiss yet, to welcome you home. Why, how pale you look. And what is the matter with your coat? Where is Emma? He asked, waving her back. She was so dreadfully tired. Dear, said Lady Graves, that I insisted upon her going to bed. But has anything happened, Henry? Yes, a great deal. Mr. Levenger is dead. He died in his sleep this evening. Lady Graves sank back shocked, and Ellen exclaimed, how dreadfully sad. However, his health was very bad, poor man, so it is something of a release. Also, though you won't care to think of such things now, there will be advantage for Emma. Be silent, Ellen. I have something more to tell you. Joan Haste, or rather Joan Rock, is dead also, dead. They both exclaimed, yes, dead, or, to be more accurate, murdered. Who murdered her? Asked Millward, her husband. I was walking back from Bradmouth, and found her dying in the road. But there is no need to tell you the story now, you will hear plenty of it, and I have something else to say. Do you mind leaving the room for a moment, Mr. Millward? I wish to speak to my mother and sister. Edward is my husband, Henry, and a member of the family, no doubt, Ellen, but I do not desire that he should hear what I have to say. If you feel strongly about the matter I will go into the library with my mother. Oh, pray don't trouble about me, answered Edward. I am accustomed to this sort of thing here, and I shall only be too glad to smoke a cigar in the hall, if Sir Henry does not object, and he left the room, an example which Ellen did not follow. Now that we are quite alone, Henry, perhaps you will condescend to unbosom yourself, she said. Certainly, Ellen. I have told you that this unhappy woman has been murdered. She died in my arms, and he glanced at his coat. Now I will tell you why and how. She was shot down by her husband, who mistook her for me, whom he meant to murder. She discovered his plan and personated me, dying in my stead. I do not wish to reproach either of you. The thing is too fearful for reproaches, and that account you can settle with your own consciences, as I must settle mine. But you worked so, both of you, that, loving me as she did, and feeling that she would have no strength to put me away otherwise, she gave herself in marriage to a man she hated, to the madman who tonight has slaughtered her in his blind jealousy, meaning to slaughter me. Do you know who this woman was, Mother? She was Mr. Levenger's legitimate daughter. It is Emma who is illegitimate, but she died begging me to keep the secret from my wife, and if you are wise you will respect her wish, as I shall. I have nothing more to say. Things have gone amiss between us, whoever is to blame, and now her life is lost, and mine is ruined. Oh, this is terrible, terrible, said Lady Graves. God knows that, whatever I have done, I acted for what I believed to be the best. Yes, Mother, said Ellen boldly, and not only for what you believed to be the best, but for what is the best. This unfortunate girl is dead, it seems, not through any deed of ours, but by the decrees of Providence. Henry says that his life is ruined, but do not grieve, Mother, he is not himself, and he will think very differently in 6 months' time. Also he is responsible for this tragedy and no one else, since it springs from his own sin. Les désirs accomplis, you know the saying. Well, he has accomplished his desire, he sowed the seed, and he must reap the fruit and harvest it as best he may, and now, with your permission, Henry, I will order the carriage. I suppose that there will be policemen and reporters here presently, and you can understand that just at this moment, with the elections coming on, Edward and I do not wish to be mixed up in a most painful scandal.